Hello and good afternoon, everybody. I told you I'd be back today. Yep, we got fuel late last night, about 12:30. And what's funny is I was worried about the power going out. Okay, and when I looked at the generator, it said empty. Okay, but we carried the gas cans over to the generator. And just as the last can was arriving at the generator turned off. That was at 12:30. I cannot believe. I'm telling you, the Lord works in mysterious ways. He gives you what you need for as long as you need it, and just keeps you pushing forward. And that's exactly what He did for me last night. He kept everything going until the gas got here. It was so funny, and it was good that the generator went off then, because I needed to do an oil change on it. So I got that done and everything. So I got gas for a few days now, no problem. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about what I got for you guys today. We're going to start off with an interview with Nicholas Viniamin and Lloyd Brunson. Okay, you guys know who the Brunson brothers are, and I'm probably going to end up getting in trouble for this video, but I'm going to tell you like this: I don't care. Okay, I don't care if I get in trouble for it, because of the fact that this is all information that the American people need to know about. Okay, and to stay on top of this case is going to be really, really important. We're going to get and we know that was released this morning is going to be second online. And then I'm going to do something that generally I would not do. I'm going to end up playing a second Nicholas Viniamin, which is going to be with Michael Jaco. Now, a lot of you know my personal opinions in regards to anybody from the CIA, okay? Because I believe that once you're CIA, you're always CIA. But there were a couple of things in this that I was listening to, and then after that, we're going to hit a Sean Ryan interview with a lady by the name of Sarah Adams. Adams is her last name. That Auntie Well sent to me about an hour ago. I got through a good portion of that. Really, really good information. And, this is the kind of thing where this kind of information is important. It's important for people to understand the extent of the damage that is being done because our southern border is open. And it's also kind of nice to know what's going on in the DOD about it. Okay. I got you, Lisa. I hear you. She's like, drop the link for 23. It's actually, we're not going to be able to use 23. We're going to have to use 24. 23 was already made. However, they have blocked access to it. So I'm going to get 24 done probably sometime this afternoon. I might be able to get it done. I'm going to try and fire up the laptop and get that done at the same time as the others. But where anybody who is associated with the CIA is concerned, I have these very, very high alert things that kind of go off in my head, telling me, you've got to use great discernment where it comes to them, because of the fact that once you're CIA, you're always CIA. I don't care what anybody says. What was it? Robert David Steele. Okay. Prime example. Okay. The reason that I actually used to listen to Robert was because of the fact of his association directly with the Marine Corps, and then what he did with Marine Corps intelligence after getting out of the Marine Corps. And then after that, he ended up, with the CIA. And, but I grew a little bit of respect for Robert David Steele because of the fact that he wrote those books on pedophilia in the your Congress, it basically pedophilia in Washington D.C. and amongst the highest elites around the world, and it really exposed a lot of that information. Wrote a lot of information in regards to Epstein and Maxwell and such, and about Mossad and how they were using Mossad to help traffic these children, through particular areas, especially Israel. Okay. There is a tunnel system that goes all the way from the Vatican all the way to the Temple Mount. Did you guys know that? There is one continuous tunnel that goes all the way from the Vatican all the way to the Temple Mount. Okay. And when you look at that situation, you have to ask yourself, why would they need that? Why would they have to have a tunnel system that goes from one location like that to the other? And if these tunnels were built all those years ago, then why weren't the Jews just escorted through there? Why did there have to be crusades in order to slaughter all kinds of Arabs and Muslims in order to bring the Jews to Jerusalem for Passover and so on and so forth? So there's a lot of questions there that kind of throw us into a multifaceted web, and we're all learning about this web right now. We're all learning about all these different things that have happened, and have been happening through churches, through organizations and such, especially in regards to the trafficking part of it. But let's go ahead. Let's get into our first video. And hello, everybody. I would stop and say hi to everybody, but I'm trying to get a fire started right now at the same time. So I want to get that fire started. So I'm going to go ahead, jump into our first video. Like I said, it's going to be Lloyd Brunson, Nicholas Viniamin. Then after that, we've got And We Know. And then we've got a second Nicholas Viniamin with Michael Jaco. And then after that, Sean Ryan with Sarah Adams. And by then X22 will be out for today. So we've got lots of great content ahead of you. Let's get this going. Where is my present button? There it is. Share screen. Come on. There we go. Entire. Boom, boom. And there we go. All right, let's do this.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Lloyd Brunson, and today we are going to be discussing the Supreme Court versus the lower courts regarding the cases and bringing sovereignty and transparency to the people and fair votes, free elections. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.viniamin, where you can follow all my daily news reels. Lloyd, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
It's great to be here. I had a great time in Las Vegas at a couple of Trump events. I was a volunteer at one of them and was able to connect with a couple of people. I'm going to, I hopefully will have an opportunity to give presidential candidates time to talk to my TikTok viewers about the Constitution. And so I have the first one, and that's, I've uploaded that, that's available with Vivek. How do you say his name?
I think it's Vivek Ramaswamy, I think.
Vivek Ramaswamy,
or
I think
something,
yeah. So he was great. He said something about the Constitution, then he held up my book, said he would read it, because my book gets into the Federal Reserve System, and it talks about things that no presidential candidates have ever talked about. So that was fun doing that. And then I'm working with Juan to launch this new letter campaign that's going to be much more than a letter campaign. People can still go to lloydbrunson.com, and those letters are still valuable and important as the momentum builds up, and especially with this new campaign that's going to be an actual petition for redress of grievances that every single person can individually sign and add their own words to it, demanding that the court not just take another look at the Brunson cases, but the other original jurisdiction cases that have been delivered to the Supreme Court that they've ignored, but they have a constitutional duty to hear. So with enough awareness, enough people saying, hey, you need to do something, we believe strongly that the court, with enough public awareness and public opinion, that the court will do the right thing.
But obviously they haven't. It should have gone to the legislators when there's a dispute. They have the last final word, don't they? The legislators.
Well, the state, that's the issue, is the state legislators were supposed to be in control of those electoral votes. And and they weren't because Democrats, I guess, had gone in and with lawsuits changed that and created an inaccurate and sometimes fraudulent voting system. And so the legislators have the states have brought some lawsuits to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court were required to hear, and instead they didn't hear them. And I've been saying from the get-go that it's about public awareness. We have 85,000 people that have sent us letters and sent us letters, copies of what they've sent to the Supreme Court, and that's not enough. We need America to wake up and get behind a real campaign to not just pressure the Supreme Court and the government, but to show support and demand that America is waking up, and we want them to do the right thing. We want them to keep their oath and not violate their oath. And so this new campaign, hopefully it'll be online within the next couple of weeks, but it'll be at lloydbrunson.com. But the letter campaign right now that is there is still important and still a part of this whole push for the court to do the right thing.
Now, obviously, because the courts didn't do the right thing, as it was supposed to go down to the state legislators to decide, this obviously has been recorded as to what's happened and what process they took. So would you say that's evidence in itself that they committed fraud?
Well, it's evidence that they didn't do the right thing, that's for sure. But just because they deny a hearing in a conference does not mean it's dead. CNN and MSN and Newsweek might want you to believe that when they advertise to the world that another Supreme Court case affecting Trump, the Brunson case, was killed. Well, it's not killed. It's still, it's still there for them to do something about. But I just want to reiterate, they really can't do the right thing until they have enough support from we, the people. We work for them. And if they don't feel like the people are supporting an incredibly a powerful decision that would have a tremendous effect on the direction this country is going, I can see through their minds, I think that they would need public support to do this. And it takes 4 of them to vote for a hearing. But if 4 of them are in favor of a positive outcome and they don't want to lose in a hearing, they would vote against it. They would say, no, let's not do it until we have the majority. And they can take any case, any petition off the shelf, especially a Rule 11, which mine is. Mine is the first Rule 11 petition for writ of certiorari ever allowed to be filed by the Supreme Court by someone representing themselves, which was me. I'm the petitioner. And the first since the 70s. And in the 70s, it was the U.S. government. So it's really about America waking up in order for the court, for the government to do the right thing. And until we as America wake up, I don't think it can happen. But with this new campaign, I think America is going to wake up, because I think we're going to see some strong mainstream media, conservative media support. I think President Trump will support it. I think Hannity will support it. I think Tucker Carlson will support it, and many others. And we'll see America for the first time have a real opportunity to sign their own personal petition for redress of grievances to the U.S. government through the Supreme Court, and they'll be able to do it simply at lloydbrunson.com. And so that's the goal. Hopefully we'll have that new petition. It'll show some of those cases and what we're talking about. Hopefully we'll have it online on that website within the next couple of weeks. I'll be in Hawaii with 107 working on that more on the 24th. Maybe we'll have it done before then. We'll see.
Now, what kind of systems and steps do you think we should be taking to prevent election fraud and preventing anyone else in the future getting involved with, committing crimes and stealing the election? What types of systems should we have in place to give the people that confidence of fairness?
Well, some of the states are really making a lot of progress. Texas is making a lot of progress, and other states and other areas are getting rid of the machines. We've got to get rid of the mail-in ballots. We can't do that. And we've got to make it paper ballots. And even at the caucus level, where there's some states where they actually have state nominating conventions where they have electronic voting, and that needs to be done away with. I ran for U.S. Senate in 2012, and my campaign manager in Utah went to the event the day before to show these new clickers and how they would work. And they were trying them out. They were being demonstrated, and they were going to the wrong candidate the day before. And they said, oh, we'll have that fixed by the next day. Well, they shouldn't exist. And so there's some real serious problems with the parties in different states, and Utah needs to get its act together. And so they need to be told, and I'm going to do what I can to tell these delegates to make sure they take a picture of the serial number on the back of their clicker and then trace it and make sure that the votes went to the proper candidate. Because I had reports that they were clicking for me and it was going to another candidate. So things like that need to be fixed. We really need to get involved and get rid of the paper ballots, get rid of the machines, and get rid of this mail-in voter where they just send them to every address that there is and asking for them to be honest and send it back if that person isn't there. That's really bad. And people are doing a lot to fix that.
Absolutely. Now, I strongly suspect that Donald Trump was very aware that they were going to commit fraud in 2020. Now, do you believe that Donald Trump took any type of precaution to prevent this from happening?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think he trusted people. He trusted Mike Pence. Mike Pence did not have to say, we're going to open the envelopes. They didn't have to open those. They could have said there's 6 envelopes that we need to send back to the states and make sure that the legislators approve them, instead of the courts. And so he expected some people to do the right thing, and they didn't do the right thing. And he was shocked. He was stunned. And even the 10-day pause, and that's what the Brunson lawsuit is about, the 10-day pause. If they had taken a 10-day pause, it had happened before in the history of voting. If they had done that, it wouldn't have slowed down the process of being sworn in at all. And then they have all these complaints about election deniers. Well, it's like, don't complain about election deniers when you refuse a 10-day pause to investigate more thoroughly what the attack was on this country. And that's what it was. It was a mountain of evidence that this country had been attacked, and not guns and bullets and blood, but through our very sensitive and critically important voting system. To be attacked that way is the most insidious but most effective way for an enemy, whether it's domestic or foreign, to compromise the security of this great constitutional republic. And so they should have been investigated. And hopefully we'll get this all straightened out. With God's help, we will.
Do you think in the future when we vote again, and of course we should get rid of mail-in and we should have paper ballots, do you think that it could be a good idea, and this could be a possibility, that we should have watermarks that cannot be replicated embedded in the paper ballots so that we know which ones are authentic?
I think that's a great idea, and make sure that the ID of the voters, and then maybe extend some time and make it easier for people to show up and vote, and not have a very limited amount of time for people to show up in person and vote. And so a lot more emphasis needs to be put on making it secure and honest. And it has been a weakness that has allowed corruption to get in and still our election. And we use the word act of war. The result is the same as an act of war. If you have domestic or non-domestic foreign entities that get control of your election system, then it's a bloodless war with the same outcome. You have their leader put in place. And so it's a very serious matter that everyone needs to be aware of. And I love President Trump saying that if he were president, when he becomes president again, he will pass a law requiring candidates to take a constitutional study kind of test to ensure that we are at least voting for someone that has sworn and knowingly knows that the Constitution is about limited government and limited powers and other things as well. So it's about education. Thomas Jefferson said the true corrective for constitutional abuse is education. So we need to educate our politicians, and we need to educate we, the people, in the Constitution, the fundamentals of it, and hold our representatives' feet to the fire.
Absolutely. No, I 100% agree. Now, you mentioned you're working with Juan Savin, who I've interviewed many times in the past, who's amazing, who I like very much and respect very dearly. I know, you can't say too much, but what's his position in all of this?
Well, he is actually working with me on the letter campaign. He is the one that created the letter campaign to begin with. And it's hands off. He doesn't supervise or have any input or anything like that. He just created the concept, and volunteers took over and ran with it. And so he's just a brilliant man. And he understands, as I do, that the number one thing we need right now is unity, public support. We need 100 million or more. I mean, 1 million would be incredible. 1 million might do it. But we have 50 to 100 million, which we can reach that number with President Trump's help and Tucker's help and Sean Hannity and others' help. We can reach that. And can you imagine the first time in America's history where people are actually signing their own personal petition for redress of grievances, demanding that the court, through the court, make it right, make it so that those extremely important and critical cases are heard with outcome that could change our course into a much better direction. And so, yeah, he's been a very, very important part of this whole thing. We've been working together for quite some time.
Absolutely. Now, Donald Trump is a very successful man, very great businessman as well. He's done great for the country, economy-wise. You know, no inflation, zero wars as well, and he puts America first. Do you think that he's capable of overturning the election and, you know, and him being president again?
Well, if we have an honest election, even some of the polls now, critical polls in key states, are showing that he's ahead of Joe Biden. And that's pretty good considering the propaganda machine, the mainstream media. So, and I just also wanted to mention that on August 18th, President Trump came on board and supported the letter campaign. That's one of the reasons we're pretty comfortable with saying that we believe that he's going to support this new campaign. Amy Coney Barrett, when she was asked in the Senate hearing before she became a justice of the Supreme Court, was asked what are the 5 protections of the First Amendment, and she forgot petition for redress of grievances. And that's symbolic. America has forgot. It's like the Achilles heel in a way. It's like here we wake up to this and we use that protected right to go to the courts and go to the government through the courts and get them to do the right thing and change this horrific direction that we're headed right here with this mess that's been created with the weaknesses in our election system.
Absolutely. Well, Lloyd Brunson, it's been an absolute honor to have you. I wish you the best of luck with the cases for all of us, you know, for all of our futures, and to have, you know, fairness in our justice system and in voting system. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Absolutely. Thank you, Nicholas. Also, this Constitution book, I have new ones printed. Right now it says, there's a section in here that says how and why promoting socialism is a felony. Well, if you think about it, it's conspiracy to commit felony theft. Congress is not protected to turn crimes into law. And so, but my next edition is going to say how and why promoting socialism is unconstitutional. I'm having 30,000 more of those printed. And what I want to do is make these available. So if people want groups of these, they can call the phone number at 7discoveries.com. And they'll say if they want 100 or maybe $2.50 a piece. Christmas is coming up just around the corner. And also I'm going to try to have some Brunson Brothers music at 7discoveries.com that hasn't been available because people are asking about the Brunson Brothers music. So I'll have a couple of albums, a Christmas album, and then I just call it Forgotten City album.
I love it.
So,
I love it. No, of course. No, thank you. And I'll share the links below. Thank you very much. And we'll speak again very soon. And God bless you. Take care.
Great, Nicholas. Same to you. Thank you.
All right, that was Nicholas Vidiaman, Lloyd Brunson. A little update. Wasn't a big one. I told you it was going to be short and sweet. Right. Yeah. All right. We know where that case is going now. All right, let's jump into our next one. We got And We Know. LT, here he comes.
If this happened to Obama, instead of to me, you know what? Everybody would be in jail for years already, for years. It's a disgraceful thing. We caught him in the act, Maria. It's a beautiful thing. And every day we're seeing more and more information come out. We caught him.
Well, President Trump has been on fire, said something we have never heard about Hillary. We're going to see that. J6 is on the docket, big time. We're going to talk about that. Biden is slowly being removed by the mainstream media. We are getting hit with all kinds of drops from Scavino. The world seems to be out of control, yet many of us know it seems to be unraveling for the enemy. Boy, are we going to catch a lot of that today. It's going to be pretty exciting. Hang in there.
About the election. The election was rigged. I mean, he spoke, and there's so much evidence. We're going to show you things that nobody believed, but it was a rigged election. But so they asked Ron DeSanctimonious, and he said, I have no comment.
We're going to show you things. Yeah, we'll talk about that another time, right? We're going to show you things you won't believe. How are they going to show it to us? When are they going to show it to us? Well, I think they're doing it every day right now. When he gave his speech, Trump spoke about watermarked ballots. That's right, those ballots that used in 2020 that cannot be, used in any other way. When you do the scanning of them, you know which ballots are real and which ones were printed from China. He also mentioned that Hillary is gone now. Is that clip this one? Let me see.
And crooked Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. It's a banana republic.
Nope, that's not the one. I thought I had it queued up and ready to go. Interesting that I didn't have that clip, but I do have this one Matt gets, and I'll show you Hillary's in a minute.
Republican Party to the actual Republicans. Oh, for too many years, the Republican Party was controlled opposition. Amnesty for illegal immigrants, intervention overseas, and selling out to corporate America drove the agenda. Well, those days are over. The Make America Great Again movement is ascendant. Mike Johnson is House Speaker, and Donald John Trump will be the next president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. And the crowd went wild. Absolutely wild. Let's see, right about here.
Will be the next president of the United States. And I'm not going anywhere. To my doubters, I have this.
Pretty exciting. He seems to know something. I don't know. And let's see. Nothing could stop what's coming. Pretty spicy, I'd say, says Flitch17. I believe it's going to get more so shortly because he even mentioned after this on the 10/30, the October 30 Delta post of Hill Dog being arrested, right? Isn't that something? Trump has never said she was gone until tonight. So I happened to find the clip. Here it is.
Hillary's sort of gone now. So, and we have, I know what you mean. Hillary's sort of gone now. So, and we have, I know what you mean.
So Joe Rambo, awesome. I'll just leave that one right there. Yeah. All those body doubles and more. I mean, we've just been seeing him just lavish and enjoy all of this exposure of things that we've been seeing play out every single day lately. DC Circuit Court of Appeals suspends Trump's gag order in the J6 criminal case, overruling Judge Chukan. So the issue will be argued on November 20th. Trump can now speak freely and publicly defend himself once again. Every delay is a win. Every time Trump gets more free speech to defend himself is a win. Every time Obama appointed Judge Chukan gets reversed is a win. And the D.C. Circuit may reinstate the gag order after oral arguments, but for the next 3 weeks, President Trump regains his rights. So then we have another thing I think happening today is actually he gets to go on the stand and defend himself. I think that's happening today. Thought I saw that. Another thing with President Trump in a picture here, you'll see Dan Scavino Jr. has just been posting like crazy. You'll notice the gas prices for one. I mean, that's what a lot of folks notice is look at how cheap the gas was in that time. But there's another thing that seems to be something that many have been pointing out on this particular drop that he had. And I think it's pretty interesting. Let's see if I can pull up some more that he had. One of them is if you look in that corner, bottom left corner, it says in 24 hours. Why would he post something like that? Yeah. Other things that he posted, let's see, I'll bring them over, just kind of show you because they're fun. This one right here, if I went to my iPhone in 2024, you open your phone and you see this in 2024, and I think this is really cool. Check this out.
Over now, keep me coming back for more. Baby, you're all I want. When you're lying here and lying over now.
I thought it was going to be like a wedding shot, and they show President Trump. Everybody's just crying. Like, oh, look at that. Everything's coming back. Low gas prices, America first, and more. And so if you scroll through, he's got videos playing, and I've showed you different videos. He even has a Merry Christmas one I thought was pretty cool.
Everybody has a good time with Christmas. It's true. By the way, Merry Christmas.
You're here where you should be. Snow is falling as the carolers sang. It just wasn't the same. A lone Christmas day. Presents, what a beautiful sight. Don't need a thing in you, holding me tight. You're all that I need.
Anyway, so he's got this song, and it plays for a while. So we won't keep it going too long. It's just a lot of just smiling and fun and enjoy. I mean, these guys used to love President Trump on The View, the Witch's Coven. Look how they used to love him before. And this is Dan Scavino's post, too.
Joy said the guy wears a tube.
He says that it's his own hair. So I believe him because I believe Donald. He's an upstanding American.
Yeah.
But America doesn't believe him. We've gotten, a letter poured in yesterday. Asking, is that really his hair?
Oh my God.
Okay, you ready? Come on, let's check it out.
No, it's true. It's real.
It's not very pretty, but it's real.
How did it feel like when they really attack you? They do a hair
They
job.
really are.
daughter was in
The
the
hair, I'm
audience.
used to. Excuse me, you attack my hair all the time. I got used to. You were worse than they were.
I stopped.
No, you were worse than they were.
You
And
said
you know what,
anything.
Barbara? You know what? Look,
It's real.
it's really mine. You
Is
know,
there
it's like,
anything- Sorry, baby. We've gone through a few things together over the years.
So they used to love him until they got their orders to change. So that was another post from Dan Scavino Jr., the love before the politics, the picture of the gas station. And he's just been having a lot of fun lately. You guys remember this one? So all this with, if the election were held today, former President Donald Trump would easily beat President Joe Biden with over 300 electoral votes, according to a new swing state poll from the New York Times and Siena College. Uh-oh. So that's cause for celebration, of course. And what else did we have here? Just more. Yeah, there's the poll. CBS News poll, Trump 51%, Biden 48% plus 3. I always think that they manipulate those numbers and more. So anyway, I thought I'd just get some kudos out to Dan Scavino, who's always posting those type of things for us to see. And then it makes you wonder, well, if Biden's not doing so hot, how would the mainstream media handle this? Here we go.
Here's the deal. Perception is reality. And so when you look at the data that was provided in this poll, it talks about how people feel. And when people decide whether they're going to the poll or whether they're not going to the poll, it's all about how you feel in that moment. And so while the facts may not align with their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress. So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works.
Because you know it all, right? Democrat Jasmine Crockett says Biden's drop in support among Black Americans because feelings are dictating their reality. They aren't understanding exactly how any of this works. They're losing their mind. They can't handle the fact that he just keeps dropping one day after another. They're just having a hard time with it, folks. And oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to show you from Dan Scavino Jr. This post right here. Look how fast this shit goes through. 2 seconds. Oh yeah, and then when you go into the below that and you click and you see what folks are posting, they say that the video is 1 second long. Well, you know what 1 second, post number 1 says Hillary Clinton will be arrested. Oh, I mean, it gives a different date. HRC extradition already in motion, effective yesterday, with several countries in case of cross-border run. Passport approved to be flagged. Effective October 30th, 12:01 a.m. Oh, expect massive riots organized in defiance and others fleeing the U.S. to occur. Huh. He's never posted a 1 second video before. Ever. Kind of interesting. Anybody else catch those things? Some folks think that it was it was actually under a 2-minute video too. Could have saw some other things going on, but I tell you what, the things that just keep adding up just baffle our mind day in and day out. And it is exciting to see. I've got a lot more to share with you about the mainstream media and their thoughts on Biden. Some great comms out of from General Flynn. Some things going on with J6 I'm going to show you here in a moment. First of all, I wanted to make sure you guys knew you can reach us by going to andweknow.com. There's actually a contact part of the website. You can send us an email. You can also send us pictures of you wearing the merch through that contact site. And you can also become a fellow member. You can look it up and see how it works. It's absolutely amazing. We also, if you go there, have our merch, our fall favorites. We've got all kinds of goodies there. If you head over to that place, also, you'll see my book, autobiography. Worked on it for a long time. And I hope that you guys would read that and just learn more about my journey, getting to And We Know, and more. And if you'll see all of this with the truth, fall in love with the truth. You get the fall bundles, the candles, and so much more. And of course, you guys got to have the hoodies or the sweatshirts. I mean, look at all the different colors that they have on your screen. Absolutely amazing. There's so many to choose from. And we hope that you guys take advantage of that and enjoy all of the gear that we have available for you and more. So here's more great pictures of patriots wearing our gear.
And now I can say things that normally, out of respect for the presidency, I would never have said things like I can say now, because they've broken the veil. And when you break the veil, I'm allowed to do what I have to do. And he's the most corrupt president we've ever had.
As I pointed out in my papers, numerous references to the election being lost by Donald Trump. In fact, in the introduction, the state says that not only did Trump lose Georgia, but he and the other defendants charged refused to accept that Trump lost. Well, what happens if we show that Trump won? And there's 3 things that could happen. Number 1, if Trump won, there are no false statements. The indictment goes away.
Same day voting, paper ballots. You know, they make a special paper that's almost impossible to forge. It's great. Watermark. Paper ballots. And voter ID, it's so good, and it's so easy, and you save a lot of money.
Yeah. So with all of this exposure and more, here's that clip that I have showing the mainstream media freaking out because of Biden.
This is probably going to lead to a lot of Democrats increasing the chatter that Joe Biden should step aside and make room for another Democrat.
And I think the problem that Democrats have is they don't know who that Democrat would be right now. I don't think that people look at Kamala Harris and feel like she is ready to take that step forward. They look across the rest of the party, governors, senators, mayors, House members, and they're struggling to figure out who they could put up if it's not Joe Biden. And so I think the reality is Democrats are probably going to run Joe Biden.
This is probably going to lead to a lot.
They're struggling to find anybody better than Biden. What a joke. Oh my goodness. Maybe somebody that can actually walk up the steps without falling. Maybe somebody who hasn't made any deals behind closed doors to basically steal everyone's money and lie to us day in and day out and be exposed at so many levels. Well, let's see. Maybe even President Trump exposed him and his crimes.
Crooked Joe stood on the debate stage and said, I quote, I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. I mean, that's one of the greatest lies in history, right?
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life.
And he said no one in his family had ever taken or made any money from China. Well, he's better off if he puts it just China, because how about all the others? But China was a big payer to them. Now we have pictures of the checks deposited directly into his account. He just lies. Listen, the other day they were talking about truckers. He said he was a trucker.
And I was driving, going through Shiloh, Ohio. Swear to God, true story.
No, he said he was an airline pilot. Then they were talking about tractor operators.
I used to drive a tractor trailer.
Oh, awesome.
And so I know a little bit about driving big trucks.
But probably his biggest sin of all, to all of those that like sports and love golf and everything, he said he was a 6 handicap golfer.
I plan on being a PGA.
Now, I have to tell you, you don't know many of you about golf, but 6 handicap's a pretty good golfer. You know, they're percentage-wise not many. And I watched him take a swing. He's not a 6, he's not a 25, and he's not a 36. You know, 36 is the max. He doesn't qualify for any handicap. No, it's just a lie. Everything's a lie.
The border is closed. The border is secure.
All of the intelligence agencies agree unanimously that this was not a bioweapon. Everybody agrees with that. No matter what your prior thoughts were, everybody agrees with that.
Obviously, the biggest issue in the world right now is assistance for Ukraine.
We are stronger economically than we have been in history.
Have you had personal contact with anybody at the Baltimore field office on the Hunter Biden matter?
No. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not.
There was an attack carried out on January 6th, and a hitman sent them.
Did anyone from the federal government direct you to be here at the Peace Circle at this time? No. No one from the FBI? No. Oath keepers? No.
We've won with the most votes ever cast from presidential ticket in the history of the nation. I must admit, it surprised me.
Don't listen to journalists. Don't listen to the White House. Don't listen to the DOJ. Listen to Donald Trump.
Everything's a lie. The whole thing is a lie. The whole election was a lie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we get it played out all the time in Ultra MAGA Party. Man, they do a great job putting those together, don't they? Very, very good. And also, Scotty always putting these clips together for us, trying to line things up, letting us know that reminder. My next piece is called Nothing Can Stop What's Coming. Today, someone tried for J6, got 6 years. 6 years. 6 years put away for not being violent, but because there was an anticipation that they may have been violent. That's by definition, an alleged thought crime. Did they use Bill Barr's pre-crime memorandum from 2019? Howling equals light, recompense, the dispensation, the end times, outwitting tomorrow, the harvest, ascension, the great awakening. The end won't be for everyone. Each of us have free will. Many, many have already made their choice. When you worship money and harm those who love you, you will fail in all of your endeavors, says Chaos Coordinator. Also, it's because, so I'm going to go through right about here. How much of that cash comes back to Congress through laundered channels as campaign contributions? That would be the Biden admin. They gave Afghanistan $11 billion since its disastrous withdrawal decisions murdered 13 U.S. soldiers. Afghanistan has no formal banking system, so we fly in $10 million plus a week in cash. Biden hands it to the UN there. Nothing bad could happen with this, says Kash Patel. How much comes back to campaign contributions? And I think that's a great point, says Spook Blog, because We know that FTX sent it off to Zelensky. Zelensky sends it back to the campaign contributions in America. Oh, yeah. After the 6th January debacle, I'd say it's time to move Congress into the D.C. prison so they can experience what the jail protesters have endured. Why has Congress ignored the plight of these citizens? Yeah, why? What are they doing? Congress needs to act and shut the spigot off. The money stops. Here we go. Elon Musk is saying release the tapes, calling out the feds to boot. Elon Musk said FBI says it won't release January 6th surveillance video because it would show too many undercover government agents and informants. Huh. This is insane. How many were there? I mean, just approximately. How many? Well, let's see. I'm going to show you a little clip here found if we're on Twitter sphere. You guys remember this? I put all this together right after the J6 thing, proving that they put all of us into thinking that it was real, but most of us knew immediately something was very awkward going on. But here's a video taken at the Capitol January 6th. I have a question. Why would a nicely dressed man and woman be handing the so-called protesters baseball bats through the window from inside the Capitol? You see that? Handing the baseball bat off. Handing another baseball bat. Handing more wood. Let's see. What else are we going to hand them? Come here, come here. We've got some more for you. And they just keep giving them things through the window. We caught all of that and so much more. I'm going to show you more in a minute. So every single country on earth has a deep state and corruption within their governor. Every single mainstream media outlet in the world peddles custom-made propaganda and pushes narratives from intelligence agencies. It doesn't matter what your race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or economic status is. We are all disposable pawns in the eyes of the establishment. They lie to us, cheat us, steal from us, and manipulate us 24/7, 365. The sooner everyone figures us out, the better off we will all be. More and more, we're seeing this play out. Get your popcorn. Trump's scheduled to take stand in his own defense. Yeah. Said he and his children are being persecuted in a political witch hunt. He reminds us of that all the time. And here's another clip from him. Here we go.
When I get back into the Oval Office, we will totally obliterate the rest of the deep state. We're going to obliterate it.
Outstanding. Part of that deep state would be playing games with everyone by bringing this guy in and just, police officer, testifies before House Committee on January 6th insurrection. Just listen to what he calls these folks for January 6th.
There was plenty of booing. A woman called us stormtroopers. Another woman who was part of the mob of terrorists laying siege to the Capitol of the United States shouted traitors. I backtracked and started pulling the terrorists off my team from their backpacks and their collars. Terrorists were breaking apart the metal fencing and bike racks into individual pieces, presumably to use as weapons. Terrorists were scaling the scaffolding on both our sides, the tower that was in front of us, and attempting to breach the waist-high metal fencing that was the only barrier we had aside from ourselves. The sea of people was punctuated throughout by flags, mostly variations of American flags and Trump flags. There was Gadsden flags. It was clear the terrorists perceived themselves to be Christians. I saw the Christian flag directly to my front. Another read, Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. I saw the thin blue line flag, a symbol of support for law enforcement, more than once being carried by the terrorists as they ignored our commands and continued to assault us. The acrid sting of CS gas or tear gas and OC spray, which is mace, hung in the air as the terrorists threw our own CS gas canisters back at us. The terrorists alternated between attempting to break our defenses and shouting at or attempting to convert us. Men alleging to be veterans told us how they had fought for this country and were fighting for it again.
So who is he talking about? When he says terrorist, hopefully you're not thinking, oh, he's talking about us, we the people. He's talking about another group who you could probably label as terrorists that dressed up as Trump supporters, were trained in pulling this whole facade off to make it look like it's Trump supporters, because we know now, based off of all the evidence over and over again, especially right after J6, when I put out a couple of videos showing over and over again how they bust them in, They changed over into Trump clothes, got the Trump flags, all these other flags he's talking about, and proceeded to cause nothing but chaos, coordinated chaos and more at the Capitol. This guy is using all the talking points that he was given, and he's reading it with force to give everyone the impression that that's not awake. Those that believe every lie that's out there from the mainstream media, make sure that they can hold on to something and call Trump supporters terrorists and call Christians terrorists. You catching it? So remember, Elon Musk brought this up. Surveillance. FBI says it won't release J6 surveillance video because it would show too many undercover government agents and informants. Now, one of the shows that I really just does a very professional job. You can tell it takes him months and months to put this together with his editing. Woo's News. Everything wrong with the Capitol. Riots in 889 angles. And when he does this, see if I can extend this out so you can see it a little bit bigger. I wanted to play some of this for you. I've done it before. I put it in the description box below. And I've reached out to him, and it's just good work. And I just encourage you to go check out this whole video because he covers in detail what happened there. So I'm going to go to the 30th minute.
And notice Bull constantly looks in the direction
right about here. Let's see, where does it get real good?
Which becomes the Pennsylvania Walkway. In fact, he said Pennsylvania 19 times in his speech. Remember, we believe that Patrick is a real person who doesn't know that he's surrounded by a bunch of actors. Ash experiment, anyone? So as he enters, notice this massive group headed towards us, away from the Capitol, and in a hurry, where they'll break into pairs, find their placement marks, and faithfully stand, because they've been given instructions not to move from that spot until further notice, so that when our real folks show, they can fully envelop them. Is that Gilbert Godfrey? Now the Scriptures duo take their position and begin their bullhorn Bible-thumping rants. Get a good look at these background actors.
We are so honored that they hired us as crisis actors to come here to the Capitol, and we're going to blend in with everyone au natural. We are going to storm the building.
We're gonna take it.
Now let's cut to Angel, who's still on the east side, where they've set up a live screening of Trump's speech.
And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
Over yonder on the west side, everybody's just cruising around like this is Lollapalooza or something. Might as well be. Oh, just a little boop boop, and that'll get you fake arrested. No! The hell? You can't blame these guys. They've never fake arrested somebody before. Oh, there's the cross. Hope they sanded it down. Well, guess not. G.I. Kayfabe, chatting it up with the cop, sees the camera on him, and starts malfunctioning. Oh, dear. What happened there? Maybe the power of Christ compelled him. So as they cross-crowd surf, why do you think they've come up here? We're just going to spoil it for you. There are 4 reasons why we believe they've come up to the spot. Number 1, to have all of our newcomers fill in the space behind us. 2, so they can bring out all the barricades when they push everyone back. 3, so we can buy time with our photographers before all of our real Trump supporters show in 40 minutes. 4, and most importantly, to dress the set. Meaning, this backdrop is too pristine for our photographers, and we need to get it a little bloody dingy gringy for our cameras. So let's break it down now. Now, Bull has entered the scene, and notice Karn having a little conversation. And not safe for work warning? But while you're watching Karn, you gotta watch Bull too. Now watch what Karn does. He does this little thriller dance. And notice Bull constantly looks in the direction of Karn. So after Karn does his little thriller dance, Bull turns to the right and he nods. And he bends down and he just makes his way over to Karn. And he just stands there. And then he puts his arm around him. The story goes is that Karn is shot with a rubber bullet in the cheek, and it pisses Bull off. So let's see if it really happened. This is the impetus that Bull needs to get all riled up, because he's our stunt guy. Now let's take a look at this blood. Now the color of this blood looks completely different than this. And the spatter here doesn't really resemble a cheek wound. We got a bottle of peroxide in the back, and they're gonna get as much fake blood in this area as possible. And then they're gonna trample through it. And now you see what we mean by dressing the set. So now Karn just nonchalantly spits the blood capsule into his bottle. Now Melina enters. She just pours water onto the wound. Notice that Karn doesn't even look to see who's doing it. He just expects it. She's the source of all the spatter, dressing the set.
Don't put water, you got caught.
And she dumps some more water on the blood. And now he's squat, so Samsel and Pudge can treat him. So if you're wondering what that is, it's wound sealer. And when they do these types of drills, they would treat this like a real wound and take a good look at it. And this is what he's going to look like later. So now he's going to try to take it out.
No, leave it in there. Just leave it in there. Leave the ball in there.
Now listen to what Melina says.
He needs a medic. I am a medic.
He needs a medic. I am the medic. She forgot she was the medic.
He needs a medic. I am a medic.
Notice the radio, and unlike Biggs, not for optics. Makes you wonder why they would have wound sealer and peroxide on them. Now this footage was taken by Data, and unfortunately, this is all we have to piece together. And all of the footage that people have, there's cuts in it, with the exception of Jaden. Just checking in, does this look real? Does that look real? Getting all the pictures. This fake cop, we'll call him Trapper. Notice his nameplate is missing, as he exaggerates a dramatic, muffled monologue. You can see Melina holds up a can of Wound Sept Plus, because she's gonna disinfect him. No, she doesn't. She doesn't take him anywhere. And you can see Karn tilt his blood bottle, and Chief just watches along. They're just buying time. And remember, Karn has a big photo shoot later, while Nick Quested gobbles it up with 2 cameras. So this cop's gonna bend down to check on Karn, just keep spitting in that bottle, because we're gonna use that later. And now the cop attempts to escort him, but he's intercepted by Samsel. I'm with them. Okay, this isn't a league of their own. Let's get ready to kayfabe! Samsel, less fake anger and background. Oh, I can't believe it, JR. Oh, I love Bull. He's the best one here, because he's a method actor. And fake cop Trapper pretending to do something. So now we're going to do a round of slap and tickle. This is how this works. They play fight for a little, get all the shots, and then take a break. Okay, we see Karn there, and they're just stepping all up in the blood, creating transfer patterns. Ooh, somebody brought the silly string, and now we're gonna see why we call him Bull. See how he comes into the scene, anticipating the impact, with his back arched, as he charges into them. Now it gets even better. But let's just pause it right there.
How about that? That's just a few minutes to keep you entertained and how he catches this. Folks, this goes on for an hour and 18 minutes that he put together. And I'm telling you, it's brilliant. How he uncovers and uses different social media video clips from different angles and continues to show you over and over again these idiots that played actors that pretended to be Trump supporters to cause chaos, and they had their little professional video guys and photography guys to then give it out to the world to make it look like it was real. You catching it? Definitely check this out. It is really good. Let's see. So will we get the J6 tapes given out to the public, even though we've got all kinds of videos out there that help us? Let's see. Byron Donalds.
As I understand it, I do believe the J6 tapes are going to be released. I had a brief conversation with the speaker. When it comes to members wanting to see that footage being released, there are a large number of members who want it out there. But to the two-tier system of justice in our country right now, we all know that it is unfair, the persecution of Donald Trump. But this is why we have to make sure that the rule of law continues and that the Democrats have to be held accountable for their malfeasance, what they're doing in these courtrooms all around the country. But we have to also make sure that we're protecting our Constitution and protecting the rule of law in America. You can't just go down this road of saying, well, they did it, so now we're going to do it too, especially when the volume of evidence against Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, and Joe Biden is so big, so voluminous. When you actually lay out this case, the American people will see it for exactly what it is. And then they'll be able to compare and see how radical the Democrats have come.
How radical they've become. So then a former Capitol Police chief testifies Pelosi lied about her communication with him and made him the scapegoat for J6.
Second set here. In a press conference on January 7th, Speaker Pelosi called for your resignation on national television.
I am calling for the resignation of the chief of the Capitol Police, Mr. Sund, and I have received notice from Mr. Irving that he will be submitting his resignation.
Speaker Pelosi also stated that she had not talked to you since the initial breach of the Capitol. But according to your transcribed interview, you were on the phone with Speaker Pelosi a few times.
Well, let me just say this. Many of our Capitol Police just acted so bravely and so with such concern for the staff, for the members, for the Capitol of the United States. many of the men, and they deserve our gratitude. But there was a failure of leadership at the top of the Capitol Police, and I think Mr. Sund, he hasn't even called us since this happened. So I had made aware that I would be saying that we're calling for his resignation.
Can you explain that discrepancy? Yeah, that is correct. I spoke to Speaker Pelosi 3 times that evening, and she went on national TV and said I'd never spoken to her, but I spoke to her 3 times. The three times were the first time when I went over to brief Vice President Pence at the secure location. I'd called House Sergeant Arms Irving, told him I was going over to brief the Vice President. I was also going over to do a personal assessment of the Capitol. At that point, things were getting under control. Went over there, briefed him on when we can get them back into chambers with Mr. Irving being fully aware. He said he wanted to get Speaker Pelosi on the phone. He made a phone call from his cell phone at approximately 5:34, where I first briefed Speaker Pelosi.
So we know that Son was on an interview with Tucker Carlson. It's out there on Twitter for you to watch it again, even though Fox didn't air it. So they made sure to get that out there. Also, while all of this J6 stuff is going on, you notice the White House gates were scaled by pro-Palestinian activists after they rushed Secret Service and vandalized the gates. Are they going to go after them? Are they going to have hearings? Are they going to call them terrorists? So the conflict in the Middle East has driven the left-wingers to form a mob outside the White House, and they're chanting something about Joe Biden, FJB. I'm not sure how we got on this timeline, but I'll take it. Now, what's interesting is while that's playing out, this guy's showing you that they bust these people in.
Inside the FBI headquarters, which is near the pro-Palestinian march. If y'all want to see something really interesting, what you're about to see behind me is a lot of the buses that bus people into town for the march are literally parked outside the FBI headquarters. Talk about eerie. I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely something very interesting. And hopefully the Biden administration gets asked this question, why a bunch of pro-Palestinian marching buses were allowed to park outside the FBI today.
Yeah. Why? Why were they allowed to park there in front of the FBI? Just makes you wonder how they play all this out. Oh, and then Tlaib accuses Biden supporting genocide in Gaza.
I will tell you, this is the first time, Jen, that I have felt like the 2024 election is in great trouble for the president and for our democratic control, which is essential to moving forward.
First time you felt it. Why? Because you guys won't be able to steal it this time. You won't be able to rig the machines. You won't be able to drop in the drop boxes all of the fake ballots. It has nothing to do with Biden. I think it has to do with you guys realizing, oh, shoot, we're in trouble now. Oh, what other kind of trouble might be out there? Well, what's interesting is the USDebtClock.org keeps posting new banners all the time, but one of these just came out. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Again, Noah warned the people, but they didn't listen. Prepare for the coming storm. It's upon us. It's upon us. It's going to come across so quickly, and they're not going to be ready for it. The days of Noah were some pretty sick times. Yeah. Boy, isn't that something how they just keep posting stuff over and over again? Also, John Solomon's letting us know election fraud cases broke out in 3 Democrat states, new voting ordered in just 1. I wonder what else is coming. I wonder what else they're going to play in front of us. I mean, we've got this debt clock, we've got the elections and more, and we've been showing this with our interview recently with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Absolutely brilliant. I'm telling you, folks, if you want to protect your money resources, it's really smart to bring your IRAs and more over to precious metals. And he keeps us updated all the time, and I'm just constantly overwhelmed with the information he provides. And we talked about these U.S. debt clock and some other things that were posted there, and here's his response. Wealth, 1948 to 1971, 91%. And then productivity, 245%, but compensations plus 115%. What does that show you to the public when folks see these things?
Well, that shows the discrepancy between, real productivity and real spending versus stimulus money, right? So, you've got a massive decline in actual real terms. So what do I mean by that? So they stopped measuring MZM. MZM is the money supply that's used for foreign aid, for all the stimulus money. They stopped measuring that because they don't want anybody to know how much money they're printing, because that's really the true inflation.
Right.
M2 money supply is checking accounts, savings accounts, and money markets. It's liquid money that people have in the banks. So when you have that compensation line that's low, where, you know, the red line and the green line is high, what does that mean? It means that people don't have enough money to live on. They're going to be a net withdrawal of funds out of bank accounts. Right?
So it's really interesting. You guys check it out. November 5th, we had that interview. You can go to amweknow.com/gold, click on that and reach out to them, and he will help you through this mess that we're going through with our nation. Part of that mess is we spent $7 trillion on this war, says General Flynn. That is a capital T for trillion in Iraq over more than 20 years. The USEMB in Baghdad is the largest and most modern of all U.S. embassies in the world. What happens? Iraq calls to close the U.S. embassy and expel all Americans from military bases. Oh, yeah. He tells Barack Obama, are you proud of your third term there? It is destroying America, but maybe that's your point, right? And that's what he's telling Barack Obama on Twitter directly to him. Yeah. If we don't put America as our very first priority, then when it comes to all decisions being made right now, we face very serious consequences. Secretary of State Blinken should resign and POTUS Biden should immediately be impeached. But the GOP is too pathetic and part of the problem. If you look to your right, Anthony Blinken made a surprise visit to Iraq wearing a bulletproof vest. Sadr movement followers responded to a call from Muqtada al-Sadr and protested in Baghdad's Tahrir Square, and there he is. As if he thinks something bad's going to happen to him. Oh, yeah. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Also a disgrace would be the charges of child sex and more. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter reminds us that we were told that pedophiles in our government was a conspiracy theory, yet there we have it again. They arrested former North Dakota State Senator Ray Holmberg on Monday after being accused of traveling out of the country to the Czech Republic to sleep with underage children from the years 2011 to 2016.
In North Dakota, Holmberg appeared Monday afternoon in federal court in Fargo. He was arrested by U.S. Marshals in Grand Forks. A federal grand jury charged Holmberg with 2 counts. The indictment claims Holmberg traveled multiple times to Czech Republic for the purpose of engaging in sex with a minor, and that he knowingly received child pornography. An investigation showed Holmberg had traded multiple text messages with another man who was jailed on child pornography charges. Nicholas Morgan DeRozier is the man Holmberg was accused of communicating with while DeRozier was in jail. He pleaded guilty to 7 counts of possession and distribution of child pornography in September. Besides the jail text, there are a number of connections between DeRozier and Holmberg. The charges, filed October 26th and unsealed Monday, come 2 years after police and federal agents raided the 79-year-old's home in Grand Forks.
Unsealed after 2 years. Wonder how many more sealed indictments are going to get opened here. What makes this worse is that he was writing budgets for the Senate Appropriations Committee. So you have yet another compromised individual handling the people's money. Are you seeing why Jeffrey Epstein was so effective? The conspiracy theorists are continually proven right about just how corrupt our government truly has been. Anons were right about everything. Everything, including bringing folks into other countries and causing division and more. We are all being played divide and conquer. If they keep us fighting with each other, we will never fight the true enemy, the establishment. Skin color, nationality, sexual identity, religion, language, profession, class, social customs, political identity, and more. An interesting day in D.C. Thousands and thousands showed up for Palestinian movement there. Showed you some of that where they go after the White House and they're yelling at Biden. You got protests in London for Israel. Zero arrests, 0 public disorders, 0 firecrackers shot at the police. Police attack, 0. 0 calls for genocide, 0 racial slurs, 0 hateful signs. The police reported the protesters thanked them for their service. And they're reading off names of all of the people who were abducted into Gaza. And then you go into the Gaza side and you see videos like this. This lady screams, I have 4 sons. My husband is unemployed. The whole city is unemployed. I'm not only speaking on behalf of all Gazans. I'm speaking on not on my family, on my behalf, but on all Gazans. And then she says, our kids lost 12 years of their lives for what? The son of a Hamas leader who is only 20 years old, has a car, a Jeep, a home, and he's married. He has everything he wants, and our children have literally nothing. I want to send my message to everyone, she screams, to all the world, not just Ismaili or Yair, not just Ismaili Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, or Abu Mazen. Come here. Come and see how Gaza is dying. Come and see how the youth just want to leave. Everyone just wants to get out. You see that? The problem's just immense on all sides. And then you head into Germany, Berlin, and you have an interview with some folks there who are immigrants that came in, and they love Islam and the Islam State. Look how these young ones have been brainwashed in what they say. He says, what happens to homosexuals? They, according to I think they are being thrown off a mountain. So in the Islam State, it was skyscrapers they were thrown off of. So death sentence is definitely right. Yeah, I definitely want the Sharia here. And if you say anything else, then don't say you are that you are a part of Islam. Are you and can you reform Islam? Are you allowed to change it and say we will adapt it to the modern? Or does Islam stay the same as it was? It always stays the same, he says. It always stays the same. But what if I had to add it to that so you don't understand me? You don't understand me the wrong way. The terrorist attacks, etc., that I'm allowed to kill non-believers here, that doesn't exist. You will then invite the German society to join Islam to accept Sharia. What if the Germans resist against that? If they don't want that, then we will attack, definitely, yes. Then you will attack, and then you will use, violence, he asks. If you don't listen, then yes. That's a legitimate jihad, right? Sure, yeah, he says. And there is nothing in the Quran that irritated you. It's all okay for you? Definitely. It was spoken by Allah, he says. Cutting off the hands of a thief, yes, that's okay. But you wouldn't feel bad? For example, you grew up with a German and then you are in the majority and he says, no, I don't want to submit. You wouldn't feel bad for killing him? Wouldn't feel bad for killing him either. I mean, he can live there with the jizya, etc., as deemly as he can live. And so anyway, they go back and forth and they talk about all of these things, and they're just exposing them, saying, hey, you're here in Germany, but you're trying to bring Sharia law into this country instead of assimilating. Those are the things that are playing out in front of us all the time. Is there a military operation? According to Q, the Storm Rider official page, Alliance military operations send open warning to UN, Davos, Soros, DNC, NGOs, Clinton's, Carnegie Endowment, CIA, Rockefeller's operations. Trump's statement, November 2023, quote, for any radical left charity, nonprofit, or so-called aid organization supporting these caravans and illegal aliens, we will prosecute them for their participation in human trafficking, child smuggling, and every other crime we can find. You see, not only are they coming across the borders, they're trafficking, folks. We keep hearing about it over and over again. We've proven it. Trump military ops is sending a clear warning. What's going to happen in these statements are connected to executive orders. Executive order on combating human trafficking by the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the Trafficking Victims Protection Act 22 USC 7101. Human trafficking is a form of modern slavery. Throughout the United States and around the world, human trafficking tears apart communities, fuels criminal activity, and threatens the national security of the United States. It is estimated that millions of individuals are trafficked around the world each year, including into and within the United States. As the United States continue to lead the global fight against human trafficking, we must remain relentless in resolving to eradicate in our cities, suburbs, rural communities, tribal lands, and on our transportation networks. So, Q the Storm Rider says, I've been telling you for a long time the executive order signed by President Trump is connected to military operations that is designed to take down the deep state and the massive human trafficking networks that connect to the UN, NGOs, Soros, Clintons, etc. You are beginning to see the true operations to take down the UN, etc., deep state cabal take shape. Folks, we just showed you one. We just showed you one earlier. It was important for the White Hats to let the UN, Deep State Carnegie Endowment, CIA initiate their plans to bring in immigrants from around the world and traffic humans through the southern border, giving them money and funding the deep state human trafficking operations. Everything's being documented by White Hat's military alliance. Behind the scenes, the military operations has been tracking the UN, World Banks, Davos Group, Clinton, CIA Obama, Carnegie endorsement, etc. for over 16 years with story advanced digital military grade spyware, including using Deep State Prism Collective, all internet data, McAfee software, the classified Kraken collector, blockchain since 2012. As the world storm operations come into the final year, Trump is letting you through military comms. The arrest wars are coming and imminent. Behind the scenes, tens of thousands of immigrants and military units from Iran, China, South America have already been debriefed, and their testimonies have already been taken by the federal agents, White Hat's military operational agents, U.S. intelligence investigations. Their bank cards, RFID passports, phones already have been entered into federal military operations database with their testimonies and records that connect them to deep state operations and funding, UN, etc. Especially the past 2 years, the colossal military White Hats operation have established a clear human trafficking, child sex trafficking trade, and intentional smuggling of Iran, Chinese, South American soldiers into the U.S. The terabytes of McAfee database collection on the deep state and Epstein servers seized by the military all connects to a massive web of human trafficking into the trillions of worldwide corruption connected to world governments, presidents, prime ministers, elites, corporation groups, deep state military, CIA, Carnegie endorsement. Trump plus the military is giving you comms, letting you know whoever was involved in opening the southern border, financing the operations is connected to world human trafficking. Trump and the military is painting a picture for the world. 11.3. While all this is happening, we're getting our comms. Connecticut, remember, Democrat judge overturns Bridgeport mayoral primary results, orders a new election. Remember, we have the video, 5:42 a.m. that was played, where they were stuffing the ballot boxes and they were caught. Folks, we have to fight. Demand public disclosure. Be loud, be heard. This is just the beginning. It's going to be glorious. Truth to power. Demand public disclosure. Be heard. Do something locally. Do something in your sphere of operations, social media more. Wake these folks up, especially to what's been happening with the jab. We're watching actors die suddenly left and right. Reminder that actors were given a streak vaccine mandate. All of them were unable to show up on set without being fully vaxxed. Get ready to see more of this, of Tyler Christopher dead at 50, ex-husband of Eva Longoria, an actor who appeared on General Hospital in Days of Our Lives, passes away following a cardiac event in his San Diego apartment. Just 50. I've showed you this over and over again. Below is not a history lesson, says General Flynn. This short missive is a lesson in reality. The reality now smacking us across our heads like a 2x4. In 1838, at the age of 28, Abraham Lincoln gave an address to a group of young men gathered in Springfield, Illinois. His speech was titled The Perpetuation of Our Political Institutions. The specific topic of Lincoln's speech was citizenship in a constitutional republic and threats to U.S. institutions. In the speech, Lincoln discussed in glowing terms the political regime established by the founding fathers, but warned of a destructive force from within. He said, Shall we expect some Atlantic military giant to step the ocean and crush us at a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa combined, with all the treasure of the earth in their military chest, with a Bonaparte for a commander, could not by force take a drink from the Ohio or make a track on the Blue Ridge in a trial of 1,000 years. Lincoln then asked the audience, at what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? Lincoln answered, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of freemen, we must live through all time or die by suicide. General Flynn said if Lincoln could see this at the ripe old age of 28, nearly 185 years ago, why can't a large chunk of American citizens not see this? Our nation's destruction is not due to overseas threats. It's principally due to our own complacency as citizens. For our constitutional republic to prevail, for our institutions to not collapse from within, citizens must get involved. I implore those that read this to discuss with your families, your churches, your clubs, your communities, your elected officials, anyone willing to listen, that the time is now to recognize what President Lincoln stated 22 years before he became the President of the United States, that our demise will not be from without, but from within. In his well-known and eloquent oratory style, Lincoln was reminding those attending his speech that local action as citizens mattered then as it matters now. The time is to stand up now. Step up and speak up. And so as we play all of this through over and over again, many of us have seen and heard of those that are serving on the front lines for us even today. And I was encouraged and thought that it was important after I saw some posts, especially for our veterans. We've had the Navy birthday ball. We have the Marine Corps birthday coming up and more. Why not read this from merch? I'm not easily moved to emotions, but give this a read. It's long, just a few minutes. Bravo, Ann Margaret. Richard, my husband, never really talked a lot about his time in Vietnam other than he had been shot by a sniper. However, he had a rather grainy 8x10 black and white photo he had taken at a USO show of Ann Margaret with Bob Hope in the background. That was one of his treasures. A few years ago, Ann Margaret was doing a book signing at a local bookstore. Richard wanted to see if he could get her to sign the treasured photo, so he arrived at the bookstore at 12 o'clock for the 7:30 signing. When I got there after work, the line went all the way around the bookstore, circled the parking lot, and disappeared behind a parking garage. Before her appearance, bookstore employees announced that she would sign only her book and no memorabilia would be permitted. Richard was disappointed, but wanted to show her the photo and let her know how much those shows meant to lonely GIs so far from home. Ann Margaret came out looking as beautiful as ever. And as a second in line, it was soon Richard's turn. He presented the book for her signature and then took out the photo. When he did, there were many shouts from the employees that she would not sign it. Richard said, I understand, just wanted to see her to see it. She took one look at the photo, tears welled up in her eyes, and she said, this one of my gentlemen from Vietnam, and I most certainly will sign this photo. I know what these men did for their country, and I always have time for my gentlemen. With that, she pulled Richard across the table, planted a big kiss on him. She then made quite a to-do about the bravery of the young men she met over the years, how much she admired them, how much she appreciated them. There weren't too many dry eyes among those close enough to hear. She then posed for pictures and acted as if he were the only one there. That night was a turning point for him. He walked a little straighter and for the first time in years was proud to have been a vet. I'll never forget Ann Margaret for her graciousness and how much that small act of kindness meant to my husband. Later at dinner, Richard was quiet. When I asked if he'd like to talk about it, my big, strong husband broke down in tears. Quote, that's the first time anyone ever thanked me for my time in the Army, he said. I now make it a point to say thank you to every person I come across who served in our armed forces. Freedom does not come cheap, and I am grateful for all those who have served their country. If you'd like to pass this story, feel free to do so. Perhaps it will help others to become aware of how important it is to acknowledge the contribution of our service people and what they make. This is absolutely amazing. It made me think of a song that I heard recently when I went to visit the Isaacs. Jimmy Yeary is married to Sonia Isaacs. And he wrote a song. And it absolutely will drive you, if not to tears, to just remember everything that we've been going through. And he explains why he wrote this song, Jimmy Yeary. And it reminds me, you guys know that the Isaacs are going to be joining us and singing. And every time that we have a gathering on the Holland American line, when we're together August 11th through 18th, you can sign up for that at C with LT. And we can listen to them sing. I'm not sure if Jimmy's going to be there or not, but I know the Isaacs will be there. And their love for the Lord, their love for just people is absolutely brilliant. When I heard this song, it just really grabbed me and made me realize more people need to hear this. More folks need to know about the sacrifices that have been made for our country. And he wrote this song, I Drive Your Truck. And we're going to close with this today.
It's going to make me cry, this song.
Oh, you know, we write songs.
You know, I'm going to have to pull that down because you know that it's just going to get me into trouble. And we can't have that. You're not going to get booted for a song. So, yeah, let's see if we. Yeah, I don't want to get us. I don't want to get us in trouble. Not right yet. Let's see. Let's fast forward this to the end of the song, and
Thank y'all so much.
okay. All right, there we go. Closing prayer.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the reminder of how much you care about us, how much you want us to know, everything that you've set up, all that you've directed to get us to the point where we're at today. To remind us not to be upset or angry towards each other, but to love each other while the enemy's trying to divide us. To reach out to our veterans and tell them thank you. To reach out those who've lost loved ones and let them know we're praying for them. For those that are going through monetary hardships, we lift them up to you. Those with sickness, for healing. We know you're the great physician. For those that are struggling with depression, may you touch their hearts even now. May they sense comfort and rest and know that it's from you. May they cry out to you for forgiveness and for mercy on their lives. And especially thanking you for your Son. Thank you for how you continue to protect us through these strange times. Protect our minds, realizing the psyop that's been played on us through the enemy and his media and his music and his Hollywood and all these other things that he owns. You have put a force field around our hearts, our minds, and our families, and we thank you for that. In our small part of this time frame and this time that we are on earth, we have the ability to cry out to you. Please continue to protect all of those on the front lines, those that are working without knowing their names. May they be blessed millions of times over. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen. Folks, I hope you have a blessed day. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button if you would, and the like button. We are definitely going through a lot, seeing so many things play out. We don't have all the answers, but we do know. Boy, it feels good. It's really good. Don't you agree? Whew. So thank you once again for your prayers and your support. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi, with them we know. Signing out.
All right. That was LT and we know. Lots of good info in there. Lots of good info. Yeah, I've been outside chopping wood and cutting wood because the little stove that we got here is only 14 inches, and most of these logs are like 18 to 20 inches long. So I have to split the log and then cut the log in order to get it to fit into the wood stove. That's what I've been doing for this last hour, but I had headphones on and I was listening. So if it would have stopped, I would have known it. Absolutely. I see that people are popping in here, and Ingersoll Lockwood site is, let's see, Ingersoll Lockwood. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Checking to see if the site is secure. Of course it's secure, or else I wouldn't be there. Okay. All right. Let's see. It's loading, so give it a second, and then you guys can tell me where to go from there. What am I clicking on in order to pull this up? Wow, it's taking a long time for it to load, huh? I want to know about this little rabbit down here. That's what I want to know about. There it goes. Now it's loaded. Okay. All right. What am I looking for here? Because Dave's the one who goes to the Ingersoll site. I don't. Where are my comments? There. Okay. Okay, so okay, is there something in particular that I need to click on here in order to get to it? Click the rabbit. Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. Okay, click the rabbit. Okay. What Jesus did. Not a word. Mark 15, 3-5. During Jesus' trial, the leading priests kept accusing him of many crimes, and Pilate asked him, "Aren't you going to answer them? What about all these charges they are bringing against you?" But Jesus said nothing, much to Pilate's surprise. Yeah. Okay. At the period okay. I'll go to that one after. Today's prayer. Dear Father, as we are in the season of giving thanks and approach the time for remembering your son's birth in a special way, it is hard to be reminded of the outcome of that birth. I am ashamed that we humans killed your son when he came. I am horrified that he was treated so barbarically. I am angered that justice was so perverted. I am enraged that political preservation was more important to those in charge than the life of your son. However, dear Father, I am eternally grateful that you love me and love all of us. so much that you had your son endure what he endured. And Lord Jesus, not only do I pray this in your name, but I thank you with all my heart for what you did for me. Amen. Nice. Nice. Okay. So I learned a little bit more about, and that took us to Heartlight. Heartlight, Shining for 25 Years Devotionals. You know what? I'm going to bookmark this site and come back to it at another time. Okay, now let's see. What is the next? Okay, it's the period at the end of basis. Okay, give me a second, because in order to see a period, I definitely got to make sure my glasses are on. Okay, period. Oh, all right. Yep, it's a red one, right? Let's click that and see what happens. Okay, so we click that, brings us to the Federal Register, the daily journal of the United States government, imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a United States election. And it covers Executive Order 13848 of September 12th, 2018. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the International Emergency Economy Powers Act, 50 U.S.C. 1701, established, or etc. The National Emergencies Act, and so on and so forth. I, Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States of America, find that the ability of the persons located in the whole or in substantial part outside the United States to interfere or undermine public confidence in United States elections, including through the unauthorized accessing of certain or of accessing of election and campaign infrastructure, or the covert distribution of propaganda and disinformation, constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Although there has been no evidence of a foreign power altering the outcome or vote tabulation in any United States election, foreign powers have historically sought to exploit America's free and open political system. In recent years, the proliferation of digital devices and in internet-based communications has created significant vulnerabilities and magnified the scope and intensity of the threat of foreign interference, as illustrated in the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. I hereby declare a national emergency to deal with this threat. So, and it goes on and on and on. So this is a long document, which I believe I can. Is there a way to download this? Print this document, enhance document tools, view printed version, PDF. There we go. So that should allow me to download this onto my computer, which everybody should do, so that you can show people exactly what this executive order is about. You know, because like I said, the idea is to arm you with information in which to approach other people or be able to have conversations with people and get them and get this information to people that you know. And it's it's kind of important that we're capable of doing such a thing. Okay, so where did that go? Oh, it disappeared after that, huh? Okay, so let's go back to that one more time. Ingersoll Lockwood, Inc., Building a Brighter Future. Let that load. And then it says, don't forget the dashes either between the words. Okay, so basically, and this was something that Dave was showing us, is that all of these things have significant amount of little things. So like 3 L's. What's 3 L's? Let's click the 3 L's. Why did Jesus not defend himself before Pilate?
Catholic Answers. To explain and defend the faith, visit us online at Catholic.com. Why did Jesus not defend himself before Pilate? Question. Why did Jesus not defend himself before Pontius Pilate? When are we to do the same? Answer. While a Christian should never seek death, not defending oneself in order to achieve a greater good is permitted. Some examples would be: a hostage can agree to stay behind while others are freed. A soldier can jump on a grenade to protect others. Occupying a gunman as long as possible so others can escape, knowing full well he will kill you once he realizes everyone has escaped. Allowing yourself to be taken prisoner/hostage so others can escape. Jesus before Pilate had a purpose beyond its immediacy. Jesus was willing to be defenseless for the greater good of the salvation of humanity. These situations are distinct from depression or apathy. It must truly be a free choice for a greater good and not mere indifference towards one's life.
Wow. While a Christian should never seek death, not defending himself in order to achieve a greater good is permitted. Some examples would be: a hostage can agree to stay behind while others are freed. A soldier can jump on a grenade to protect others. Occupying a gunman as long as possible so others can escape, knowing full well he will kill you once he realizes everybody has escaped. Allowing yourself to be taken prisoner or hostage so others can escape. Well, that's basically what Jesus did, right? He preoccupied yeah. Okay, so now there, you said that there was one after Space Force. There is also the comma after America under this, or comma after under America. Okay, I see that. Let's open that link. Comes up with Museum Wyatt Archaeological Research. Why would it come up with this? That's weird. Ark of the Covenant? Huh. Noah's Ark. Okay, I'm not sure what that one does, or why that brought me here, but we'll come back and look at that later. Yeah, so any place that there's a red mark, well, there's a red dot here at the end of Pride. See what this one does. Gold coins. Takes you to the U.S. Mint. Interesting. So, yeah, so it takes you to some interesting things. Look at the scrolling at the top of the page. I'm not seeing any scrolling at the top of the page. Scrolling at the top of what page? There's not one. There's nothing scrolling there. And let's go to the top of the page here. And the Ark of the Covenant special article. Radar locates an entrance. Dangerous underground excavations. Explore underground chamber reveals temple treasures. Chromosome count blood sample. So Ingersoll Lockwood is a nice little project, basically for everybody. So, yeah, but let's not get buried in this today. I will come back to check that stuff out. Let's get into this.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Michael Jaco, former CIA and Navy SEAL, and today we are going to be discussing the race to awaken humanity before we're enslaved forever. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my newsreels. Michael, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
Doing great, Nicholas. Thanks for having me on again. It's, just trying to keep up on what's going on in the world, like we're talking about in the title. It's really a race to awaken humanity, so that we're not permanently enslaved. If we go back in time, we look at the Kali Yugas, the Hindus, basically 6,000 years BC. They're writing about these times in humanity's consciousness where there's golden ages, Bronze Ages, Tin Ages, Dark Ages, ages of light, so forth. It seems to be, and the Greeks had the same, philosophy as well, golden ages and dark ages and so forth. And we look at, the Renaissance being the awakening from a dark age to a new Renaissance of consciousness. So it's a constant process. And I think that we move through a galactic areas where we have more magnetism and electricity and so forth. Now, the human body itself, every cell has 1.4 volts of electricity, each cell. So we have, 50 trillion cells. So that's like, 50 lightning bolts that we have within our body. So we are very energetic beings as it is, but keeping that energy and suppress and controlling that energy seems to be what the people that are dark try to harness that and use us, like we're talking about, as slaves. So getting to the point where we have this consciousness shift, like a Jesus or a Buddha or so forth, both of them were at the tail end of an age, and then we went into a darker period. So we're coming out of that darker period into a period where there is light, where there is more energy, where there is more a golden age, if you will. So that's where we're at. We're right on the cusp of that. Now, what day that starts, what time that starts, that's up to anybody's guess. But I think that that's being suppressed right now. They're trying to drive us into another world war. We've had several of these already. We had World War I, World War II. Those were very close to, I believe, awakenings of humanity's consciousness, and it was suppressed. This time, I don't think they're going to be successful, but possibly they will be. So that's what we need to be aware of. I think, Trump basically stepping back and letting more people awaken to, the dark controllers and what they're trying to do. Everybody, all the leadership throughout the world pretty much was against Trump. So when he took a step back, that's probably a good thing, because they probably would have come out with a war right then if he hadn't. So they were talking about it, and if he didn't win, he would probably try and stay there anyway. They were saying that months and months before the election. So they're trying to lay the scene, trying to lay the stage, and trying to force humanity's consciousness into a dark realm. So I think a lot of people are waking up to that. From the vaccination program and all these other things, we're starting to awaken, from these manipulations, and it's really, really, I think, is what's setting the stage for this beautiful golden age coming up.
It's becoming a very common when I speak to people. They say to me, they like Trump. They're waking up to the vaccines. They're waking up to how corrupt the media is, the taxes we have to pay. They're waking up to a lot of things, and everyone's becoming political now. They're taking interest. What would you say people were like back in the 70s? Would you say they were awake as they are today? Did they have that kind of interest back then?
No, definitely not. So I grew up in the 60s and 70s. That was definitely not something that was normal. Just giving an example, when I came out with my book in the 2000, I think it was about 2010 is when I came out with The Intuitive Warrior. I thought, all right, so if I can figure it out, everybody's going to get this and everybody's going to love this information. But it's been a slow go. 13 years later, I never thought it would be, I'm still trying to get people to become intuitive. It seemed like it was like we're on the cusp of something, but it's the suppression is so severe and so extreme, that even though there's a lot of people that are coming, I mean, look at Jesus. I mean, when he came out, he was suppressed, obviously, crucified and so forth. It's taken a long time for people to get to the point where they realize what he was trying to come out with. I don't think we have to wait that long, for people that are really trying to bring consciousness along. Trump, I think, is one of those people that are, slowly, methodically, very strategically helping people to wake up. So we're saying today he went to a New York court where it's kangaroo court. I mean, everybody can see that at this point. They're trying to get him for, like, inflating the prices of his real estate so he can get better bank deals. So I don't think the banks have a problem with that. The banks made a lot of money, and they're not trying to take him to court. It's the people that are trying to suppress his capability of awakening people. So here in the United States, there's more people that are on the side of Trump than at any time ever. So that's going to continue to grow. At some point, I believe, in the very near future, he steps back in to prevent us from going into this World War III.
And how do you think that's going to happen? Do you think he's going to overturn the election? Do you think there won't be an election? What do you think?
Yeah, there's no way we can get to the election, because we won't have another election as long as these criminals are running the show. So we're seeing today, I think it was today, that Zelensky is requesting that Trump come and stop the war in 24 hours, because Trump has said that he would stop the war if he were president, of course, because he would have that backing, that power to help make that come about. But it seems like either Zelensky's taunting him, or he's not getting the support that he was getting before in the past. So he's desperate, and he's like, well, maybe Trump can come over here and stop this in 24 hours. So we're starting to see that. Is he now seeing that President Trump really is the commander in chief? Because I believe, at some point, the world is going to have to face that fact, that Trump, although he stepped back from, a machine that was coming in to take over this country, and has been taking over this country for a long time. It's corporate type of, dark state that most of us in the world are under right now. I think he took a step back, but he still has the power, and has maintained that power to at any time come in and stop things from getting out of control.
Back in the day, they never used to think about, manifestation and the laws of the universe, with being positive, and like we are today. We've had The Secret come out quite a while ago, maybe longer than a decade ago. You got The Magic, these books that teach about manifestation and how to channel your thoughts and have love. And these are the principles that we learn in the Bible and in other religions. They just divide us, but they all teach the same principles. What was that like back in the 70s?
There was a lot of that coming out, like you're talking about. But when I look back on it today, I see that some of it is misdirection. Some of it is giving some truths, but basically manipulation as well in the narrative. And a lot of that's been exposed over time. That's why a lot of that stuff is not, no. If it was so monumentally, awakening consciousness at this point, those types of ideas would be monumentally accepted across the board. But no, we've seen there's been some types of manipulation through that, and same thing with religions. Most of the religions, try and teach people how to awaken to, their connection to God's source, but there's manipulation through all those. We're seeing a lot of people are being exposed, especially here in America, that are in religious circles, are involved in pedophilia, are involved in all kinds of evil activities. We've seen the same thing with the Catholic Church. A lot of the cardinals and so forth have been exposed as child trafficking and all just horrific things. So I think that we're starting to pull away from those control systems that keep us locked into lower consciousness states. And that's part of, the Enlightenment. So you look at a Jesus or a Buddha, both of them went through, they were, Jesus, I think at the point where he was crucified was 33. And then you look at Buddha, he was in his 80s. So it took both those men, a period of time to go through, spiritual enlightenment processes and so forth to get there, but they did it in a lifetime. That's rare today. You don't see very many people, if anyone, at this point reaching the enlightenment. But that is a possibility that any one of us can reach enlightenment. It doesn't matter whether it's a dark age or a golden age or whatever the age is. Anyone can reach those levels of enlightenment. But as the pressure from these dark ones that are trying to control us they lose their power, which a lot of people, like we're talking about, are waking up to their control systems. That allows us to push that off and then start to make progress in the area of enlightenment and reaching these levels of consciousness that I think will throw them off of us forever. So that is where we're moving. It's these golden ages last thousands of years. It is a process of moving into them. I think that most of us will start to experience these golden age. I feel like I've already experienced some of this already, but I feel that there's a lot more, that many of us are going to experience going forward.
Interesting. So, what kind of things do you think we'd be experiencing when we're moving into the golden age?
Yeah, a lot of us are starting to experience it already, as far as like the intuitive abilities, the knowing of things, communication with each other over long distances. That's real super basic stuff. I think a lot of people have experienced that. They've thought of someone, and then the phone rings, it's that person. So a lot of us, already have a lot of these experiences happening to us already. Recognizing that and connecting with that is one of the things that speeds that process up. So once you see that or notice that or experience that, instead of dismissing it, say, I like more of that. And that basically will start to bring it to you. I see, the levitation. There's been saints that have levitated over the years. There's many experiences of that. People becoming, having those abilities, manifesting on a faster and faster basis. I've noticed that in my life. If I really focus on something now and don't let negative things come in, focus on that to the exclusion, it manifests much faster. I think that not manifesting things at a very fast pace is probably a good thing for some people out there. We don't want people that are very evil to manifest on a very quick and fast level. And then people that are still playing with this stuff and then have angry moments, we don't want them to manifest very quickly either. So that is why, people are like, I don't know. Well, yeah, it will happen. And it is happening for many of us, but it's not going to happen for everyone until we reach further into this golden age and we throw off these control systems that keep our consciousness down, make us angry, fearful, and so forth.
In the 17th letter of the alphabet Q says that Israel will be last. What do you think that means? Do you think things are going to change after this point?
Oh, absolutely. So Israel will be last. Basically, Israel will be exposed, for the control system that they are. So you look here in the United States, pretty much and I'm not knocking any religion, I'm not knocking any Jews, Christians, Muslims, you name it, religion. I'm not knocking them. We just have to recognize there are certain groups within religions that hide behind religions and so forth. Just like I talked about, we see the Catholics, or there's a lot of pedophilia going on in there. So if you look at here in America, it's almost like we are a Jewish state. We have most of our politicians have dual citizenships or Jewish. Same thing within the media system, whether it be the mainstream media, the news and so forth, pretty much populated almost exclusively in the higher level positions by Jewish people, or at least people that claim to be Jewish. And you see the same thing in Hollywood. You see the same thing in the music industry. On and on and on. So if that is the case, and that has been pointed out by a lot of people over time, Israel will be last means that Israel will be exposed from that point, the collapse of that dark system that is all over the world will happen. So Israel is trying to fulfill biblical prophecy. So we have to look again. You look at some of these biblical works or these philosophies and so forth that have stretched out throughout time. How many of them have been manipulated over time? So, and how many of them are actually, when you look deeper at them, are not so good. You look at the Samson option. The Samson option for Israel is where if they get to the point where they feel that Israel as a state is threatened, they will use nuclear activity to protect themselves and just kill everybody. So if you look at Samson when he was in the temple, basically Delilah, coerced him into revealing that his strength came from his hair. So they shaved his head, blinded him, and then he was being led around by a little boy in a temple, the Dagon temple, which is
I remember this film.
yeah, which was basically a fish temple to the fish. Now there's a lot of stuff that comes from the fish, the mermen, and if you look at the Dogon tribe in Africa, there's a lot of stuff there about this fish thing. But we see people that are in fish scales and uniforms throughout time and carvings and so forth. So there's something there, but we're not going to go too deep into that kind of stuff. So that's extraterrestrial type stuff that has been happening over time. So he's in this temple. He gets this little boy to leave him in between these two pillars, and he pushes the pillars apart, and he kills thousands of Philistines. He asks God for strength this one last time, so he can. God gives him strength to kill thousands of people, because we're seeing the same thing happen right now in Gaza. So the Israelis, the Philistines, that was in the area of Gaza, where that temple was. So these things are being, repeated over time. That is not a positive thing where, women, children, and old men, so forth in the temple are being killed. So why are we repeating it again? So that Israel will be last. Israel is going to be revealed for the evil that it is, and then we stop this.
I remember this film, but I've watched it so many times as a kid. But I never understood why he wanted to kill all those people. Why God would give him that power if God was pure and love.
Good point. So I mean, that's why I say there's there's a dark ages and there's ages of light. So that was a dark age time. So God was very vengeful, angry God. So they're trying to bring up that part of God. Was that really the God of love? No, of course not. So what God was that? So was that some kind of evil God? Perhaps. So we need to look at everything. I say if you look at something from the heart, from love, and using your connection with your mind, if you look at it and it feels right, it's going to serve humanity. It's not going to kill humanity like Israel's doing right now on a massive scale. And people are like, supporting that all over the world. And then there are people that are standing up against that. Now, that is the next phase of this operation, I believe. So we saw here in America where we had a lot of Palestinian protesters, or at least not necessarily Palestinian, but supporters that were marching in Washington, D.C. Estimates are 300,000. Now, I was there for January 6th when Trump had called for people to come and peacefully protest. And after his speech, he said, peacefully go down to the Capitol. Trump knew that was coming because he delayed. I've been to many of his events. I've never seen him delay that. And I felt something's up here. And he delayed coming out. So that would, they thought that because Trump is always on time, that everybody will be down to the Capitol. And when they, activated their event, which they did, they being the evil ones, it would be more people there. More people would be, involved in it or be wrapped up in it and so forth. So, he was aware of that. He helped stop it out. Now we're at the point where we're going to have another event like that, but it's going to be extremely evil, like we had with the George Floyd riots, which I think were basically planning stages for what they have right now. So Palestinian protests I've been all over the Middle East. I spent good portion of my career, 35 years, in the Middle East. Every time I saw a demonstration, like we're starting to see, they always ended in violence. Right? They were just a precursor to what would be violence. So I've been predicting that is coming. That'll probably come to your country. That will come to this country here in the United States. It will come to many countries, France included, obviously, because they have a very large Muslim population there as well. A lot of support for this, Palestinian revolt. So, like I said, it always ends in violence. Now, I think a lot of this violence will be supported by the evil ones. All right. So there's this back and forth. There is no side to this. Either side that goes violent is wrong, period. All right. If President Trump was here, like, Zelensky's like, please come here and stop the violence. Because Trump said I would stop it in 24 hours. Look at Trump when he was a president. There were no wars. The first time probably in United States history that we weren't at war. So we want him to come back. If he comes back, he will stop the violence that's going to come. So the FBI just released a report here in the United States, which outlined several large cities: Tampa, New York, Miami. I don't think they said Miami, but almost all the big cities in California, up and down the East Coast, East and West Coast, in the midsection of the United States, big cities, and usually almost all of them are Democrat cities. All of these cities are under threat of Hamas attacks, Hezbollah attacks, radical terrorist attacks. This has not happened. I fought for decades, to stop terrorist attacks, and I was part of, taking out a lot of terrorists. And now we're going to have it again. It's ridiculous. It's BS. So this is part of Israel, Jewish Mossad type of activity. Mossad activity was there during 9/11. Mossad activity has been involved in probably every terrorist activity that's happened around the world, actually. So Israel will be last. Israel is going to be exposed. Israel is going to be, or at least the evil side of that is going to be exposed and stopped.
Very interesting. Well, I can't wait for all to be over. And that's what I say to people who are not sure about Trump. The first thing I say is he's never gone to war, and that's when they can't say anything. And I start telling them more, and we get into a conversation, and then I've almost flipped them into Trump. Very interestingly. But Michael Jaco, thank you so much for sharing everything with us today. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Yeah, and you don't go to war if you're in that state of consciousness of love. So I think that's what Trump embodies. That's what he projects, and I think that's what we want going forward. So anyone that's purveying anything other than that, I would not follow them. I would not pay any attention to them. We need to shut all that down.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Michael, and we'll speak again very soon. You take care, and bye-bye.
You too, next. Thank you.
All right, Nicholas Benjamin, Michael Jaco, and okay, so there were a couple of comments here. Notice he doesn't mention the CIA's role in a majority of Muslim attacks. Yes, he totally skirted around that topic. Totally skirted around it. Next topic. I often suspect that guys like this are MK Ultra, and a sci-fi movie is played while they sleep and wake up believing the sci-fi movie script, not reality, i.e. fighting magical enemies off Earth. I have to agree with you 100%. I believe that that's why I said, there were a couple of things in this interview that were, okay, so we get 60% truth out of these guys and 40% BS. Okay. And that's why I have not played Michael in well over a year. It's been well over a year since I played any of his stuff, but I wanted to point it out that you can definitely tell that he's 100% skirting around what effect the CIA has in all of this. And frankly, until he comes clean about all of that, that will be the last video of his that we will play. Okay, because frankly, I just I can't approve of somebody like this coming on and giving us and feeding us misinformation where it comes to whose fault it is. You know, that's just that's BS. It's 100% BS. Either come clean about it all, or dude, shut up. You know, I was talking with Auntie the other day and about a situation, and I said, well, I guess it's time to put up or shut up. And that's where I was going with this. Like I said, there were a few things that were in there that were 100% spot on from what we are seeing, but the rest of it's just like a cake that is trying to bake everybody into this remote viewing and everything else. If God wanted us to have the ability to remote view, he would tell us that we have that ability and how to use it. Okay. And that's how I see it. So I believe that remote viewing is no different than what they do in seances and things like that. So I believe that there is a large quantity of evil involved in that. But what do I know? I'm just an old Marine that grew pot for many years and is having a hell of a time keeping a fire going. It keeps going out on me. It's a dang nabbit. I need to get a bigger stove. Absolutely. I need to get like one of those little pot bellies or something like that. That's what I'm going to have to do. But I'll worry about that at another time. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Right now, I want to get this interview up because this is okay. And I'm going to let the beginning of this play because of the fact that he states that we can play his videos. Okay. And he said, you can even monetize. He said, you can even monetize. And I was like, what? I was like, this dude just telling us that we can monetize his content. As long as we tag him, that's all that matters. So I'm going to keep his banner up there throughout this whole thing. And I'm going to bring you full screen for this because he does have some very in-depth conversations with people. And I think that it's very important to, there's a lot of really good content in this. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Sean Ryan and Sarah Adams. And this is the Sean Ryan Show. Here we go.
My next guest is a former CIA analyst and targeter who now currently works for the U.S. Department of Defense. Now, originally, my goal with this episode was to expound on the Benghazi episode with Mark Geis and unpack some of the things that went on behind the scenes, where the ball was dropped, and to talk about what the terrorists behind that attack are doing now. Now, we actually got a lot more than that in this episode, and some questions that are arising, especially very recently with the things going on in Israel, have been answered. One of those questions is, are terrorists coming up through our southern border? Well, here's the answer. Yes. I know that's a shocker to some of you, but Sarah, my next guest, who's been tracking these guys for many years, is now tracking them coming up through our southern border. That's what happens when you leave a border wide open to a country who has a lot of enemies. Now we're going to have to deal with this at some point. But if you get anything out of this episode, please like, comment, and subscribe. Head over to Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Please leave us a review. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point something out. Why is mainstream media not talking to people like my next guest? Think about that. Nobody is more relevant on this topic than her. She's tracking these guys coming up through our border. Anyways, Those of you that have been taking our content, thank you. We see the reels you're making. If you want, you can download tons of free content. Link is in the description. Post it everywhere. Monetize it. Make money. All we ask is that you tag the Sean Ryan Show. Anyways, Patreon, I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Sarah Adams, former CIA analyst and targeter, to the Sean Ryan Show. Love you all. Cheers. Sarah Adams, welcome to the Sean Ryan Show.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So we've been batting back and forth for, I think, a little over a year now. And then I wanted to get Mark in here before I got your interview. We had Mark in we released his episode last week about Benghazi. And I really wanted to get into some of the stuff that the Obama administration had to do with the teams that could have gone in and helped. And you know a lot more about that than Mark. So I think you're the perfect person to kind of fill in the gaps there. But, and then on top of that, we got a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about, current day stuff, some of your career at the agency. But let me give you a quick introduction. So Sarah Adams, author of Benghazi, Know Thy Enemy, former CIA officer, Libyan crisis before, during, and after the 9/11 attacks, counterterrorism analyst and targeter for the CIA, senior advisor on the Select Committee on Benghazi. So just for the audience real quick, can you go over the difference between an analyst at CIA and a targeter?
Yeah, I mean, the most simple thing is an analyst, their day-to-day job is to answer the questions policymakers give. So maybe a congressman will ask the CIA, what is happening with the oil facilities in Libya, for example, and they'll pull all the info together the CIA collected, write it up, and answer that question. Obviously, they're most known for answering questions to the president. The targeter was created, it's a newer position. It was created around the time I joined the agency. And it was to bridge the gap between case officers and analysts. So it was supposed to be like an operational node that took the best from analysts, took the best from targeters, and helped move operations forward. So the focus of it is to move operations forward.
Okay. So I got a couple questions. We have a subscription network on Patreon, and that's basically what enables me to do this job.
Okay.
And so this was a pretty good question from one of our patrons. What was the moment that made you realize that the government was going to lie about what happened in Benghazi? How did this make you feel? Was this a revelation to you, or had you seen similar things like this happen before Benghazi?
Sure. There's kind of like two big lies, obviously, to do with Benghazi. There was the one of the fake protest narrative, and then the one of the fake that the GRS responded immediately. So the GRS was our global response staff. So that's what Oz was, that was on your show previously. And they're the ones who went to aid the ambassador after the attack happened. That one, I pretty much knew in real time they were covering it up because the team lead for the GRS in Tripoli whispered it to me when I arrived back in Tripoli after the attacks. And I was like, okay, this is already a hush-hush thing. He told me it outside. I already had the indication that the CIA was going to cover that piece up. The protest narrative, it was about a week after the attacks. We got the two consulate surveillance videos in. So it was the video from the state compound and then the video from the CIA compound. And we obviously saw there was no protest, which nobody in country thought there's a protest anyway. No one in Libya believed there was a protest. Nobody in town reported a protest. But when we watched the videos, there was no protest. So we called headquarters and they said, well, we're not going to change the narrative until you bring us the videos. And so they said, oh, you need to courier them back over. We actually found a way to digitally send them. So we sent them within 24 hours and they never changed the narrative.
They didn't.
No. So that's when I realized, okay, the narrative is what they want. They don't actually care if there's facts, whether there's a protest or not.
How did that make you feel?
Oh, I was pretty angry. And luckily, our chief of station at the time, he agreed there was no protest because there wasn't one. It's so strange. In country, we didn't argue about a protest, right? Nobody thought there was a protest. It was a weird DC thing. We didn't sit around arguing about a protest. We were doing our jobs. We were trying to find the attackers, trying to figure out who was involved. So he would write dissents to all the CIA would write all these reports about the protests, and he would send dissents. Chief of Station Shipley does not agree with this piece. So there was not a protest. So that's really all we could do from the field, as you know, because the field sometimes gets overruled by what headquarters thinks is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. You've been following, you still continue to follow a lot of these guys that were involved in the attack. And we're going to get into some of that and what the outcome was with some of them. I mean, has there been any justice at all?
There's been a little bit of justice. There was some of our attackers killed in U.S. drone strikes. Only one of them was targeted for who he was, but he wasn't targeted to do with Benghazi. He was targeted to do with ISIS. The other ones, they targeted the wrong group, or they got lucky and got our guy. The French did kill the top 3 North African Al-Qaeda members of our attacks. So we got a little bit of justice from them. And then the Libyan National Army killed the mastermind of the CIA annex piece of the attack. And the good part is he killed him in a mortar strike. So we kind of appreciate that.
Nice. Good. Eye for an eye, right?
Hey, take him out that way. There's no other way you could have taken him out, honestly.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, hey, before we get too into the weeds and dive in, everybody always gets a gift.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Okay. Very nice. And good, it's all coffee too, because I had to confirm with you that there was nothing with pot in any of these things.
Yeah, no pot.
There's some weird rumors.
Everybody thinks
Wait, you gave me performance mushrooms? I probably can't do this.
Oh no, this is good stuff.
Okay,
These are legal mushrooms.
Okay.
But have you heard a lot of the benefits from mushrooms that have been going on in the veteran
I have been
community?
hearing a lot.
So I did a psychedelic treatment.
Okay.
I got a ton of benefits from it.
Yeah,
and
a ton of Blackwater people have been doing this.
Yeah,
it's huge.
It's really getting out there. And so that kind of got me into looking into the benefits of functional mushrooms, and all that stuff's from Laird Superfood. They have the finest ingredients. And
Perfect.
So mix that with your coffee. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to for sure double check I can have mushrooms, and then I'm going to mix it in my coffee.
You are good to go with that, I promise.
Thank you.
But it's all about brain health here. So that's why I give that out. But all right, so let's get into it. You ready?
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about how you got into the agency. What year did you go?
I joined in 2006, and I have the most boring route ever into the agency. I applied online. So it works, people. Yeah, it was the night before I defended my thesis in college, and my thesis was on the Kashmir region of India and Pakistan, and I was like, why did I do a thesis on this? Like, where am I going to get a job? I had never even thought of CIA even a day before then, but it was the only place I could think of to apply. So that night I applied to the CIA, and then the rest is history.
How did you, did you see him at a recruiting event or anything?
Nothing. I seriously was like the next day I had to defend my thesis. So I had all my notes, and I don't really like to prepare for things, as you probably learned in the last day here. So I was just kind of not wanting to get things ready for the next day. And so my brain was wandering off. And then I was like, what am I going to do for a job? And then I was like, who works Kashmir? And the only thing I could think of was the CIA. So I went online and applied that night. And yeah, that's how my life works. That's how I live my whole life. So don't be surprised by this. This wasn't just because I was in my 20s.
How long did it take him to get back with you?
My first interview was the first week of December. It was super quick.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So
Right
it was 5
on.
weeks.
Yeah. It's funny. I get people asking me all the time online, how do I get in there? How do I get into the CIA? And it's like, well, did you look at the employment section on the website? That might be a good start. They'll think it's like everybody gets recruited.
I know.
It's hilarious.
You got to put an application in.
Did you put the application in online? No, they have a website. They do have a website.
And it's proven it works.
You might not work that well over there if you haven't figured that out yet. But anyway, so I would like to talk about 2008 in Mumbai. So we're talking about some drone strikes that happened. Can you go into some of that stuff at that was your first station, correct?
No, so I was actually at headquarters when Mumbai happened.
Oh, okay.
So I had gone overseas at that point. I had been to Pakistan, but I was actually home in the States when Mumbai happened. And, this is mentioned briefly in my book, and that's why it comes up. So when Mumbai happened, it was really interesting. As you can imagine, Congress reaches out to the CIA and they say, what are you going to do about this big event?
Hold on. Let's go back.
Yeah.
What was the event in Mumbai?
So Mumbai, there was like a terrorist attack by Lashkar-e-Taiba. That's a Pakistani-based terrorist group. They did it at a few different locations in Mumbai, which is, like the second largest city in India. And they did it at like a hotel, and, it killed a very large number of people. And so as you can imagine, the CIA at the time had a lot of stuff going on in Pakistan, since that was the focus of the global war on terror at the time. And so there was a lot of pressure then going back on CIA, like, hey, what are you going to do about these attackers? Because the Indians are saying it all emanated from Pakistan, and, you're in Pakistan and that's your focus. And, what are you going to do going forward on this? So I was on the team that covered, I think I was the actually only person on that terrorist group at the time. I mean, the Pakistani terrorist groups just don't get a lot of focus.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think it's because they don't all do things with Al-Qaeda.
Okay.
So if they then eventually join up with Al-Qaeda, so there's a really famous one named Ilyas Kashmiri, and he was a bad guy, equally bad his whole career. But then at one point he said, I'm going to start doing my attacks with Al-Qaeda. Then he became a top target. And then I don't think he even lived a year, because he then moved over to that realm, and Al-Qaeda was our focus.
Okay.
It's like Al-Qaeda, maybe TTP, maybe Taliban, and then the Pakistan terror groups were not even on the list.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just weren't prioritized at all. So what happened is Congress then came to CIA and said, do something about it. And in my shop, my boss had decided to actually just choose a random terrorist camp and say it was Lashkar-e-Taiba and have us carry a drone strike on it. So what she did, so the one negative is, and this is what I don't like, when stuff gets released like out into the public and there's redactions and then they assume it's stuff, right? There's a lot of garbage that comes in the CA, as you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
So we get a lot of reports on locations and it's not the right group, and then we run it down and we find out the right group. So there was garbage reporting that they were at that place, but they never were, right? We ran it down and we weren't. But what she wanted me to do is write up a report with the garbage reporting to justify the strike on the location. So I refused to. And then I said, I'll write up a report. So I wrote a whole report on why every piece of that information was wrong, that they'd ever use that location. And I submitted it to her. So I submitted it to her like on a Friday. So the next week I went to a week of training. So, most CIA training is offsite.
Mm-hmm.
So I was offsite in a different part of town. And it was the end of that next week. And I go out to my phone. We don't have phones in the office, and I have a message, and it's like, you need to see what's being sent around. And I go, and she went to another person on her team. She actually went to a DOD detailee because she thought she could get the Department of Defense person to lie, because the CIA person pushed back on her, unfortunately. And she wrote it up for a nomination to do a strike on the location, knowing all the facts were wrong, because I had already sent out a week before to the team. And so then I think I saw it Thursday night. So Friday morning, I sent it to all the leaders. I was in the counterterrorism center. And so I sent it to all the leaders across our 4 branches and then the 2 bosses above them. And luckily, my senior boss, he's pretty famous. He was like the main analyst boss on the Osama bin Laden raid. So he's like in the movie and stuff for Zero Dark 30. He luckily said, okay, I'm going to assign someone to investigate this. And so he luckily investigated it, and then they shot it down and they didn't do the strike. So that was really good. What was really bad though is I didn't go high enough, and I learned that at that point. So I complained to my bosses. They did the right thing, which you want them to do. But I never gave it to the IG or anything. And maybe a couple years later, I found out she was one of our bosses in our Yemen drone shop. right? I mean, that's very dangerous. I mean,
Yeah.
she was willing to lie about a location in Pakistan to appease like a congressperson asking us to do something. And unfortunately, if you don't say something about those people, they get promoted up. I mean, that's a big problem in the government anywhere, as you've seen.
I mean, there was a ton of drone strikes in Yemen.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And you have to like nominate those. You kind of don't just come in and like, let's hit this location today. So that's what we were doing at that time, right? We were giving the nomination to then approve it. So then the CIA would do it.
Makes you wonder how many of those drone strikes were legit.
Oh, yeah. I have a lot of questions about Yemen.
Man,
At least under her watch.
Yeah, no kidding. How long was she in Yemen doing that for?
I mean, usually we rotate for 2 or 3 years to a job at CIA.
So what is the point of, what does she get out of this?
I mean,
she makes what, Congress happy?
I know.
What is the point?
I honestly didn't understand the point of it.
I mean, I guess she did get a promotion. Was that the point?
Yeah, but she was in the CIA long enough to where she was going to get a promotion anyway. I know that sounds depressing, but in the government, you go to a point and they move you to the next level, unfortunately, even if you're good or not. I really don't get it. I feel like every time, though, I've seen somebody do the wrong thing, there's not a logical reason, right? Because a normal person wouldn't do that, right?
Mhm.
It's like an irrational actor. Like, so how do you get to the level? Because you wouldn't have thought of doing it. I mean, maybe it's just a thought, well, they're terrorists anyway.
Yeah.
But there's still laws, right? I mean, we still need to have some sort of justification, obviously.
How many times do you think that was going on just in?
Luckily, I don't think it happened a lot in Pakistan because a lot of the things were nominated out of my office, and there was really good people there, who did the right thing. But it did make me nervous. She decided to go to the DoD person because the DoD does a lot of drone strikes, and it's like it's odd she picked. We had a big team, like 12, 14 people, and it's like it's odd she picked the one Department of Defense person that she thought would put it out. That made me concerned.
Yeah, picking on the most junior, vulnerable.
And does that mean because DoD does it?
Yeah. Man, it's we were kind of talking about it off camera, but as time goes on, I am just, with the stuff that comes out and the stuff that I learned doing this show, it's alarming, man. I don't talk much about money or the economy. Let's face it, ignoring it doesn't help either. Because I believe the government screws up all the time. I think they let down veterans, ship jobs overseas. They help their rich friends make even more money. It is insane. Do you really think they care about helping us out with our money? I don't think so. That's one of the reasons why a lot of folks are stepping away from the government-run systems and starting to diversify their money into real assets like gold and silver. If you're concerned about your finances and the future of your finances like I am, there's a damn good play you can make. Check out Goldco. Goldco will hook you up with a free 2023 Gold IRA kit. This kit will teach you how to help safeguard your savings with real gold and silver. At the very least, it makes sense to get educated about your options. So get your free kit at goldco.com/Ryan or call 855-936-GOLD. Plus, for qualified orders, they'll send you up to $10,000 in free silver as a bonus while supplies last. Quit waiting around for politicians to rescue your finances. Help take control and handle your business yourself. So go ahead and check out goldco.com/Ryan or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free kit today. Just remember, performance may vary, and always consult with a financial professional before making any investment decisions. Many of you are very familiar with the struggles that veterans and military members face on a daily basis. We talk about it all the time. The struggles with addiction, the suicide epidemic, the broken homes, the divorce rate, and the list goes on. What I want to tell you about is a veteran-owned company, just happens to be a sponsor, that is actually trying to make a real difference in military members and veterans' lives. And that company is Pure Talk. Our veterans gave everything to protect our nation, and Pure Talk understands the sacrifices they've made. They've set an ambitious goal to eliminate $10 million in military debt by Veterans Day. But they can't do it alone. They need our help. When you switch to Pure Talk's lightning fast 5G network, they'll donate a portion of every new order to this noble cause. You can make a real difference just by choosing superior cell phone service. And Pure Talk's plans start at just $20 a month, offering unlimited talk, text, more data, and a mobile hotspot. Just go to puretalk.com/Ryan and make the switch. Let's rally together and show our unwavering support to our veterans. Visit puretalk.com/Ryan and switch to Pure Talk today. It's the right move, and it's the American way. There's so much to dive into, and it doesn't paint a pretty picture for what we've been doing. But
yeah. I mean, the thing is, you always have to have good people that step up and do the right thing. And if you don't have those people, then no one's ever going to do it, you know, and that's a really big problem in the government. And then those people get into these awkward situations, right? Like I was in a really tough spot after that. Like she was going to write me up. She actually did a lot of things against me. She canceled like a TDY I had to a war zone, which made me look really bad. Even the write-up, she started the write-up for me, and then I ended up getting like a positive review from the president's briefer on something I said. And she said, oh, I can't do it now because you got this review. But yeah, it actually affected my career for a short time because she was then using it against me, you know, for the next probably year or so. And then finally I got out from her office. But that's the thing in the CIA. A lot of people don't understand is there's not really a human resources department. The only person who can guide your career is your current boss, and that's it. So they're the one who helps you get to another job. So they tell that person, yeah, take her, she's great. And they help promote you, or they say, don't take her. They help you get into the training courses you need, or they say, don't let her into that training course. And so it's all those personalities can really affect your career. As you can imagine, you can get really held back for things.
Yeah. Let's talk about Pakistan. When you were informed of the coast bombing in December 2009, Camp Chapman attack, it was a double agent suicide bomber, 7 CIA personnel killed. I had friends killed in that.
Yeah, I know. You too.
Do you know a lot about what went on there?
Yeah, I mean, the crazy part is well, the day I found out that you're first bringing up, I was in another city in Pakistan, and I flew in, and I just came into the office. So I knew nothing, right? Because it's not like we share things, as you know, over your cell phones when you're in the CIA. So I go into the office, and my boss calls me in, and I was like, oh gosh, I'm in trouble. I was always getting in trouble for going over his head on something. So I'm like, what did I do? Well, I was down for a week. Like, so he calls me in, and I'm like, oh gosh, like getting ready to defend myself. And he's like, hey, just so you know, and then he told me it happened. So the thing is they'd been planning that for a while, and it was actually supposed to be in Peshawar. It was the asset who chose to move it to coast, which obviously already is a warning sign, right? Mm-hmm. So if you think about it, it was actually the people in Pakistan planning it the entire time, and then the last minute it shifted over to Afghanistan, and then the Afghanistan CIA personnel got involved. So they even they joined at kind of the end of the whole planning, right? So it was going to be in Pakistan, and it moved. So yeah, basically what happened, it was a ruse. It was Al-Qaeda and TTP, which, you know, a lot of people ignore TTP. Even this last year, it's been so powerful. It's always been an ally with Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda uses them in joint attacks, and people kind of like ignore that fact. So the two groups got together and said, hey, we're going to make this ruse. We're going to do a double agent. And ended up being a double Jordanian agent, who then the Jordanians gave to the CIA. So he's kind of like a triple agent. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we're going to use him. We're going to basically tell them he's a doctor that is doing something for Zawahiri and is going to go need to see Zawahiri. So Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri was the head of Al-Qaeda at the time. So as you can imagine, well, he was a deputy. So you can imagine this is the number 2 most important terrorist in the CIA. Mm-hmm. And now we got an agent that basically says, oh, I'm a doctor that has to go see him for a medical and, you know, thing. So it was a huge deal. It was probably the biggest operation at the time in the CIA. And then unfortunately, the whole plan was for him to commit a suicide attack against the CIA during his meeting. And that's what he did. Mm-hmm. And that's how we lost the 7 officers. But, you know, it's something to keep in mind, though. A lot of people lose sight of the fact that Zawahiri is an operational planner. He gets sold all the time as like, oh, he was like a doctor and he's like a religious scholar. That guy was involved in planning 9/11. He was involved in planning Coast. He led Benghazi. And he gets ignored all the time. And to be honest, until I see Al-Qaeda eulogize him, I'm having a hard time believing he's dead, because he does ruses. He plays games. He knows how to mess with us, and he's dangerous.
Yeah. So where is he, do you think?
So, well, supposedly last summer, we killed him in a drone strike in Kabul. So what seems to have happened is, and all this really kind of lines up. So he was staying at a house owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, and Sirajuddin Haqqani and the Haqqanis have long been suspected of probably being the people who housed Zawahiri the whole time he was in Waziristan, as you can imagine, because they had such a power base there. So anyway, he goes to Kabul reportedly, and he's in this house of Haqqanis. And then, the CIA struck it, and he was killed then. But now it's been 14 months, and Al-Qaeda has yet to eulogize him officially.
Interesting. Where do you think he might be?
I don't know. I think he's still likely dead. It's very odd that they haven't eulogized him. And they also never fake eulogize people. So I'm just kind of like, well, I don't think a fake one's going to come out, but why isn't the real one come out?
Well, how long does it usually take for them to eulogize somebody?
I mean, they usually do it before they name the next leader. I mean, they have not publicly named who the next leader is, even though they've chosen who the de facto leader is. But the weird part is the leader is also like this strange de facto. So it's like Saif al-Adil. But they're like, well, he kind of leads like the military side of Al-Qaeda. And then bin Laden's son is still alive. So the U.S. reported him being killed in 2019. So Hamza bin Laden, the heir to Osama bin Laden, is alive in Afghanistan too. But he doesn't want to be the leader of Al-Qaeda. So it's unclear what role he's playing. So Al-Qaeda hasn't actually made clear, like, this is our Amir, which is interesting.
So hold on. We reported bin Laden's son was killed in 2019.
Correct.
When did we or you find out that he was still alive?
Last September, his brother came to Afghanistan to visit him.
How do you know that?
Because his brother came to Afghanistan to visit him.
Gotcha. All right. I'll stop asking questions. We'll have that conversation off camera. No. Now I gotta hold on. Now I gotta just readjust my thoughts, because I would love to dive into that. But let's go to January 2010. Led the capture of Mullah Abdul Ghani Barader. Did I say that correct?
Yes. So I mean, again, if you've seen my book, this is known. Mullah Barader, as everyone now knows, he basically made the whole peace deal that turned Afghanistan over to the Taliban. So back in 2009, I started targeting him, and we captured him in 2018. The really interesting part is he had really good OPSEC, to where, like, I wanted to capture him, but I was like, I don't think, like, even if he got on a phone, he was on it like a minute, And I even had a senior boss, so the deputy chief of station, one time, like, stopped me in one of our big meetings that we had weekly. And he said, Sarah, why are you still briefing this? You're never going to get Mullah Barader on a phone. Like, he said that in front of the whole station, right? And it's like I knew I probably wouldn't. And as you know how life is. So it's funny, the people who collect signals intelligence, even the guy that was supposed to do it for us did not believe my phones were Baraders. And he actually was refusing to collect on him. And then Maya, of all people from the Bin Laden raid, like stepped in and was like, you need to collect. I don't give a damn what you think. We're the CIA. She was really funny and she defended me. But I don't think he actually collected it. So how it works in the CIA is you always do side things. So I had someone in another location collecting the phones for me. So I was in another city in Pakistan and coming back to Islamabad, and that person calls me. And she said, you won't believe it. Berater's phone is up, but it's been up like your whole flight. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. She's like, yeah, it hasn't turned off. And I said, how weird. And I said, keep me in the loop. I'm going to see if we can get a capture going. And so I went to the leaders in Islamabad. And the crazy part is, did you ever hear about like the COS conference?
I didn't.
Okay, there's this time of the year, hopefully the time changes every year, that they all get together and have a big meeting. So we had no leaders. Our top 3 were gone. And then the leader, the chief of base from where he was located was gone. So the only boss there was our chief of liaison at the time, And so I went and said, hey, I need to get a team to go capture Berater. And he's like, let me think about it. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I didn't even go back and ask him. So I went down to where the team sit and I said, hey, I need 2 guys to go to Karachi. And they said, yeah, we got like 2 in Lahore. We'll move them from that. And then I booked a flight and I went straight down there. And then, so I'm traveling, right? And I'm checking in with this girl and she's like, the phone is still on. And I was like, no way. Well, at first we assumed he lived in Karachi, which he ended up doing. And that's where our capture was, but the phone's in Quetta. So I said, okay, let's just capture him in Quetta. If the phone's up in Quetta, why would we wait till he comes to Karachi? So I called the boss in Quetta. And did you ever see like Gone in 60 Seconds? And he had Eleanor.
Uh-huh.
So like it was the car he never could get, and something always went wrong with it. So our boss in Quetta had a terrorist like that. He was like a deputy shadow governor for Helmand. He was like the shadow governor for a really famous Taliban commander named Mullah Naeem Barich. And I think his name was like Tahir Shah, and he was in town that day. And this guy tried to get Tahir Shah every time he was in town. We probably should see how much money we've wasted on capturing this guy because we failed every time. So of course I call him. He's like, Tahir Shah's in town. And I said, dude, I'm saying Berater. And he's like, I don't think it's really Berater. He's like, I'm going to go for Tahir Shah. And then I'll go for Berater if we don't get Shah. So they spent the first half of the day going for the guy he's never been able to get, and they didn't get him. And then Berater moves. So then, my friend's like, he's driving, he's going home to Karachi. And I'm like, yes. So at this time, I've already decided. I said, this is his kid. There's no way Berater rode to another city with his phone and rode back. So I said, his kid has a phone. Now we can only capture him at home. Because, you don't want to pick some kid up at like a restaurant or something. So we waited till the phone went back, and then it went back to the exact neighborhood we thought he lived in. And then we did the capture operation. So we just got really lucky. His kid stole an old phone out of the closet and brought on a trip with his dad.
And this is the co-founder of the Taliban.
Yeah, he was number 2 at the time of the Taliban. Yeah, but he is one of the founders. Yeah.
How old was he?
Maybe 55. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
But he was probably about 55.
So how long? What is the process like when you want to do a strike or a capture?
Well, luckily, because he was number 2 of the Taliban, we had approvals to capture him. So we'd already gone to lawyers and got like the top 10 of the Taliban. So that's what we had at the time. We had a list of 10 Taliban people we were allowed to capture. So I didn't have to go ask any permissions to capture him. So then usually you go to your COS and get approval. Well, my COS was gone.
COS is chief of station. That will be the head agency officer in charge of the entire country.
Yeah. So I would go to him, especially at that high of a capture, and ask his permission, but he wasn't there. And the number 2 wasn't there, and number 3 wasn't there, and number 4 wasn't going to give me an answer. So then I just went straight to where Berater lived, and then that COB was gone, and she was replaced by like a friend of mine. And so he's like, let's do it. So we really got no approvals because nobody was in country. So yeah, that's how we got Berater.
How long does it normally take? Let's say they're not on the top 10 list.
Oh, if they're not on the top 10 list, you actually have to go to the CIA lawyers and get approvals, and that could take months.
Months.
If you've never got approval to go after a guy, yeah.
What are your strikes usually? Are they captures? Are they drone strikes? Are they sending in teams?
Depends on what you're working. So I was working Taliban, so we didn't really have lethal approvals on Taliban. Maybe we had a Mullah Omar. So we had to capture Taliban. Because remember, the government still called them a political group. They weren't a terrorist organization. So we weren't really allowed to put Taliban under a drone strike, but we really couldn't anyway. They were in Quetta, Karachi, Peshawar. It wasn't like they were in Waziristan.
Yeah.
Al-Qaeda, most of those targets, obviously, the attempt was drone strikes because of the locations of the country they were in. But if they're in the settled areas, obviously like Lahore or something, you'd have to capture them.
Okay. So as a targeter, you're attached to a certain group.
Correct.
Okay.
Or it can depend. So you can be attached to a group, you can be attached to a region, you can be attached to a city. So at that time, my job was the top 3 of the Taliban, and then anything in Karachi. So it could be Al-Qaeda, could be Shia groups. It didn't matter. It could be organized crime. So I did any targeting in Karachi.
Okay. What's it feel like when you get these guys?
It was pretty exciting. The interesting part was, though, no one believed I really got him. So we got his photo, and of course they sent it first to a CIA asset that I always said was crap over in Afghanistan. He didn't ID the photo. So everyone's like, it's not him. I said, no, it's him. That source is crap, and you need to finally fire him. And then we finally got it into sources that did actually know him and weren't feeding us garbage. Because as you know, a lot of sources in Afghanistan fed us a bunch of garbage. Yep. Got paid for it, and then they worked for 3 other intelligence agencies. So yeah, I mean, it was good to get him. In retrospect, though, I realized right away that they wanted him I wanted to get him because he was number 2 of the Taliban, and he was the lead operational commander of the Taliban. So in my head, he's the lead ops guy. So every U.S. soldier dying in Afghanistan, it's on his shoulders, right? That's the way I viewed him as a target. When we got him in a room and we started getting questions from what the CIA wanted from him, that's when I actually learned that the president at the time, President Obama, had appointed the special envoy, and his name was Richard Holbrooke, and his goal was to do Taliban reconciliation. And their main focus, and they had made some assessment, and the only way they could reconcile with the Taliban was to use Mullah Barater. So we sit down with him and want to collect info to go target other Taliban members, right? Because that's what I do. I go after the bad guys, and I find out all my questions are, who would you be okay with coming to meet with you about peace? We would list off names of countries. Would you be okay if Japan came, the Brits came, all this strange stuff? And I was like, oh my gosh, they only want this guy for reconciliation. And that kind of became... That's when I saw, we're going to make a deal with the Taliban, and we're going to give part of the government back to the Taliban. I didn't think it was going to be what today was. So if I went back in time, I never would have captured him, because he is the reason the whole country fell.
Are you serious?
Swear to God.
So this goes way back.
Oh, yeah. And they had the plan before I captured him. The day we captured him, our chief brought us in the office in Islamabad. Well, we flew back up from Karachi, and he brought me and then the other guy who were going to be the lead debriefers. And he gave us a heads up. He said, FYI, he said, this is the number 1 focus in the White House. They want to bring out this Holbrooke guy. They want to take it over from Islamabad station. They don't even want you guys debriefing him. So he fought for us to debrief him, but they pulled everything. They sent a psychiatrist out to watch our sessions to make sure we had rapport with him. I kid you not. They made sure his detainee debriefers had rapport with him. They were already kissing his butt right after we caught him. So yeah, and so he ended up getting released. And then he was the key U.S. Intermediary with the Taliban to make the peace deal. And I tell you, this guy, I mean, I really liked most terrorists I met. I know that sounds really bad because, you know, when you're on a human to human level and you're just talking to him, this guy was smart. He was charismatic. I mean, he was probably a genius because he was locked up, but he could remember he told you something like 5 days ago. Like he knew exactly when he told you stuff. He could defend anything. So if you said, hey, the Taliban did X, he would give you a really good justification why. And you'd be like, oh, yeah, that actually makes sense. Or
Can
I
you give
see
me
the
an example?
logic. Like one of the things is right after the fall. So the US went in after 9/11 and they beat the Taliban in like 5 weeks. I mean, it was amazing. Like rah, rah, USA. I mean, they really kicked ass. They toppled the Taliban. So the Taliban basically all went home. So Mullah Brader, in my theory, first took Mullah Omar and he hit him. So he hit him in a ruse gun, and Mullah Omar, I don't think, ever left there. Brader went home to like the home his dad owns. And they were like, we lost, we're done. Well, as you know, bin Laden crossed Tora Bora into Pakistan. So our war now on Al-Qaeda was kind of over. And it was like, oh gosh, we moved this whole war machine to Afghanistan. We beat the Taliban and bin Laden's gone. What are we going to do? So they decided we're going to go target the old Taliban leaders, even though that we just beat the Taliban. So they made a hit list of the senior Taliban leaders, and then they came and bombed Barader's house. So at that point, he said, screw this. I'm going on offense. Like, you beat us, and then you come back here months later and you bomb my house, and they actually injured his dad, so that didn't help. And then that's when he triggered over and said, okay, game's on, Taliban's back, like you didn't win. And that's when he went full back in.
No kidding.
Right. So when he tells that story, I'm like, heck yeah, you come and bomb my dad. I'm in. So yeah, he would always have like a good story like that. So I can see how he would meet with US policymakers and be very persuasive. Especially because remember, they didn't view the Taliban as a terrorist group. They still view them as a political group, even though they like kidnap people, murder people, torture people, they rape women, they rape children. Like they still call them a political organization.
I mean, we're funding them again now, right?
I think we send like $40 million a week.
$40 million a week goes
so.
to Taliban.
Yes.
Who are taking our allies, lining them up like dogs.
Yep.
And shooting them in the back of the head.
Ugh.
And we're funding that.
And that's kind of what you hope they do. I mean, I've got videos that are very, very painful deaths.
What kind of deaths?
Torture deaths, some really bad beheading deaths of our allies, you know.
These are all the guys we used to work with over there.
Yeah, a lot of the people who worked with them get the video sent to them during or after. It's a taunt. They were taunting when the airport was still open. Like, you know, when people were trying to get in the airport as refugees, remember the U.S. military, they were there, but they couldn't respond in any way to the situation going on. So to taunt them, the Taliban would grab a woman and shoot her in the head. They would burn a child alive in front of the military because they knew they couldn't act.
Yeah, you know, I interviewed, do you know Tyler Vargas Andrews by chance?
We haven't met in person, but I'm in the Moral Compass Federation and he's in the Federation with us.
Oh, man, what an amazing human being he is. But yeah, he was describing some of the stuff that he saw. And then, you know, I worked over there for a long time too. And we probably ran into each other without knowing it, but I had people sending me videos and cell phone clips of what they were doing. And I wish I could post it on here, you know, or I wish I could embed it into this interview just to show people what's happening over there. What does it look like to see a infant burned alive, to taunt? What does it look like to see the people that you used to work with lined up in the mud and just shot in the back of the head, just going down the line? You know, they don't put that on the news. These people need to see that.
Yeah, they don't put it on the news, and they also didn't give any help to these poor people who had to stand there and watch that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our servicemen, like the trauma they had to stand there and watch and endure. They actually came back here, and, you know, a lot of them were told, we don't want to hear you talk about Afghanistan.
Yep. Yeah. It's,
Well, it's funny you bring it up because we were talking about India, and the bomber that Tyler had his eyes on was captured in India.
did he?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So in 2017, ISIS deployed him to do attack in New Delhi, India, and he went over there with the ruse of being like an engineer student and like started college. And then he was casing a few locations like the New Delhi airport, like the mall, and the Indians or the CIA. I was on the CIA at the time. One of them infiltrated the network of ISIS he was in and found out who he was. And they did a capture of him in India. And then they sent him to Bagram. So he was in Bagram from 2017 until July 1st, when we snuck out in the middle of the night, July 1st, 2021. We left in the middle of the night, didn't tell the commander of Bagram we were leaving. He comes in the morning and the Taliban and terrorists are breaking all the prisoners out. That's when he got to prison. So we had him in custody for all those years. And the crazy part is I found out who the bomber was even before it was in the press, because my guy who gives me ISIS stuff for Libya sent me the photo in like the middle of the night. And I get a photo from him and it's got a little bit of Arab text. And then he wrote in Arabic something. So I get up and I translate it. And I've honestly had not slept in a week at that point because I just got people into the Kabul airport. And I was like, oh gosh, but it's Libya. I thought it was a Libyan terrorist. And so I was all getting up for it. And it said, this man's important. You need to look into him. And so I translate the name on the picture and it says Logari. And so I write back, why are you sending me an Afghan? It's like, it's still not even dawning on me that he's sending me somebody to do with the attacks, right? And so he writes back again, look at him. And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And so I try searching the name and I'm not getting anything on the name. And it dawns on me. And I said, was he involved in the Kabul airport attack? And he said, yeah. I didn't know he was a suicide bomber at that second. I thought maybe he was the planner. Because usually you don't know the bomber. They just take some low-level guy and so, yeah, but that's how I found out. And then maybe within the next day, it hit the press, who he was. But yeah, so.
Damn.
It's crazy.
Damn. Well, what do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about I want to go into the Afghan withdrawal.
Go anything you want to.
I want to go
care.
into Benghazi.
I'll drink some water.
Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
When we come back, I think we'll pick up, since we're on the subject, let's go into the withdrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a minute since I've done a Bubs Naturals commercial, but it has not been a minute since I've taken the best shit of my entire life. Actually, just knocked one out this morning. It was amazing. And I'm going to give you the secret. You ready? Here's the secret. You want the secret for the best shit of your entire life that you could do, I don't know, every day, maybe multiple times a day? Here's the secret. Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptide says it's good for joints, hair, skin, and nails. I'm surprised they don't put on there it'll give you the best shit of your entire life, but hey, I get it, right? And you mix that with the Halo Creamer that's MCT oil. Put these two together, you're going to have a explosive hell of a day. These things are both Whole30 approved, NSF certified, and USDA approved. So there's that. On top of that, hold on, wait, there's more. If that doesn't get you going, which I guarantee you it will, you've got Bub's new coffee. So this is the first ever coffee bean Whole30 approved, if you can believe that. And we all know coffee can, speed things up a little bit in the morning. But hold on, wait, there's more. Apple cider vinegar gummies. Guys, I'm going to be honest, I don't know exactly what these things do for you. But here it says, promotes energy, immune support, promotes healthy digestion, and supports healthy metabolism. I can tell you one thing. Good luck.
I don't know about you guys, but he had me at the best shit of my life. Okay. Oh, I almost totally lost it when he went there. I was like, oh my Lord. Did he just really say that? Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. All right, we got about 30 minutes left of this, so we're gonna keep going. But yeah, it's okay. So there is a reason that I'm playing this, and we'll talk about it when I'm done. But part of this is beginning to understand the lack of communication, surveillance of the same people who surveil all of our communications. Okay, she just laid it all right out there. They don't use no cell phones, anything like that. Okay, everything is face to face. They use no online communications or anything like that. Unless it's a scared line, they're not talking on a phone. Okay, so basically, she just told us that that's the reason that we can't catch the CIA doing stuff is because they don't use phones. They don't use phones. The Native Americans didn't use phones either. They used smoke signals, but who could really read a smoke signal? Really? Well, it depends. Depends on how many letters you can spell in your smoke before the joint goes out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Back to it. Here we go.
Just eating one of these things because at the end of the night, I will crush an entire bottle of these. That will not give you the best shit of your life. I wouldn't recommend it. It will speed things up, but you may not like the final outcome. And hold on, wait. There's more. There's more. Bubs came out with a lot of new products. They have these hydrate or die hydration packets. Great for post-workout. All this stuff is great for post-workout, especially the collagen protein. Guys, here's another thing about Bubs. Bubs is a tribute company. It's named after Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. He died defending our freedom in Benghazi. And Bubs donates a portion of every order to the Glenn Doherty Foundation, and they donate 100% of the proceeds from their products on Veterans Day every year. I love this company. They are just solid people with a solid product, and they just want everybody to experience the best shit of your life. Go to bubsnaturals.com, use the promo code Sean for 20% off, and let's get it going. All right, Sarah, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to dive into the Afghan withdrawal. I've covered this with Scott Mann before, who I know you know, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Covered it with Tyler Vargas Andrews. But I'd love to hear. I'm really interested in getting all the dirt on this. So anything you have to add on top of everything we've already covered, I want to hear it.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers. Now a damning new report blames the Biden administration for being slow to evacuate U.S. citizens and Afghan allies.
I think one of the things I could add on top of what they've covered is the fact that it always gets lost that this was State Department run, right? The really interesting part is, right, do you hear anybody ever say we need to hold State Department accountable for the horrible NEO, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even military is like, hey, we were just following the state NEO rules. And then, being CIA and all, even towards the end of the withdrawal, they took over the CIA's gate. So the CIA was probably the only real government organization moving people out taking our allies out, making it happen and doing the right thing. And State Department took over their gate because they didn't like what they were doing and that they were bringing people in. And so even when I finally got a family to that gate after the suicide bombing, it was a State Department person running the CIA gate.
No kidding.
Yeah, so they were like basically preventing the CIA from bringing their own people in.
Why do you think we didn't want to save our own people?
I think we as CIA wanted to save our own people. I think the government just wanted to get out of Afghanistan and actually thought they were going to get away with it. I think they just wanted to leave and be done. They never expected 20 years of veterans or intel officers that worked in the country, or even just NGOs who had supported the country, were going to go back in and save their allies. Like, we got in their way, like in a bad way. And that's kind of what ruined their narrative, right? Because they were going to say, hey, we left 100 Americans behind, but now you had all these volunteer groups with large lists of people able to tally up their Americans and say, hey, we went across all the groups and it looks like 8,000 Americans are left behind. U.S. government, how are you getting away with saying we only left 100 Americans behind? So it was actually the volunteers who at least told the truth and held the government to account. But of course, the government's not dumb. You know what they did? They made like a coalition to kind of get the other people to be quiet. You know, so Task Force Pineapple that Scott was from was one of the louder ones, obviously talking about the issues. And so they wanted to diffuse that, and they created this thing called Afghan evac. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I haven't.
So it was basically going to be, it is a partnership between the government and all these NGOs. Of course, not all of us are a part of it. And Moral Compass Federation is kind of like the rogue entity to the side. If I'm in something, it's like the rogue entity to the side, just FYI, because it's like, hey, we don't want to play with this game. Like, Afghan evac kind of just talks what State Department wants them to talk, and it keeps people quiet. You have to sign tons of NDAs. When I first joined in, I think after the third NDA, I was like, what the F? I'm out of this group. But yeah, it is to keep the volunteer groups in line, to make them minimally happy.
So it's a cover.
Yeah, as they drag out the evac, it is a cover to drag out the evac 100%. And all these groups just fall in line with it. And even 2 years later, at first I thought, oh, I hope they know that they're being played. But yeah, 2 years later, they still do their monthly meetings, and people still talk about it like it's really saving people.
Can you go over some of the, like, what's happening there now? You still have a really good footprint in Afghanistan as far as what's happening.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I've talked to some of the Northern Alliance guys, and they're talking, you know, I had always had a feeling that China played a role in this. A lot of people think I'm crazy, but we have the green energy thing, right? Everybody's moving. This administration is really pushing green energy. Well, green energy comes from China. It's not energy independence. China was there in Afghanistan the minute we pulled out. I know you know a little bit about this. Very rich lithium mines in Afghanistan. Lithium is what we need to make the batteries that power the green energy. China's taken, I mean, anybody can kind of piece this together and they go, oh, well, maybe there's something to that. Do you think there's anything to that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I really hope people have known this the entire time, because it would blow my mind if people negotiated with the Taliban didn't know this. But in 2009, Mullah Barater, who again is the person who negotiated the peace deal, his job for the Taliban was he was the liaison from the Taliban to the government of China. And he would go to China and meet with the Chinese government. You know, at the time, it was obviously, as you can imagine, just keeping a relationship going. The Chinese really wanted, hey, Taliban, if you collect any info on the Uyghurs, you know, on the Uyghurs, pass it to us. So it's really interesting. People don't realize that the Taliban are reporting on other Muslims to China. You know, so everyone acting like, oh yeah, they're going to be some big counterterrorism force. the people of China are doing abuses against, the Taliban have been supporting that for a very, very long time, besides what they're doing in their own country. And then Taliban, of course, would ask for stuff like help us get weapons or funds for weapons. So it was that kind of relationship. But the Taliban-China relationship has been stronger than the U.S. Taliban relationship, at least since 2009, for sure. So, of course, the China would be the main party they link up with when they go to. And China now, I think, is the first and only country that has assigned an official ambassador to the Taliban government.
They're the first ones.
I think they're the first ones, yeah.
Are they the only ones thus far?
Everyone else has these weird envoys, but I believe that's the first designated ambassadorial position.
I was talking to these Northern Alliance guys, and they were saying there are Chinese officials everywhere over there, building massive hotels right outside of these lithium deposits. I mean, like huge multi-million-dollar structures, which you don't see those very often over there in the middle of nowhere in Afghanistan.
Yeah. I mean, and it's smart of them. I mean, obviously it goes along with their Belt Road Initiative. Like I said, they don't have to go make a relationship, right? The guy they brokered with now, I don't know what he is now, like number 3 in the government, but he also plays a huge part in the economics piece of this current government anyway. So he's already positioned anyway to hook China up, which was his closest ally before he was captured.
Can you talk a little bit about the Northern Alliance and what's going on with them right now?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a little bit about the Northern Alliance. The thing is, obviously, as you know, there's pockets of resistance, right? The Northern Alliance is the most famous because obviously that goes back to Ahmad Shah Massoud. And he was the key U.S. ally before 9/11. The really interesting thing is, and we talk about it in our book, is, you know, he was assassinated, of course. Well, the individual who provided the 2 Tunisian suicide bombers to him provided attackers to Zawahiri for the Benghazi attacks too, right? The guy's still in play. And I like to try to tell people this is still all connected, right? I mean, I know Massoud's son comes up as a connection. It's like, no, even the same terrorists are still in the circle as when Ahmad Shah Massoud was in power. And I feel the Northern resistance is trying to tell that to people, right? Like, these are still the same attackers. We're here fighting international terrorists. There's a lot of misinformation in the U.S. that what's happening in Afghanistan is like a domestic war or a tribal war. And it's like, no, those are foreign terrorists. They're fighting Al-Qaeda. At this point, so many terrorists are pouring in to Afghanistan as well. And the really interesting part is Al-Qaeda has adapted. So they learned something, I think, from Benghazi. So when Al-Qaeda went into Libya after Gaddafi, they decided, hey, it's better for us to take the local commanders and make them the Al-Qaeda leaders instead of bringing in a foreigner. Because, you know, like you bring in an Egyptian into Benghazi, it doesn't always go well, right? Because the locals are like, Egyptians. So they decided we're going to appoint the local. So now Al-Qaeda is doing that in Afghanistan. So for each province that Al-Qaeda is making commanders for, a lot of them, they're taking Taliban members and making them the Al-Qaeda commander. So the 2 things that works for the Al-Qaeda, right? The U.S. will just say they're Taliban when they're Al-Qaeda, and they already have the support because they're the Taliban, right? So you're not bringing in some outside force and being like, follow me, I'm Al-Qaeda. You're saying, hey, you're already following the Taliban guy. He now works for Al-Qaeda. And that's what they did in Benghazi. And the 2 that they chose in Benghazi, they were involved in our attacks. And like I said, they're doing it in Afghanistan now, but like for every province, right? So it's like 100 Benghazis, it almost feels like.
Man, they're smart.
They are. It's genius because there's always been a little ruffling, especially you bring in Egyptians is always the best example. And then, you know, there's a little headbutting.
Man, can you talk a little bit about what the resistance is, who it is, who they're fighting? I mean, just more of a snapshot of what's going on over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on the resistance. There's different pockets. So there's the Tajiks, right?
Mhm.
And that's kind of the ones we all know, the Northern Alliance. And then there's kind of like the Sadats, like Sami Sadat. There's the ones who were basically kind of maybe their special forces in their military or in like the Ministry of Defense of the real Afghan government. And they have like a resistance and pockets of resistance and different leaders, right? And a lot of them are a Pashtun, but they don't have to be, right? But so as we go along, right, all these different pockets are going to need to go under an umbrella.
They're going to need to unite.
Exactly. And because that's what the terrorists do, right? I mean, even if you look over in Pakistan, I don't know if you remember when TTP was formed, but the only purpose of forming TTP was to make the terrorists stronger by putting them all together. So they took like by Tula Masood's group, Abdullah Masood's, Gul Bahadir's, and Fakir Muhammad's, and they said, okay, you all go under this structure. So they did it. So Al-Qaeda's like, that's genius. And bin Laden said, I want to start doing that. I want to do it in Libya. He didn't do it when he wanted to do, but Ansar al-Sharia Benghazi started doing it. And then later on, they followed bin Laden's plan. And they actually made another organization that did follow bin Laden's plan and reported to Al-Qaeda. But when Ansar al-Sharia Benghazi was set up, and that was one of the attackers in our group, they said, any group, you can join us. And so I think this confuses a lot of people. So like there'll be a guy at our attacks, he's Ansar al-Sharia Benghazi, and he's AQIM, because it's an umbrella organization. You can be any terrorist group under the Ansar al-Sharia banner. And Al-Qaeda is getting really smart about that. They're actually having meetings with international terrorists to discuss how can we make more of these umbrella organizations and wrap us under it. Even the Haqqanis are involved in those discussions. One of our terrorists that we found recently that had been in Gitmo, he's still in Libya. He's having those discussions with the Haqqanis about, hey, how do we view all of this together, right? Don't make it Afghanistan, don't make it Libya, make this a global terrorism front. Like those conversations are happening.
Wow.
And the thing is, they wanted to do this in Libya and they failed. So Libya was supposed to become where all the training camps were. And then they would deploy all the terrorists out from those training camps to all the future jihads. First it was Syria, but then wherever it would become. So they've now shifted that to Afghanistan. So Afghanistan now, they're going to put, I don't know what the exact thing is, but basically at least one training camp in each province. And so they're going to train all the foreign terrorists in Afghanistan, and then they're going to deploy them from Afghanistan to the different groups. And the really interesting part is the terrorist who moved all of our attackers that left our attacks out of Libya after the attacks, he's sitting in Kabul. So basically, Al-Qaeda's best terrorist facilitator is in Kabul because that's their plan.
Wow. Why do you think so many foreign terrorists are converging in on Afghanistan?
Because it's safe.
Because we're not there.
Yeah. So even one of our most recent ones, I'm assuming he's a high value target in Libya. He was a very high target value when we were in Pakistan. He now goes to Afghanistan. There's no more drone strikes. He can live a lot safer. So of course they're going to move there. And remember, that's not where the training camp infrastructure is going to be. And they want to support that.
Do you think China is going to aid them in future attacks on us?
I think they're for sure going to turn a blind eye. I think they're going to ride this for as long as they can. I don't think China's stupid. I'm not sure China thinks Taliban's going to be ruling 10 years from now. But I think China's like, let's position ourselves for whatever that fallout's going to look like. I think that's more what China's thinking.
Do you think China's going to be rolling over there in 10 years?
I'm not entirely sure.
They already are, it sounds like, but.
So.
Man, so what is Taliban's relationship with the U.S. now? Are we
According to an op-ed in the Washington Post today, the CIA shares intelligence with the Taliban. So we have an official intelligence sharing relationship with the Taliban.
I can't believe it doesn't even seem real. Does it?
I can barely take it every single day. Especially with just how many Al-Qaeda members are currently in Afghanistan. The thing is, we know Benghazi was covered up, that Al-Qaeda led the attack, right? People shouldn't have allowed it to happen. They did. Now, should we have learned our lesson? Like, we cannot let the US government cover up Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. I'm sorry. I feel like people are like, we've done this for 20 years. No, like, we're going to say something. We're going to report it if you don't, or if the press doesn't. Like, I do think people need to step up now. That we have so many experts on Afghanistan. We have so many allies in Afghanistan. We can pull out all the information ourselves. If the government's not going to do the right thing, then everybody who has contacts in Afghanistan needs to be putting the information out.
Where do you think? So they're doing all this training and stuff in Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda and all these international terrorists. Do you think they're going to start coming up through our southern borders?
Oh, they've already started.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I know that because I was told several different times about group pockets of terrorists, so like 6, 8. There was one larger one, maybe 25 to 50. I think it was 50, that procured passports from the Afghan government with the sole purpose of coming to our southern border. One was ISIS. It was only a group of 8. The ISIS terrorists got the passports. They went to Iran. Their goal was Iran, Turkey, Brazilian visa, and then come up through the Darien Pass. I forget it was 25 or 50, sorry. That was Haqqani Network. Their goal was, obviously, they're Haqqani Network. They were in the Ministry of Interior, so they all got the passports. Their goal was Turkey to Brazil. I mean, the key is Brazil. And then Al-Qaeda has also sent attackers on the same routes. And
why is Brazil a key?
Because it's easy to get a humanitarian Brazil visa, and then there's no real security to stop you from leaving. So then you just now go illegally up through the Darien Pass.
Okay.
The Darien Pass is the focus. The Darien Pass is where they're all going through. The Darien Pass is your choke point.
Where is that?
It's kind of like in Panama.
Okay.
And it's super dangerous. Like, if 10 Afghans go in, maybe 6 come out.
Really? Why is that?
There is murders, rapes, robberies, animal attacks. Like, I seriously know someone who told me that an Afghan died by like a large wild cat, like a cougar or whatever is the local one there. So yeah, diseases. Even if they get through and then get picked up by the Panamanians, there's a lot of torture and abuse.
So hold on, why is it so dangerous there? This is a section of Panama?
I think because so many criminals maybe are going through it.
It's just extreme poverty.
I think it's just like, it's the jungle, right? It's like kind of a real wild, wild west.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where everybody's targeting to travel through. So it's not exactly Brazil. Brazil's just the easiest part to get through this pipeline up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's the easiest country to infiltrate.
Brazil is, yes.
For the beginning of their journey.
Mm-hmm.
How many terrorists, do you know approximately how many terrorists we've caught trying to cross the southern border? I wouldn't imagine it's very many. It seems like the southern border is pretty wide open.
I don't know, because like last year, I thought there was like 20 in a month or something. I feel like maybe in this year it was like 100 or so. I don't know the exact number. I know we're missing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, these are only who we've caught, and
who we have biometrics for,
mm-hmm.
right? Because if we don't have their biometrics in our system, how do we know they're terrorists? We don't even know who they are. And remember, if they're coming as an Afghan on a fake Taliban passport, It doesn't have the biometrics we had anyway. It doesn't have the name we have watch listed. It doesn't even probably have the ethnicity. If you're Pakistani and you went and got a passport from the Taliban, you're now, they think, assume you're an Afghan.
That's a good point. Have we interrogated anybody that they have caught crossing the border?
I mean, I'm assuming, I just don't have access to that, but they are in detention facilities, if that's what you're asking.
Are you aware of any of the motivations?
I just have not seen any debriefings, and luckily I have not known a terrorist that's come over, thank heavens.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else that we want to cover when it comes to the Afghan withdrawal?
I think we're good, unless you had something.
All right, let's move into some more of your career. You were involved in the first operational acts after the UBL raid. Capture of Yunus al-Mauritani.
Yeah. So that was an interesting time because, as you remember, obviously they got bin Laden, and then they're like, oh no, the Pakistanis might arrest all these Americans who are involved, and they sent a ton of people home, right? And then Pakistan's like, oh good, we're going to stop issuing visas. Like, I don't know why nobody factored that in. And then like, oh shoot, we don't have enough staff in Pakistan because now we can't get visas because Pakistan, in retaliation, stopped issuing visas. So they went to the targeting community and said, who still has visas? And a long, long time ago, the Pakistanis issued 10-year, and then it went to 5-year, and then it went just your trip. So I had a 5-year. There was one girl that was now like kind of part-time CIA. She married like a JSOC officer. So she wasn't at headquarters anymore. She had a 10-year. And then Maya, who caught bin Laden, had a 10-year. The funny part is the three of us volunteered. So they sent all those staff officers home from Islamabad, and Maya, who all of ISI knew got bin Laden, she volunteered to go back to Pakistan. So they're all wimps, right? Because she was like, I'll go back. So they didn't take her. Unfortunately, she's a little bit of a tough character. I like her, but the boss, the female boss, didn't want to have her come back. So me and the other girl went. So I go out there, and it is like a ghost town, and they're doing nothing. There's no work going on. And we get information that Yunus Mauritani, so he was the Al-Qaeda External Operations Commander. So he's now like KSM, but like, 10 guys died since, right? So he's not as smart as Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who did 9/11. He's kind of like the C team, Yeah. So it's kind of like, this is now who we got. So he was in charge of any external plotting for core Al-Qaeda out of Pakistan. And we got information that he was going to leave Pakistan to go to Africa. And my assumptions maybe like Libya at the time, just because of the year, it was 2011. And then he was going to plan attacks in Europe from Africa. It was him and his cell. They were going to move out of Pakistan. So we got this, and I said, oh, good. Let's go ask Pakistan to detain them. And everyone laughed at me. They're like, we don't do operations with Pakistan anymore. I said, well, are we going to ask? And they're like, we don't even talk. So I go over to our chief of liaison at the time, which every chief of liaison in my story is bad, but they're not all bad, but this is sorry, CIA. So I go to chief of liaison and I say, hey, can you call ISI and see if we can go capture Yunus?
Real quick, ISI is the Pakistanis version of CIA.
Yeah, Inter-Services Intelligence. They have a bunch of different directorates. The CIA works with like their counterterrorism directorate. So that's who we're talking to when we talk to them as a partner, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I go over, I said, call ISI so we can go capture Yunus. And he goes, I don't talk to ISI. And I said, but you're the chief of liaison. Your only job is liaison with ISI. And he goes, yeah. And I said, can I have their number? He's like, I don't have their phone number. He goes, I'm only here to play tennis. And I thought I misheard that. I seriously thought I misheard that. So I said, you don't have a number, like you can't call them. And he's like, no. And he honestly grabs a tennis racket and leaves the discussion with me with a tennis racket. Like, he seriously went in the middle of the day to play a tennis racket when I was asking him if we could go capture the external operations planner for Al-Qaeda. So anyway.
This is our U.S. government.
I honestly.
This is how it is.
So,
Everybody needs to hear this.
yeah.
Everybody
So
needs
he
to
went
hear
and played
this.
tennis. So I go back into the targeting shop and everyone's like, how'd it go? Like kind of making fun of me. And I said, yeah, the jerk doesn't even have ISI's number. So I said, but we do. And we had this like old notebook in front of the phone and it never got changed. Like you probably need to go throw that notebook away. And so I was like, the phone number's in this notebook. I know it because I've called from it. And I went through the notebook and I found ISI's phone number. It's the ISI the targeters talk to, not like the ISI the chief of station talks to, but I didn't care. So I called it and the guy knew me. And I'm like, hey, it's Sarah Adams. I'm back in country. We want to meet. He's like, come on over. So we went over. It was me and like another, like one of the permanent like targeters in the station. Cause I was just a TDYer. And we go over and they have us go meet, I guess, in the room the chief of station goes to, because it's never where I met before. And it's like this big room with maps all over. And it's really funny because we always printed maps for ISI and I never know what we did with them. And I go to them, this is where all of our maps went. I thought you were doing operations with them. So the room was all these maps. And it was a very senior ISI guy who I assume was probably the head of the CT directorate. Again, I never met at that directorate, so I didn't know who he was. And we start the conversation and I tell them about Eunice. And at the time he had like 4 or 5 terrorists traveling with him. And then the guy, he listens and he's like, we'd be interested, but we're really upset about bin Laden. And he kind of goes through this spiel. And then he goes like, hey, if you handshake with me, that you'll tell us if you're going to go get Ayman al-Zawahiri in Pakistan, we'll do it. And so yeah, like, because I just thought he would say, you did this with bin Laden, we're not going to do work with you. That's what I think the whole conversation is going. And he asked for a handshake. Well, luckily, I'm not going to just handshake people. Like I'm not a liar, right? So luckily I knew we were nowhere near getting Zawahiri. So I said, hey, I know we're not about to capture Zawahiri in Pakistan. And I shook his hand, which was so funny because I had no authority to shake his hand. And he said, okay. And then we started planning for the operation. It was one meeting with ISI to get them to restart capture operations. That was it.
And you triggered it.
Yeah, and the U.S. didn't even try it.
Because old boy's over there playing tennis.
Yeah, old boy. Yeah, that's a whole nother issue. But yeah, so yeah, we got Eunice. And then the funny part is it actually became a big thing because we went over to start meeting to plan for Eunice. And then like press came out that like the head of Al-Qaeda in Karachi, who I knew really well because I used to be the Karachi targeter, was captured. So I go over, I said, hey, this guy was captured. And he's like, oh yeah, he's here. I said, can we meet him? He's like, of course. So we started debriefing Al-Qaeda's head of Karachi just because we luckily were meeting with ISI again and he was in their building. And then so Eunice and team go to southern Pakistan, and I kid you not, their plan is to get on a boat. I'm not saying a ship, a boat to Africa. So a couple of the guys are like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this plan is crazy. And they jet and they go back to Waziristan and they ditch Eunice. And so all we have is that some guy named Dowd is going to move him around. This is a part I want to kind of explain why you always collect information. So a guy named Dowd is going to move him. And so I said, let's just pick a Dowd. Like, we need a starting point in Quetta. We had no capture team because they stopped captured. So we talked Kabul into sending like a person in their tool, and they came over and like, okay, I'll be your capture team. So we had a capture team from Kabul. And I said, let's pick Dowd Badeni. So he was basically KSM's brother-in-law, and he had just been released a few months ago. I said, hey, we know he's in Quetta. He's important enough to where he would facilitate him. And I said, I know I saw in the past during CIA's debriefing program, people mapped out his house. So we dug it all up and found the house. And then we went and asked the AQ guy that we're now randomly meeting, hey, did you know Dowd? Did you ever go to his house? He's like, yeah, I've been to his house. We're like, does his family still live there? because, you know, that was so old, right? The US probably mapped it out in 2002. And he said, yeah, he still lives there. And then we acted like we didn't know where it was, and we made him map it. And it was the exact same location. And then we went and got imagery and set it in front of him, and his eyes got all big because his description wasn't good at all. But he was like, how did they find this house from my description, right? Because he was like, it was down a street and there was a school bus. Anyway, so we stage and start at that location. Eunice was 3 blocks from there. He was, I doubt that Dowd was involved. We took a guess, and he was that close to the location that we were able to capture him.
Wow.
Is that crazy? And it's all because long time ago, CIA's amazing debriefing program that people always give a hard time about, when it was the greatest collection of counterterrorism information ever, an old piece of info from like 2002 or 2003, like helped us like do a starting point.
Man, that is amazing.
Yeah. And then I do have a funny story. So I dated a Kashmiri for 5 years, and it was like getting a 101 into ISI. So by the time I got to Pakistan and I worked with ISI, they were the exact same. So everything they did, I knew. Like, I always knew all their games. Like, I could communicate with them perfectly because I dated someone difficult just like them for 5 years. And so we get Eunice, and we capture him in the south, as you know, and we're all in Islamabad. So they say, oh, it's going to take us a week to get him up there. It's Eid this week. You can come the week after and start detainee debriefing. So we go back up, and of course our station's like, we got to confirm they really have Eunice. Headquarters wants a confirmation. So I said, I'm just going to show up and be dumb. And they're like, what? So on the first day of Eid, it was a Monday, I talk one of the other station targeters into me, and I say, yeah, we're going to drive over there. We're going to pretend we have a meeting, and we're going to see if Eunice is there. And he's like, this is never going to work. We're going to get in so much trouble. And we went and pulled up to the building, and like no one was working. There was one guy in the guard tower, and he goes like this. I'm like, let us in. And so we get in the ISI compound, we park. No one's anywhere because everyone's off. We walk in the main doors, and there's a reception area. No one's working the reception area. And I look at him, and I knew he was like dreading what I was going to say. I said, we're going down the detainee room. So we go down where they do the detainee debriefings, and we walk in the room where the CCTV video cameras are in, and I turn on all the TVs. Eunice is on the TV. A minder walks in the room and shuts the TV off. And then a couple minutes later, an ISI officer that knows us comes out. He's like, what are you guys doing here? And I was like, oh, didn't we have a meeting today? And he's like, no, we told you it's next week. And I was like, oh my gosh, I always get stuff confused. And so we left, and we went back. We said, hey, we saw Eunice on camera. He's in Islamabad. And the funny part is, the next week when we went there, I asked that colonel, I said, what was Eunice like? And he's like, oh, I haven't spoke to him yet. So the minder never told him that we even saw Eunice on camera. So.
Wow.
Yeah. So they spent the whole week debriefing him and pretended he wasn't even in the city yet.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Well, what was that like when you got back to station? You told him.
Everyone was so excited that it was really Eunice. He's really unique looking. So when we saw on the camera, it was 100% him. So I think everyone was really excited that, yes, we got the right guy. Because there was still a lot of nervousness. Is ISI really going to do with this? Are they going to let the guy go? Are they really going to do this operation with us? But yeah, it was all 3 of who we wanted to get. We got all 3.
Man, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Great work.
Yeah, well, I mean, wasn't me. All you had to do is ask him a question.
Yeah, well, it was you. But let's move into Tripoli.
Next on the Sean Ryan Show.
People are so lost that it is this big thing, and it's all connected, right? They want to ignore that, and they want to make Benghazi this little thing on the side that randomly happened when it's a piece of the whole pie.
They want to compartmentalize everything.
Exactly.
What was the narrative about this? There was some kind of a cartoon that was made.
The Los Angeles Times says the producer of an anti-Islam movie that sparked violent protests across the Middle East is behind bars, like Kula announced Thursday.
Jake Sullivan made the video narrative, right? And then they all jumped on board, right? So Obama did a statement. Hillary Clinton did a statement. Obama, as everybody knows, got on a plane to Vegas to go see Beyonce and Jay-Z. It's like, why did he not cancel that trip and stay and make sure his orders are followed up on, right?
So Obama, this is while the attack's happening.
Mhm. Yeah, he flew to Vegas while the attacks were happening.
So we have an embassy and a CIA annex under attack, and the president of the United States is flying to Vegas to meet with Beyonce.
Yep.
You hear that, everybody?
Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes, so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.
Wow. 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 What a way to end the show. What a way to end it. Wow. Wow. But you know what? We don't have to end it. We don't have to end it. Yeah, I know she seems a little full of herself, but this is the thing. This is the thing. There's a narrative being laid out in front of us that, you know, it is not palpable. Okay. We hear about people being arrested and everything. We hear about, you know, all these things, but what we don't hear about is the prosecution of these. Okay. And now we find out that the man who was president of the United States decides to get on a flight to Las Vegas. Okay. In order to meet with Beyonce. Okay. That's not palpable for me.
Previously on the Sean Ryan Show.
Okay? It's not palpable. Okay. And guess what? We are going to go right into part 2 of this. All right. Because it was just released a couple of days ago. So I'm going to continue with this. All right. Because this is something that is okay. When we talk about Benghazi, we talk about bin Laden, we talk about all these things. Okay. Now, we know for a fact that they didn't get bin Laden. We know it. We know it because we've been told otherwise. Okay. That was a double. And that was just to make, that was just to give the American people the appearance that Obama did something about terrorists and about 9/11, right? Okay. And this is I'm a little pissed when I just heard that, because remember we were shown a photograph of them all sitting around the table during the Benghazi thing. Okay. And how horrific that it looked. And all of them had looks on their faces like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened, kind of thing. And it was all a lie. That was just a cover photo. That was a freaking cover photo. Okay. Gives me, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. If one of my commanders did something like that while I was in the Corps, that would be unforgivable beyond any type of scope. Okay. And this is, but see, the thing is these are the things that we need to see. Okay. These interviews and things like that, these are things that you guys need to be spreading around. Okay. Links to these things. And I'm going to drop links while he's on, Sean. It's the Sean Ryan Show. You see it right down here in the corner. See it down here on the screen, right down here. Sean Ryan Show, 2 million subscribers. Okay. Right here. Sean Ryan Show. Okay. And send people to the channel. Sit them down in front of a screen and make them watch it. Okay. Don't make them. Just kind of suggest to them that they should watch it. Okay. Because as they begin to realize the games that the CIA plays and the narrative that has been put in front of us is just totally out of freaking whack. Okay. I'm trying really, really hard not to cuss. I am trying really, really, really hard not to cuss because those boys in Benghazi, okay, that's unforgivable. Unforgivable. All right. Let's get into this. Part 2. Here we go.
So they're doing all this training and stuff in Afghanistan, Al Qaeda, and all these international terrorists. You think they're going to start coming up through our southern borders?
Well, they've already started.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I was told several different times about group pockets of terrorists that procured passports from the Afghan government with the sole purpose of coming to our southern border.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers. Now a damning new report blames the Biden administration.
Well, there's two different things. There's guys we're ignoring and guys we thought that were dead that aren't. So both those are in Afghanistan.
You think we're going to be back there someday?
We have to be. The main AQAP target, his name's Ibrahim al-Bana. Guess where he is?
Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan, being completely ignored. And guess who he hangs out with? Hamza bin Laden.
Sources tell CBS News Osama bin Laden's favorite son has been killed in a military operation.
Hamza bin Laden, the son of the former al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden, has been killed.
Letters captured in the 2011 raid indicated bin Laden was grooming Hamza to be the next leader.
Post-Gaddafi Arab Spring timeline.
Yes.
Arrived in Libya to no intelligence service, was present when it started. Kicked off captured operations in Libya in 2012. Abu Anas al-Libi, targeting the mastermind of Kenya and Tanzania embassy bombings. The Benghazi attacks happened on September 2012. How long were you in Libya?
I got there in January of 2012. I left for a few months in the summer to vacation.
Okay, I'm going to pause there for a second. Black Watch, another great point. You know, it was your first one that I commented to earlier. Makes you wonder exactly how many photos were photoshopped. Thank you for taking care of the cussing for me, Tennessee Ridge Runner. I appreciate that very much. By the way, thank you for the donation that you sent yesterday as well, and a few other people that I want to thank while I'm at it, because you guys definitely helped me get supplied up on fuel, and I want to hit those real quick. Brenda Coleman, thank you. Salt and Light, thank you. Ben Anderson, you know who you are. Brenda, Melinda Gillis, you know who you are. Yes, you do. And Stuart and Jacob, I'm not even going to try and spell or say the last name, because I don't think that I would do the name justice. I would totally mess it up. Thank you for your donations, and you are greatly thanked for all that you did there. We have enough fuel to take through until Saturday, so we'll be able to do at least 3 shows this week, no problem, and so on and so forth. So thank you again. Much appreciated. Okay. All right, let's get into this. And yeah, this is you know, we were told to know your enemy, right? So what do you see in the lower right-hand corner of this screen? Benghazi, know thy enemy. Okay. Makes me think about who is involved on the side of the keyboard because all these things seem to be leveling out. Okay. We're finding more and more answers to many, many questions, especially as guys who've served in the military before. Okay. Because what we believed was one narrative, we're finding out is a totally different narrative. And it is definitely having an effect on me in regards to their truth. And their truth, I'm talking about the U.S. government, not the keyboard's truth. I'm talking about the U.S. government's truth and the fact of exactly the extent of the lies that they have laid out in front of us over and over. And the fact of no scandals in Obama's presidency. Oh yeah, we're finding out different right now. Okay, so stick with me. Let's go through this. X22 is getting ready to go live on Rumble. So as quickly as he is up, we will jump over to there. But we got about an hour before that happens. He's running extremely late today. I think he forgot to change his clocks back. So his schedule is a little bit messed up. Now, all my clocks, they're all digital. They're all either the computer or the phone. I don't wear a watch anymore or anything like that, so I ain't worried about it. I'm never late. I'm always right where I'm supposed to be, right at the right time. Right? Okay, here we go. You were looking at the pictures on the wall. Okay. Yep. I see what you mean. Yep. We'll keep looking as the camera positions change. We'll see more. All right, here we go.
I went to like the London Olympics, and then I went to like Egypt and stuff. And then I came back and I went to Benghazi in August. And then I left Libya in the end of November 2012.
Okay. So you were in country when it went down.
Well, the day of the attack, I was in Benghazi and I flew to London for a meeting. So I went for a meeting, missed the entirety of an attack, came back, and then went to Tripoli since I wasn't in Benghazi. And then I stayed a couple more months.
Oh, man. So you just missed it.
Yeah. And the funny thing is Congress actually asked me, a staffer at Congress, if I found out about the attack and left.
Really?
I was like, what kind of question is that? Maybe you do that stuff here, but like we were all family. Like,
yeah. Yeah. Well, this is what I really want to talk about is some of the, I don't know what you would call it, if it's corruption or just incompetence that happened, during the attack, some of the cover-up stuff. I wanted to talk about it with Mark. It's tough, to talk about that stuff with somebody that was there, that experienced that amount of trauma. So I thought you would be the best thing to bring in. And so could you kind of walk us through some of the stuff that could have really helped the guys on the ground there that we didn't utilize, and some of the stuff that happened after Benghazi?
Sure. Maybe I should talk about the size of the attack first.
Okay.
Because it's really easy for someone who doesn't tote a gun to say, oh, these things could have helped the guys. But when you talk about the number of attackers, people really need to understand what they were up against, right? So the attack was directed by the head of Al-Qaeda, Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri. He basically handed off to his North Africa group, right? So AQIM is what we'll go by. And the purpose of it was to capture Ambassador Stevens. And they wanted to use him for prison swaps, to get other terrorists out. And it was going to be in honor of a couple Libyans that we killed in drone strikes in Pakistan. So Zawahiri's last two deputies, the most recent was Abu Yahya al-Libi. His last two deputies died in drone strikes within a year in Pakistan. So when the second drone strike happened, it was June 2011. And that's when he's like, enough's enough. We're going to take it to the Americans in Libya. And that's what he chose to do. It was actually a kidnapping operation of the ambassador, because in 2011, a ton of terrorists got released. And so by 2012, they were like, hey, it was kind of almost like this momentum going. And they're like, hey, let's keep trying to get out who we can get out and save more people. Even Al-Qaeda had just also in Benghazi, and this is never talked about, which is strange, like within just maybe 3 weeks before the attacks, they kidnapped the only Quds Force officers in Benghazi as well. And they were asking for 5 Al-Qaeda in Iraq detainees who were held in Iraq. So 5 Al-Qaeda members in Iraq. So it just happened weeks before. So now they're doing kind of the same thing, but they're capturing the U.S. ambassador, because one of the interesting things is one of the names they wanted to put on the plate for the Quds Force, he didn't make the cut. Right? They weren't good enough. So one of the people they wanted for Ambassador Stevens, his name is Adel al-Shalaili, and he was a Libyan on death row in Iraq. And he was a very close friend of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. He actually, after his death, he went back to Iraq, and he was a terrorist going to carry out the post-death attack in honor of Zarqawi, and he got caught. And that way he was in jail. So he was pretty upsetting to Al-Qaeda, right? Because he was the one that was going to do the attack in honor of his death. So that's basically the main Libyan they were going to ask for. They were going to throw in some other names. He's who they wanted. But they were going to, of course, ask for the blind sheikh. They were going to ask for Abu Faraj al-Libi. He's in Gitmo. And then they were thinking about maybe asking for Fia Siddiqui. I want to say she's in maybe Texas. So anyway, he passed it off to AQIM. AQIM's leader, his name is Drukdal. He gave it to Muqtal Mukhtar. We're going to call him MBM. His expertise is kidnapping operations. So he said, you mastermind this, you carry it out, but I'm going to play a heavy, heavy hand, because both of them were very close to Zawahiri, and Zawahiri said, this is super important to me. So Zawahiri asked them, he reached out to AQAP and said, hey, you guys help fund this. He also, AQAP out in Yemen, issued the fatwa that made it legal to even do the Benghazi attack. And then Zawahiri reached back to a bunch of people in Egypt. Hey, you need to support this. One had just got released from prison with Zawahiri's brother, and he, at the time, was negotiating to set up Al-Qaeda in Egypt. Zawahiri's like, yeah, great. Benghazi's your first operation. So all these Zawahiri people come together to do this operation, and they plan it. And the commander on the ground that leads the attack is Omar al-Shalaili, Adel's brother. So that's the attack commander, and he's AQIM's head for Libya in 2012. So that's kind of who's now planning it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They brought in 150 terrorists just for the ambassador's kidnapping. So half of them went on the compound and half of them cordoned off the street. So 150 terrorists. I mean, I don't even know if I can name any terrorist attack with extra 150 terrorists. And at least in our book, at least 50 of them are Al-Qaeda, and then the others are Al-Qaeda affiliates. So I'm not even sure I can name an attack with 50 Al-Qaeda terrorists at the attack. So you need to understand this attack is massive.
And these are well-trained guys. These aren't bottom of the barrel minions.
And
These are
we very painstakingly made that clear. We walked through their entire history. So if they fought in the Afghanistan Mujahideen time, they're in there as that. If they fought in Iraq, in our Iraq wars, which started around 2003, 2004, they were in that. In between those two, though, that a lot of people forget is the Algerian Civil War. 200,000 civilians were killed in that war.
I had no idea.
It was an insane jihad thing, and it always gets ignored. But so we had people fight in that war, and that's where MBM was in Afghanistan fighting, and then the Algerian Civil War kicked off, and he jumped ship and went there, and that's kind of where he got most of his bona fides. They weren't actually in Afghanistan, what a lot of people think. And then the Libyan Revolution, and then after Benghazi attacks, they went to Syria, as you can imagine. So yeah, well-trained terrorists. Pretty much every senior leader Zawahiri reached out to, either him or bin Laden or Zarqawi, had a long time established relationship with him. There's not even one person that Zawahiri chose that had no experience. Actually, really the only senior leader at the attacks that had no experience is crazy. So MBM like took over this random village. I want to say it was like in Algeria, and he recruited a businessman to be like a terrorist during his takeover of the city. And the guy spoke fluent English. And so he said, I want you to be the commander of my attack, of my cell of AQIM. AQIM had multiple cells, so I don't want to get complicated with that, because you speak English and I want you to talk to the ambassador. And they also recruited 2 Canadians to the attack. So 3 people were supposed to be the English speakers to kind of do the shifts to take care of the ambassador when they brought him in.
Interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's kind of who they're going up against. Resources brought to bear. I mean, let's just first talk about the first 2 deaths, right? So that's the ambassador and Sean Smith, right? The only kind of resource to bring that to bear is if CIA would have left the compound sooner. And I don't know if you actually know why they didn't leave till 10:05.
Why?
Because Bob lied to them and told them 17 February was responding when he knew they weren't. Even Mark still thinks 17 February, he ran into him during that night. That actually never happened. They thought they were running into 17 February because Bob lied to them and said they were responding, but they never did. On Bob's first phone call to the head of 17 February, his name was Fauzi Bukatif. He said, I don't have any help to send you. I'm not sending you any help tonight.
Bob is
this chief of base for Benghazi.
Bob. That means Bob is the head agency staffer
in the
city. Charge of Benghazi.
Yes. So obviously CIA has a QRF, right? GRS. That's how normal places work. Bob he did not believe in our QRF or believe we had a QRF or believe they should be used as a QRF in a weird way. And he only viewed 17 February as his QRF. So there's already kind of a disconnect from how CIA operates in Benghazi just solely because of Bob. So Bob only wanted 17 February to respond. He never wanted his people to respond. So he calls 17 February, and 17 February, who sent maybe 25 terrorists to the attacks, they're involved. We don't know they're involved, right? He says, I'm not sending anyone. He's not going to send people to go attack his own people. Bob then is kind of like taken aback because he doesn't want to send his people. And then the one guy he counted on just said, I'm not sending people. So he lies to his team and says, hey, we're waiting on 17 Feb to respond. He spent some time begging them, but he knows they're not responding. He was told the first phone call to them. So the guys finally leave when the State Department guy says, if you don't come now, we're going to die. That's why they left. So it was nothing. They just said, screw it. And they just abandoned the COB. But he could have held them there all night because he could have kept lying that 17 Feb was doing a response. 17 Feb never responded with even one body to the Benghazi attacks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Were there any repercussions for this guy, Bob?
No, they gave him the most senior award in the CIA. And then this was supposed to be his last trip. And he was supposed to retire. And because he got all these accolades, they let him go back to the farm. He started in the CIA as like a medic.
How does this guy live with himself?
I know. He started in the CIA as a medic. A lot of people think he has this long storied career as a case officer. He started as a medic and then he got rotated into being a case officer and spent his entire career at the farm. The only other war zone he was in, he went to a war zone in Eastern Afghanistan and he got his asset killed and then tried to do a money pay cover up and got in trouble for it and got sent home. And Benghazi was only his second war zone. So these people that say he's got this long history of serving, he was a trainer at the farm. And so after they let him go back and be a trainer at the farm. Last I heard, he was a trainer at the farm.
Well, you know the old saying, fuck up, move up.
So,
right?
Yes.
What a joke.
So no repercussions for Bob, who lied and basically got people killed. Because if we look at the timeline, the fire was started. So the attack starts at 9:42 and CIA got the call immediately. If you watch the cameras, I have it actually in the book. I think it's 9:48. They're sitting in the cars. Okay. And then now just waiting to go. The fire starts about 10 p.m. on the ambassador's villa. A lot of people confuse this, even the FBI. There was a fire started at the guard shack right inside of the consulate right away. But They then go and try to get to the ambassador because they know where he is. They can't get in. They don't start that fire till about 10. And then GRS leaves at 10:45. But GRS are sitting in the car to leave at 10:48, and it's a 2-minute trip. They took 2 to 3 minutes when they finally left at 10:45. They were already there. So mathematically, if they would have left when they were ready, the terrorists wouldn't even have started the fire. They wouldn't even have to put out a fire. Like, it was before the fire started. So that's what could have been done for the first 2 lives, but I think it's the only thing that could have been done for the first 2 lives. Unless, to be honest, that head of 17 February, and then the head of Rafala al-Sahati, who was the AQ's commander for Benghazi, and then another senior leader, those 3 within 2 days, a few days before all this happened, basically told us, we're not helping you with security anymore. I mean, they basically said something's happening. And honestly, at that time, they should have canceled the ambassador's trip. If it's the 3 most powerful militias in town say, hey, we're not going to help you anymore. And even 17 Feb said, oh, yes, you're paying us to protect the consulate, but we're not going to protect you on moves anymore. That's why like Boone and Roan and them, they were supposed to be home by then. They extended to do security for the ambassador while he was in town because 17 February said they were going to stop. So they knew these things days before. They should have canceled this trip because it's like, well, this is weird. The biggest militias don't want to do security anymore.
Mhm.
So that's what should have happened.
Nobody pieced it together.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, which is crazy. So anyway, for the first 2, GRS should have just been able to leave on time and when they're ready. The other ones, there's a mix of resources. I'm not really sold on, the military moves slow. The SIF was on a training mission. They didn't even think of sending fighter jets. I honestly think they were just going to drop the ball anyway. I don't want to be rude. I think really where you could have affected something is French Special Forces. They were based in Libya. The Qataris had 50 special forces based in Tripoli. So we had these, the French had obviously fighter jets within the region.
Where was the SIF team? They were in Italy, correct?
No, the SIF were in, was it Croatia? They were in Croatia on a training mission though. And remember, they didn't even have their airplane with them. So when they finally were told to deploy, the airplane, I kid you not, flew to them. Then they took 12 hours of crew rest. They loaded the plane, then they flew to Italy. So that's what I'm saying. We can't even say the SIF is going to get there. I mean, even if they overrode the crew flight, they just still didn't have their own plane with them. So that's what I said. I just don't see, the DOD was not positioned to respond. And it's sad. They should. Yeah. They're supposed to be. It's 9/11.
I thought that I have a good friend, Mike Glover, who I think was in that SIF.
Well, Mike Glover, I thought Mike did the thing after it. Well, because remember there was the evacuation from Tripoli 2 years later. Isn't that the one he was on?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
But yeah, so the SIF.
No, because this was so I worked with Mike at GRS. Mike I believe was still in the Army at this point. In the SIF. And
yeah, there was only one SIF at the time, remember, because there was supposed to be a EUCOM and AFRICOM, and the AFRICOM wasn't set up yet. So the only one that existed was the EUCOM SIF, and it covered both EUCOM and AFRICOM, and that one was on a training mission in Croatia. And then the only other thing that deployed is obviously the team from North Carolina, and they flew also to Italy. And honestly, they both arrived around the same time, within like 2 hours of each other.
Okay.
The Croatia one and the North Carolina one.
I'm not sure which one he was with.
So he might have been the North Carolina one.
Yeah, that's a very good possibility.
But even with them, think about it. Their plan was all of them was to go to Italy. I mean, it's going on in real time in Libya. I mean, I'd be pissed if I was them. If I would land them in Italy, I'm like, why am I not landing in Libya?
Oh, they were pissed.
And the other thing is, they never planned to send any resources to Benghazi. Even the fast teams, they were only deployed to Tripoli because around 1 a.m, well, first off, the CIA was not sending accurate information once they got there, how the attacks were ongoing. And that's a huge failure. They weren't really sharing it. So in the State Department, the state guy, every minute, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. And it's really well shared. They all move over to the CIA compound, attacks start. And no one in the CIA is sharing, hey, we just got attacked. We got attacked. Like they're downplaying it. Even the GRS team lead for Benghazi called it pop shots. He called it pop shots, the attack, the first attack on the CIA.
We went over this with
right.
Mark.
But so they weren't sharing it. So as you can imagine, if they're not sharing it, guess what happens? A threat goes out on Facebook against the Tripoli embassy. Not even from a verified page, nothing the U.S. is really tracking, and all DOD attention, State Department attention, shifts to Tripoli. All resources shift to Tripoli. So if you actually go read the order that came out at 5 a.m, by the way, they didn't put anything in motion until 5 a.m. Remember, the last attack is 5:17. That's why I said the DOD ain't your heroes in this one. Nothing deploys to Benghazi. It's only to Tripoli because they got focused on the Facebook threat. They say now after the fact, though, they say, no, we actually thought it was a hostage situation and we had more time, but that's not what happened in real time. But the DOD, you go ask them now, they'll say, no, we thought it was a hostage situation. We thought we might have multiple days to deal with this scenario and we're trying to work through it.
Well, that's BS.
Regardless, they weren't positioned to respond. They showed it. And they obviously weren't held accountable.
What was the narrative about this? There was some kind of a cartoon that was made.
Yeah. Well, so Jake Sullivan came up with this bright idea. If you know him, he's our national security director, and he's the one working all these beautiful Iran deals. He came up with the fact that we should blame this video. So it's just a little bit of background. There's a video came out like spring of 2011. And then I think maybe in August, like a translated version of it came out. In August, there was a planned protest in Egypt. It wasn't to do with the video, but they ended up moving it to September 11th. And so when they did move it, this video came out in the middle and they said, hey, when we do the protest, we're going to also talk about this video. What a lot of people don't know, though, the people who set up the protest were involved in Benghazi. So there was Zawahiri's brother, a really famous commander named Mirjan Salim. I don't know if you remember the old days in Afghanistan when they took down the big Bamiyan statues. He was standing there overseeing that. Okay, all connected, right? They're the ones hosting this protest in Egypt. They know there's a planned attack in Benghazi when they're hosting it. So anyway, so part of their big protest that had nothing to do with that video either, the video kind of got wrapped in because it was around the same time. So even that protest was nothing to do with the video. It was supposed to be like 3 weeks before. So Jake Sullivan decides to use this video as a fake narrative and they run with it. The problem is it worked. So what happened is they run with it. It became news. It actually ended up making the video go viral. The video went viral, I think, September 13th, which nobody even pays attention to. It's like, guys, the video didn't go viral until 2 days after the attack, only because of the policymakers. Then even Libyan policymakers started repeating it. And then the intelligence community got really sloppy. Like one of the most famous things, we bring it up in the Benghazi Committee report, is, you know, when you're in the government, the best intel usually is SIGINT, right? Like, you're like TS, SCI, whatever. What the NSA did is they wrote a report on the Benghazi attacks and they wrote a comment on the top that they cut and pasted from the press. And I kid you not, it said at 5 p.m., there were protests in Benghazi. They cut this from the press. First off, there was nothing at 5 p.m. in Benghazi. The 5 p.m. was Cairo, so they didn't have that right. And analysts started taking that comment and marking it as top secret, SCI. And then obviously when policy people are reading it, like, oh, that's a top secret evidence that there was a protest. So that piece was crappy intelligence. Hopefully. Hopefully it wasn't more sinister. But yeah, so all that was completely made up. And then like I told you, when we went and told them, hey, we have evidence there was no protest, they didn't change it. So by then everybody was marching along with what the administration wanted, and they didn't want to push back on Jake Sullivan and Ben Rhodes and crew.
A lot of people blame Hillary Clinton.
Right.
Why is that?
For the protest narrative?
For a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, for the protest narrative, she helped push it, right? I mean, she knew in real time it was terrorists. We all know that. She sent email to her daughter saying it was Al Qaeda like protest.
I mean, it seemed like she was apologizing for that video after.
Oh yeah, they all
the Benghazi attack.
All
instead of standing up for our men and women over there, she's over here apologizing about
exactly.
This shit.
So that's what I'm saying. Jake Sullivan made the video narrative, right?
Mhm.
And then they all jumped on board, right? So Obama did a statement. Hillary Clinton did a statement. Obviously, we all know about Susan Rice's talk show. Susan Rice's was actually written by Ben Rhodes. A lot of it was Ben Rhodes writing their statements. That's kind of the character in there. But yeah, so the main thing she did wrong in that piece was pushing a narrative she knew was fake because she knew in real time it was a terrorist attack. But I mean, her issues go so much beyond that. The issue that a lot of people had with Hillary, like if we're going to say we're September 10th, you know what I mean? Let's pretend the attack didn't happen.
Mhm.
The issues people were having with Hillary is, as Secretary of State, she was traveling from country to country and meeting with leaders, right? Like a Secretary of State does. But in her case, you had to donate money to her foundation to meet with her. And in some places, so many people were meeting with her in like the pay for play. Some of our military commanders couldn't get time with her. There were places she didn't even meet, like some of the CIA that thought she'd meet with her. And so one of the issues with Hillary was a lot of people were really upset that she kind of sold out the office.
So
of the
she
Secretary
hold on.
of State.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, well, that was a issue a lot of people had at the time with Hillary before the attacks. Like that's what they felt she was doing.
So she is the
And so
Secretary of State. She is running around the world forcing
it was like a pay for
political
play.
leaders to donate money to the Clinton Foundation so that they could get time with the U.S. Secretary of State.
Yeah, so that was a complaint in real time about her. And that's the complaint.
Is that legal?
I know. Well, that's the complaint. That's the issue with her server.
Almost 2 years after she had left office, for it to become clear that she had been using this private email and that she had handed over 30,000 emails and that 31,000, almost 32,000 had been deleted in this process. It was all being handled by a private server in her home. That's when that also became clear, meaning the government never possessed a complete record of her official communications while she was in office.
So a lot of
Okay, so I got to pause this here for a second. Okay, so we know that Joe Biden had numerous alternate emails his whole time, his whole time in office. What was it, 3 or 4 different pseudonyms that he had? How many did Hillary Clinton have? And then how many did Barack Obama have? Questions.
people think the Hillary Clinton server matters because of the Benghazi attacks. I mean, Hillary doesn't talk to Al Qaeda. What's on the Hillary Clinton server is all the economic and financial dealings she had in Libya, of course, and then all those other things as she traveled around. And so that's the server issue. But a lot of people don't actually understand that, and they put the server issue with the Benghazi attacks. But that's what people think is on the server, and they think that she could get tried for what's on the server, if that makes sense, because that would be the evidence of the activities everyone said she did. And that's what got wiped, that info. It's not really, I mean, there was probably some emails that night about the Benghazi attacks, but that's not why people cared about what was on the server.
And that just got wiped.
Yeah.
Just, it's gone.
I mean, there might have been people who got into it. But yes, it's not with any sort of agency who can prosecute her.
Gotcha. What could she have done? What could the Obama administration have
Yeah,
done?
because I don't think Hillary could have done anything. I mean, Hillary just got in the way that night, right? I mean, as most people know, she made the fast team change 4 times. The thing is, as the attacks were going on, the head of the Libyan Air Force said, send in what you want. do what you want. You have free reign. Like they gave him blanket authority. So wherever State Department that night argued over changing people's clothes or air clearances, none of that was real because they had immediate clearances to fly in anything they wanted. There was no rules on what you're wearing, what planes you brought in. So all that's just made up. Like they had full flight clearances to come and do whatever they want.
They had 100% clearance from the Libyan government to come and save our
The head of the
people
Libyan Air Force.
any way they wanted.
Yeah, his name was like General Al-Hassi. He said, do what you need. And this happens a lot in African crises. Algeria's done it before, do what you need kind of thing. So it's not rare that he said that, right? He's like, hey, come in with what you want. So yeah, anybody saying, oh no, we had to work through those things and discuss those things, that's not true. They had clearances from the beginning. So she just got in the way when all those negotiations with the FAST and the uniforms. I don't know what that was. Obama, as everybody knows, he did tell the Secretary of Defense, do use all means to do this. And then he got on a plane to Vegas to go see Beyonce and Jay-Z. It's like, why did he not cancel that trip and stay and make sure his orders are followed up on, right? Like that's one thing that wasn't done that surprises me that nobody ever complains about.
So Obama, this is while the attack's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he flew to Vegas while the attacks are happening.
So we have an embassy and a CIA annex under attack, and the president of the United States is flying to Vegas to meet with Beyonce.
Yep.
You hear that, everybody?
So the problem is way bigger than Hillary. I don't like to focus on Hillary because she's like the scapegoat and she's done a million things wrong, but God, there's so many other people. Jake Sullivan is in a super senior role in our government who had a way bigger role than Hillary. And like people just ignore it. And like I said, they don't care that Obama went to Vegas. It blows my mind. And then the fact that the Department of Defense they could not respond. They weren't even close to responding that night. Like pure failure. And yeah, all that stuff got pushed. You just say it's Hillary and everyone's like, yeah. And then nobody else had to be held accountable.
Let's take a quick break. Hey everybody, I want to talk to you about two products from First Form. One is OptiGreens 50, the other is OptiReds 50. We all know how life can get very busy, hectic. It turns into a lot of stress. Next thing you know, a whole month has gone by and you don't even realize it because you've just been going so fast. And when you get in these situations or these little sections of life that are like that, what's the first thing that always goes to the wayside? Your diet. I'm guilty of it too. My diet goes to complete when I'm stressed out, when I'm busy, when life gets hectic. And you know what? The first thing to go for my diet, it's always greens. It's just how it is. I don't know why. It's just always greens. And so I started trying this new product from First Form, OptiGreens 50. These are great. They are processed with low temperature. That way they don't affect the ingredients. There's no synthetic colors, flavors, sweeteners, or preservatives. It's 100% non-GMO and gluten-free. Here's the cool thing. They come in these little travel packets now, right? So you can keep these in the truck, keep them at work, keep them at home. Open one up, dump it into a bottle of water, and there's your daily vegetables, greens, whatever you want to call it, intake, right? Then on top of that, they also have OptiReds 50, which is your daily reds intake. These are also amazing. They actually taste pretty good too. So if you're looking to get your diet back on track, or at least supplement vegetables and reds and greens when you're busy and you don't have time to cook the way you'd like to, I suggest you try First Form. Check out OptiGreens and OptiReds 50 from First Form. It can help fill those gaps and give support to your hectic life. Visit firstform.com/SRS to get yours today. That's firstform.com/SRS to get yours today. And get free shipping on orders over $75. That's OptiGreens and Reds 50 from First Form. At Grand Canyon University, they believe that the military men and women are the unique among the uncommon. You fought for our freedom. Your bravery and leadership are celebrated by all Americans. GCU matches your commitment to excellence. With our counselors specializing in military benefits and over 260 flexible degree programs online as of March 2023, GCU makes higher education possible for our nation's protectors and their families to pursue your next journey. GCU salutes you. God bless America. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, and affordable. Visit gcu.edu/military. All right, Sarah, we're back from the break. So I want to talk a little bit about the committee that you got recruited on. So in 2015, you got recruited from the CIA by Trey Gowdy to be an executive appointment on the Select Committee on Benghazi. How did that come about?
Like most things, I think some of the guys from Benghazi gave Trey my phone number and he called me. So we just had initial discussions. He was just asking basics, kind of like how things worked in Benghazi, the different terrorists, just kind of atmospherics that he didn't know or understand. And then he liked what I had to say. And he said, how about you join my committee? And I said, hell no. I was confused, though. I didn't pay much attention to Congress like most humans. And there had just been a Benghazi report that came out from another committee that was run by Mike Rogers, and it was horrible. I actually had read it and commented all over it. And so I thought it was his. And so it was funny. So I said, hell no. And then I told Boone, he's like, you said that to a congressman? That's super rude. And I said, they wrote that crappy report. He's like, I think that was someone else. I was like, my bad. So Boone's like, well, if he comes around, maybe have a discussion, at least see what they're working on and see if they're doing anything you're interested in. You should at least sit down. I said, if it comes around again. And then the funny thing is, I was considering proposing to the CIA to let me go work on a red team in Afghanistan because I thought Mullah Omar was in Afghanistan at the time. And so I was working on kind of a proposal to pitch it to see if I could go to Afghanistan for a year. And then Trey called me back and he said, will you come up and just sit with my staff? And I said, fine, I'll come sit with your staff. So I fly up to DC and I find the office finally. I thought it was in the basement. Apparently it's not. There's multiple basements in the Capitol. Who knew? And I'm in a conference room with his staff and the staff director is sleeping during the meeting. And anyway, we get done with it and Trey Gowdy calls me and he's like, hey, what did you think? I said, I just don't think this is for me. And he said, I'll let you live in Tampa because I was wanted to stay in Florida at the time. And I said, okay, now we're speaking. So we had a little negotiation and a little discussion. And then I decided to join the committee. So I basically transferred from the CIA, kind of in the government process over to the Benghazi committee. The interesting thing,
what were those discussions like when you left CIA to go to the committee?
CIA was easy, but I'll circle back and give you a different response though.
Okay.
So I went to the committee and how Trey wanted the committee, he wanted kind of all the Republicans and Democrats to sit together and work together. So he never even asked me my political party and I wasn't political anyway, but on paper I was a Democrat. So the Democrats realized Trey hired a Democrat and they came at me there's no tomorrow. So the Democrat side of the Benghazi committee. So
they came at you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I was a Democrat joining the Republican side of the committee, apparently, but I was apolitical.
So was there motivation to get to the bottom of what happened or just to make their people look good?
No, they were their motivation was to make sure Hillary didn't look bad. And then they had this weird conspiracy, it seemed, that I knew stuff that didn't exist, that I knew covert action stuff, and Trey hired me to cover it up so it wouldn't come out. But, that's all that crazy stuff that the Benghazi annex was moving weapons to Syria. It's like, guys, if we're going to move weapons to Syria, we don't need to ship them through some crappy little State Department and CIA annex in Benghazi to get them all the way to Syria, right? We would just take him to Turkey and bring him in. So yeah, like, so all that's a conspiracy, right? But a lot of people at that time were still thinking, oh, you were attacked for your weapons or whatever. And it's like, we had 0 weapons, you know, like, and we weren't bringing in weapons. So there's no Stingers. So a lot of people get confused. So Stingers, right, are US made, and we gave them to the Afghan Mujahideen. There were 0 Stingers in all of Libya. What Libya had is Russian SA-7s, SA-9s, so they're also man-pads. But they came out of Gaddafi stockpiles, and then they proliferated everywhere, as you can imagine. But a lot of people get confused that those man-pads in Libya are there because the U.S. brought them in like Stingers, and it's like, no, those are Gaddafi's man-pads, and now we're just trying to get rid of them so the terrorists don't get them. So it's a huge confusion among people because they confuse what we did, I think like Charlie Wilson's War or something, and they think that's what we did. It's like the Libyan Revolution, we were air support, right? Like we dropped stuff from planes. That's how we helped them win. It was nothing like the Soviet War. So anyway, back to wherever I was. Yeah, so that was their theory. I knew covert action stuff that really didn't exist. So what they first did is they barred me from doing anything. Like I couldn't even go on like the systems. So I couldn't work. My first 2 months, I could use like no work. Like I don't even think I could get in the email.
Who barred you?
The Dems kind of put something in to like stop me from being able to work. So then they went to the CIA to have the CIA remove me from the committee. So I had to go over to the CIA with the CIA lawyers, and it was funny because the CIA lawyers were like going to the Dems. It's odd she's on the committee, but she's like the advisor. So it's completely logical that he would hire someone who worked in Benghazi as his advisor on Benghazi. So the CIA said, we see no conflict, because I think they still had that weird covert action theory. So the CIA lawyers were confused, right? Because everything was baseless. So the CIA says she can stay because we see no conflict. So then they were going to do this weird thing where they're going to release a report on me that talked about some of my time in Africa that was an issue. And I'll say what I think it maybe was. I have no idea. Maybe it was made up. And but it ended up being I was undercover when I was in Africa. So luckily our lawyers on our side went back and said, hey, you can't just release stuff on the CIA without getting the CIA to approve it. Like if you want to put something on Sarah, send it to the CIA for review and you can put it out. And we did that and they backed away. But Elijah Cummings got really involved and he said to his staff, like, what is this? So he stepped in and said, this is foolish too, So he was the Dem leader of the committee. So he wasn't I wouldn't call Elijah Cummings an issue. It was like the people under him. So he stopped that. But there is one thing. So when I was in Tripoli in the spring, I was there going after MBM, who then did the attacks. But also the main target in Tripoli was Abu Anas al-Libi, who had done the Kenya and Tanzania attacks. And so when I first left for Libya, I went to the CIA and said, hey, I'm going out. The COS wants me to come and do capture operations. They're like, there's no legal approvals for capture operations. We're not going to give you any approvals. You're not going to capture anyone. And then I went out and we put it all in motion. We got drones, we got approvals. And then they're like, holy crap. So they circled back around and said, hey, now that you have the whole infrastructure, go capture Abu Anas. And I refused to capture Abu Anas because the issue with Abu Anas al-Libi is he was detained all these years in Iran. And he was released because he was about to die. I mean, you should have seen this guy. He couldn't even like his brother took care of his family. He couldn't carry stuff. Like he was like on death's doorstep, right? And I said, I can't capture him. He's going to die in our custody. And as you know, we were going to use militias. An intelligence service was just set up. And I said, he's going to 100% die in our custody. So I said it to COS. I said, if we capture him, he will die before he goes to a courtroom. Like, I promise you. And so he backed me and we refused to do the capture. So after we both left, they did the capture. He died in custody before he went to court. But a lot of people had issues with the fact that I refused to capture him. But it's like, what are you going to do with a dead terrorist on your hands? That's even worse. And it was really bad because when he died in custody, They even tried keeping him alive. They gave him a liver transplant that could have went to an American. So basically another American died for him. I mean, it was really messy. It's like they never should have touched him. He was on death's doorstep. But anyway, so that was my entry into the Benghazi committee. Finally, they agreed that I would sit down and have a one-on-one with the Dems, and they asked me like 1 trillion questions, and then they let me work. So then I finally worked on the committee. But it was then a month later, because remember, the first 2 months I didn't even work. So the third month, I'm finally working, and I go over to CIA to do real work. And I get in an elevator with it's me and other people from the Benghazi committee, and an analyst steps on the elevator that I knew was an analyst in the shop that should be working in Benghazi. And he was good, like one of the best analysts I knew in the agency. And he comes in and he said, "What are you working on now?" And I go, "The Benghazi committee." And he goes, "I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole." And this guy was like the best, right? And I was like, if like the best guy who's got great integrity, hard worker in the shop that would be working in Benghazi won't touch it, they're not doing it. So when I left CIA that day, I called Boone and I said, the CIA is not going after the Benghazi attacker. He's like, "What are you talking about? It's been a few years. They must be." I said, "No, that's why we haven't seen anything. They're not going after him." And that's the day we decided to do our own investigation and track him down ourselves. So.
Damn. Did you learn anything in that committee?
I learned Congress doesn't have a lot of teeth. I don't know what teeth they have now that they're locking people up. And but at least when I was there, they put all these committees together. They write great reports. Our report's excellent. But what's it do, right? Like they don't use the carrots and sticks they need. I mean, Congress holds all the money, right? But they never actually go make the threats, right? Or force people to make the change. And so I don't know what the solution is to that. They're going to make this big Afghanistan war commission, right? Is there teeth at the end? I don't know. Like, I guess I felt from that, it was interesting working in Congress, but I'm not sure that's the place for me because I'm like a doer. I need to
Would you do it again?
I would do the Benghazi committee again only for the fact it was the only way I realized CIA wasn't working on the Benghazi attackers, 100%. It was worth that 1 minute in the elevator.
Man. So other than that,
not really.
It was just a waste of time.
I mean, kind of. I mean, I liked some of the people I worked with. It was interesting to learn how Congress works or doesn't work. Like those type of things, obviously, for any kind of, just to have an understanding in your career. Trey Gowdy's a very interesting person. We actually had a good mix of interesting Congress people that I kind of learned from them and saw how they did their work. But, you kind of want to work on something that has an effect on the end, right? I mean, that's the kind of person I am.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, let's get into some of the attackers that were out there. What's going on with these guys? Who do you want to start with?
Gosh. I mean, I think the one we should start with first is maybe we just talk about the masterminds really quick because a lot of people get confused by that.
Okay.
So I explained how Al-Qaeda planned the whole attack to kidnap the ambassador, right? So that's pretty clear. It's understood. And MBM was the mastermind. Well, there is a separate terrorist named Wissam bin Hamid who, during that night, took advantage and attacked the CIA annex. So that wasn't part of Al-Qaeda's plan, nor did any of the Al-Qaeda attackers go to the CIA annex. That's completely separate. And that one is a lot of work, just FYI, if you're trying to track these people down. So the craziest thing happened. So he was hanging out outside watching the attack on the consulate, and he got a phone call. And it was a guy in Tripoli saying, "Hey, I just got a call from the Americans here," which was actually JSOC he's referring to, the two JSOC guys. "Hey, I just got a call from the Americans. They're sending a rescue force from here to Benghazi, and they want you to help." He's like, "What the? There's more Americans coming to Benghazi?" And he kind of lost it on the phone. So he was the one called to go pick up Team Tripoli. Okay. So by a crazy random guy JSOC had a relationship with, which probably wasn't a solid relationship as we now know. So he hangs up the phone and someone nearby hears him say, "I'm going to kill all the Americans tonight." So that then is when he puts the whole plan in motion to do the mortars. So he sends a commander to the airport to now interdict Team Tripoli when they come and hold them up. So Team Tripoli arrived, I mean, I have the exact time, maybe 1:30 in the morning. And they held them at the airport till almost 5 in the morning. And then that commander, Wissam, called him and said, "Hey, let them go." And the crazy part is, one of the CIA officers heard that in real time. So he heard him say, "Hey, Wissam bin Hamid said we can go now." So luckily we caught that piece of the conversation too. So the commander, though, is completely unwitting, which is crazy. So the commander moves Team Tripoli to the CIA annex, and then he goes inside the building where the skiff is. So Bob's in there and all the CIA personnel and then the GRS team lead. So they're all in this one building. And Wissam bin Hamid calls this guy's fighters outside and tells them to leave. And the guy he calls says, "I can't leave. My commander's inside." And Wissam's like, "I don't care about you, commander, leave." So the forces that took Team Tripoli abandoned the building, and then the first mortar hits. So that's how quick it was. They arrived at 5:05 p.m. That first mortar hit at 5:05 a.m. and the first mortar hit at 5:17 a.m. So the whole holding up of the airport was just for the mortar strike setup, and Wissam did it. The crazy part is, so Wissam is the one I said early on that was killed by the Libyan National Army, but he did so well in this attack, he eventually became the AQ head for Benghazi.
No kidding.
Yep. And the crazy part is so there's a huge war in Benghazi with the terrorists. It went from 2014 to January 2017. He took over, I want to say late 2014, early 2015, and they started losing. And so the head of AQIM actually did a whole call out to international terrorists of AQ all over the world and basically said, "Go to Benghazi and fight with Wissam, like go save our base in Benghazi." And it actually worked, and they survived another 14 months until the mortar strike on Wissam. So it was the Libyan National Army and the Emiratis that did the strike. And he got hit and he suffered maybe about 10 days and died. Yay. And so Al-Qaeda was afraid when the rest heard Wissam was dead, they'd give up fighting. So they lied about it. And so they lied about it for a few weeks until they couldn't lie about it anymore. And then Benghazi fell. And Al-Qaeda lost its base there, and they haven't gotten it back since.
How many countries are Al-Qaeda operating in?
Oh, gosh.
Do you have any idea?
I mean, in most countries, they at least have clandestine officers. You know, Al-Qaeda is so entrenched in places. They have like people working like visa lines at embassies in Europe, for example. I mean, think about it. How many years they've been in operation? There are plenty of people behind Al-Qaeda that don't shoot guns. They just get ignored. How many people involved in the finances? So, I mean, they're pretty global.
Mm-hmm. Do you think they're bigger than cartel?
I think it would depend. I mean, if they bring in as much money, you know, that's kind of where you get tough. But I think in bodies, they're bigger than a cartel.
How much bigger?
I mean, they have so much more reach in a cartel. You know, like their cartels are like regional. They might have an international tie. I mean, Al-Qaeda can kind of go anywhere and they have a power broker to help them do something.
Okay.
You know?
Yep.
They're almost like
global.
an embassy. They're almost like, right? Embassy. Like we have embassies. U.S. has outreach all over with embassies. Al-Qaeda has that in a form.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about ISIS, some of these other organizations? I'm just trying to paint a picture of how prevalent these organizations actually are, because I think a lot of people think Al-Qaeda, Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah, no.
ISIS, Syria, Iraq, you know? And so I want to, this isn't a centralized network.
No. And remember, Al-Qaeda is the main vein of terrorism, right? So if you talk about other groups like Al-Shabaab, Hezbollah, whomever, right? Like Al-Qaeda links in with all of those main groups, right? So they're kind of like the godfather of terrorism, and everyone else is like, ooh, Al-Qaeda, right? So all those people are going to places like Afghanistan because now it is Al-Qaeda's hub, but Al-Qaeda has branches everywhere. So ISIS wanted to be Al-Qaeda, and they did a pretty damn good job. And ISIS is way scarier than Al-Qaeda if they were ever Al-Qaeda size, right? They just could not get there because luckily people went after them harder, I feel. People targeted ISIS probably better than Al-Qaeda. And so they're mostly known for Syria and Iraq, but they still keep popping up, like just even a couple years ago, they did a lot of damage in Mozambique. So they keep trying to make their inroads. Really now, though, you're mostly hearing about the ISIS branch in Afghanistan, but I think a lot of that is our press and our narrative are trying to say, oh, no, the Taliban are our counterterrorism partner. So we're kind of talking up ISIS-K in Afghanistan to make ISIS the threat, so you ignore the Taliban's working with Al-Qaeda, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
So Al-Qaeda is the bigger threat in Afghanistan than ISIS. But the U.S. government is saying ISIS is a bigger threat than Al-Qaeda. And so that's super frustrating because it's actually not a fact.
Wow.
Oh, I do have one point, though, on Wissam bin Hamid really quick. So he had 2 operational deputies the night of the attack. And so we're super interested in both of them. One was a longtime friend of Zawahiri's that basically brought in a bunch of Al-Qaeda people to fight during the Libyan Revolution. A lot of people don't understand this.
When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Sean. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Sean now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Sean.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you, guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Sean Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get... Right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of. it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
The Libyan revolution was not some democratic movement. It was terrorists taking it to Gaddafi because he locked him up forever. And most of the people fighting it, or at least leading militias, were terrorists. And Al-Qaeda brought in lots of terrorists to fight in the Libyan revolution. So there seems to be a really complete disconnect that it's all like Libyans who, you know, I was a barber and now I'm a warrior. It's like, yeah, but you worked for the terrorists that ran your group. So he's one of the big targets that was involved then in the annex. Because, you know, we focus a little on the annex when we can because of the CIA. But the other one is Wissam's brother. And the crazy part is he lives in Turkey. And in 2018, he applied for a visa to the United States and it got granted. 2018, they granted Wissam bin Hamad, who attacked the CIA annex and killed Ronan Bab, a damn visa. Thank God he went to the airport and he must have been on some sort of Turkish list or something. And the Turks didn't let him fly to America.
Are you serious?
He was granted a U.S. visa.
When, what, in 2018?
2018. So this wasn't some long, super time ago. So it's super frustrating. It's really frustrating working Benghazi, as you can imagine, because people don't care and stuff like this happens. And he almost got to the United States. So that's a really big thing.
I mean, this even says he joined ISIS in 2015.
Yeah, he's basically like
so this guy was Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and we're known, and we're granting him a visa.
Well, the brother is a big funder of ISIS even. So the one in Turkey, he's a millionaire. He's like a multimillionaire, and he's a terrorist financier, and he also he finances Al-Qaeda and ISIS. The really interesting part is when Wissam bin Hamad died, all these people called him, like the head of Hamas called him. But you know who called him, but people ignore? Remember Abdullah Azzam? He's kind of like the godfather of Al-Qaeda. His son called Wissam bin Hamad's family and said, sorry for your loss. You know, like these things are so much bigger than we just talk about an attack on the consulate in Benghazi. And people are so lost that it is this big thing and it's all connected, right? They want to ignore that and they want to make Benghazi this little thing on the side that randomly happened when it's a piece of the whole pie.
They want to compartmentalize everything.
Exactly.
Where are these guys now?
Well, we could talk about one that just in July, he ended up finally getting watch listed after 11 years. And again, it was in Turkey. And he'd been traveling back and forth to Turkey because he lost his leg and he goes there for his treatment. So luckily he was finally watch listed. His name's Ziad Balam, and he's Al-Qaeda. He's pretty much right now probably one of our top 3 or 4 senior Al-Qaeda members at the Benghazi attacks. So the Turkish authorities at the Istanbul airport capture him, and then they plan to deport him to Benghazi because that's where he's a wanted terrorist. So in Libya, there's 2 different governments, an East government and a West government. The East government is where the LNA is and General Haftar, if you've heard of him. And then the other government is the one the U.S. is aligned to. So the government the U.S. is aligned to, that prime minister basically gets involved and he tells the Turks, no, you're not sending him to Benghazi. You're sending him to Tripoli. He was having him sent to Tripoli so he can release him. No one believed me he was being sent to Tripoli to be released. He sends him to Tripoli. He held him for 10 days and guess where he is? Released. That's the U.S. ally. That is our one point of contact in Libya. He released Ziad in July. A captured terrorist involved in Benghazi attacks. And the thing is, Ziad is our emotional top target because he stole a weapon the night of the attacks, a saw. And the CIA had 2 saws, and we're 99.9% sure it's our saw. And so he actually stole a CIA weapon the night of the attacks, too.
A saw is a belt-fed machine gun, for those that don't know.
So
why did they
he
release
could get him
him?
for looting.
Why would they release him?
The problem is so the general that I've talked about, he's the one fighting all the terrorists. He's the one that took the war in 2014 against the terrorists in Benghazi and the East. And then as he beat the terrorists and killed them, they moved and they moved to Tripoli. Tripoli is their safe haven. They're protected by the government of Libya. Remember, that's a separate government. So when Libya formed after Gaddafi fell, the government in Libya stayed with the terrorists because the terrorists kept them in power. So, the old LIFG guys, Al-Qaeda. So they stayed aligned with the terrorists, and they still are. So yes, the U.S. ally in Libya is the same side Al-Qaeda is on.
This makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, and we've been that way for 10 years.
What do you think this guy's out doing?
I don't know. He was pretty spooked from what I heard, and he actually thinks it's a whole big operation against Al Qaeda in Libya, which could be good and bad, right? He could go full extreme, or he could go into hiding and maybe not do anything for a while. But it actually did spook him.
How about Hazma al-Darnawi?
Yeah, Hamza al-Darnawi. Yeah, so we talk about a terrorist that kind of like Boone interacted with a couple of times in his career. And so lately we've been bringing up Hamza because Hamza's super interesting. So back when we were in Pakistan, kind of when I met Boone, Hamza was one of the top targets at the time. You know how I said like we had the top 10 Taliban list? We had a top 20 Al-Qaeda list, and Hamza was on it the entire time we were in Pakistan. I go to Libya, and then I told you I go to Benghazi in August, and basically the top Al-Qaeda target in Benghazi, like the day I got there, was Hamza al-Darnawi. So Hamza al-Darnawi ends up being involved in our attacks. The really interesting thing is when he was wanted in Pakistan, it's because he was running like an electronics workshop for bin Laden. Like bin Laden kind of took him under his wing, and he was bin Laden's guy that like, you know how they kept wanting to try to find a new way to attack, like a new innovative way to attack? Hamza was bin Laden's guy to where bin Laden gave him a whole like scientific research laboratory. That's what we call the electronics lab. So very close friend of bin Laden, super involved in external planning, obviously was involved in the Benghazi attacks. Where do you think he is now?
Back in Libya.
Oh no. We wish.
Where? Afghanistan.
Yes.
Go figure.
Yeah. Again, we know he was a top target. He's been a top target of the U.S. government for, gosh, who knows how many years. He's sanctioned by the U.S. And it's like, hey, it's just another big Al-Qaeda guy who's Libyan in Afghanistan. Why the hell is he there? He's there training terrorists to come attack the United States, and they're not doing anything about it.
I mean, where do you?
And we've shared. It's been shared. It's not just on the Sean Ryan show. I have provided to the U.S. government that he is there. Just FYI.
Well, I mean, what is their response when you say that? When you say this guy is in Afghanistan training terrorists to come attack us, what is the response?
I really just get thanks for your info.
And then nothing happens?
Yeah, a year ago, I did provide something really good, and it actually did go up to the White House level, and they decided they didn't want to do anything with it.
Can you go into that at all or no?
Probably not in this forum,
Okay.
Without talking to all the other people involved, as you can imagine, who would be at risk. Because the negative is, right, if you don't go after info, you still want to keep your people in play who can collect that info in the hopes that maybe the U.S. will finally come around and go after the terrorists. You don't want to obviously lose the people who can report that info.
Why do you think they're not going after these guys?
Because they want you to believe Al-Qaeda does not exist in Afghanistan. So how can you kill a Libyan Al-Qaeda member in Afghanistan?
Why do they want us to believe that?
Because they want us to forget about Afghanistan and move on.
I've heard this from congressmen. I'm hearing this. They really think this is just going to go away.
100%. The only reason Afghanistan hasn't gotten away is all these pesky volunteers like me, like Scott, whomever, still trying to save their Afghans. And we've gotten in their way and they're sick of it. And they're just waiting to plow through us until it's a long, it's not in the press anymore and it's ignored and they can move on. They never want it to go on for 2 more years. We're like annoying them at this point.
What do you think there's going to be any recourse towards you or Scott or anybody?
Since there's like 1,000 of us helping Afghans, I mean, I doubt it. I mean, there was in some government agencies, people did go after, they were gone after for actually helping with evacs. My job, very different. My bosses were super supportive of me being involved in the Afghan evacuation. A large number of people in my office actually supported it. So I think the majority of actually worker bees in the US government we're supportive of helping Afghans. It's kind of the senior level stuff that we all stay out of, right? But I think normal, everyday people who have worked counterterrorism the whole career are very concerned about Afghanistan.
Yeah, I'll bet. I mean, how many of these top level guys are out there that we're just ignoring? Do you have an estimation on that?
Well, there's 2 different things. There's guys who are ignoring and guys we thought that were dead that aren't. So both those are in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say if you're asking me people who had like over $1 million bounties on their head, maybe this is a good way to do it.
Okay.
So that they had $1 million, $5 million, or $10 million bounty, and they're in Afghanistan right now. I'd say there's 15 of them, and I'm not saying Taliban. 15 that aren't Taliban, because people will be like, "Oh, Taliban, we put $1 million on Barada." I'm talking Al Qaeda or other very known terrorist groups.
You think we're going to be back there someday?
We have to be. They're coming down. They're coming. The thing is, remember, they're on offense now and they are coming for us. And a lot of them, remember, a lot of these guys we locked up for 20 years and we didn't lock them up in a nice prison in the United States. They were in Charkhi prison. It's like this really shitty prison outside Kabul. Like there are terrorists very, very upset and they want revenge.
What do you think the probability of another 9/11 attack is? Did I already ask that on here?
No, you haven't asked me that.
Okay.
I think exactly how it's done. It is hard to replace Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, KSM, who planned it. I'm not going to lie. He was a genius. But do they want to do something at that level? Yes. Do I think that they will do something more innovative than 9/11? Definitely. Remember, they tried it with obviously the liquids on the airplanes. I think the next attack will probably be something more innovative. I don't think it's going to be 3,000, but I don't think it's going to matter if it's 3,000, right? Because they want to hit here and they want to show they can do it and they want to do something spectacular.
How do you know that they want to hit here?
Because we're their top enemy. And we always will be. It's never going to change. And remember,
are we picking up traffic from them that are saying this? Do you know?
I have no idea if we're even collecting traffic anymore.
Oh, man.
It's funny because, a month or 2 ago, I found, one of our newest Benghazi attackers, the one I told you it was in Gitmo, and he's the one talking to the Connies. And the funny part is, the Libyan that was telling me that, he said, "Well, I hope your country's collecting what he's saying to the Connies." I said, "My country is not even, they don't even know this Gitmo guy was involved in Benghazi, let alone he's still a terrorist," right? Think of it. We haven't even collected on what happened to the Gitmo guy's release. Can you imagine what we're doing to anybody else?
We're not collecting on these guys.
They don't know that he's been a terrorist for 11 years. Honestly, I actually went to look even when he was in Gitmo, they didn't even know he was Al Qaeda. So let's not even call our Gitmo debriefings done well, because he was Al Qaeda when they picked him up and put him in Gitmo, and none of his Gitmo files say he was Al Qaeda. 0. So.
This is not painting a good picture, Sarah.
I know it's not.
Do you think they're going to come through the southern border?
I think the southern border is the easiest place to come through, but if they can get in a refugee pipeline, they can come straight in. So the refugee pipeline is very dangerous. What a lot of people, here's an argument you'll get, and people need to understand this. They'll be like, well, there's been terrorist attacks all around the world and Afghans weren't involved in them, right? It's because the Afghan passport was so weak. Now the Afghan passport is extremely powerful because a lot of humanitarians are like, we need to save these Afghans from the terrorists. So Afghans are being brought in all over the world. And Al-Qaeda is like, holy crap.
So they don't even need the
This is a
southern border.
coup. They don't. Our terrorists in Libya, they were given official Libyan passports and fake names. It's the exact same thing the Taliban's doing. The terrorists can get passports for other countries even now, right? So they don't have to come over the border, but there are some still doing the border to actually even just to see if they can do it and to test it and to kind of learn about our weaknesses. Because remember, terrorists are always looking at our weaknesses. You know, I used to do detainee debriefings and, you know, I'm trying to learn about them, but you pay a lot of attention to what they're trying to learn about you, right? And they are going to find our weaknesses, and our southern border is probably our biggest weakness right now.
Yeah. And you think we're their number one priority?
100%.
Even though we're gone,
100%.
we're still their number one priority.
Remember, we killed their family. Remember, this isn't just Afghanistan. We killed their family members in Afghanistan, their terrorist family members. We killed the terrorist family members in Iraq, right? Like, we killed a bunch of them when they did spend a little bit of time they did in ISIS in Libya. Like, there is a lot of revenge, you know?
Yemen.
Yeah, exactly. Yemen's a really good example. People always ignore how powerful AQAP is. So, you know how we talked about, you said, who's in Afghanistan? And I said, hey, let's go 1 million over. So the main AQAP target that I think they thought was dead, his name's Ibrahim Al-Bana. Guess where he is?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. So AQAP, senior leader in Afghanistan as well, being completely ignored. And guess who he hangs out with? Hamza bin Laden.
Do you think that the resistance has any hope of taking their country back?
I
and
think
freeing their people.
I think the good thing about the resistance is what I'm saying to you, they know all that, right? So the resistance aren't naive, right? They are the experts, right? They know their enemy, which is the most valuable thing, right? Because we really don't know our enemy most of the time. Thank God the resistance knows their enemy. The resistance has to build a very powerful coalition. That's how they win. And if they keep separated or keep anything ethnic, it's just not going to be enough because the Taliban is so big and so powerful. Like, they have to hit back with the same strength. And so I don't even know what percentage of bodies the Taliban is, but I don't know if they're 40 or 50% of the population, then your resistance has to be 40 to 50% of the population. And that's what they have to get to. And I think they can win. But it's going to be a lot of guerrilla stuff, right? Because, I mean, the Taliban are the better armed. But I'm positive that they can win, but they all have to come together. And there has to be a catalyst to bring them all together. And we haven't seen that happen yet.
A couple more people I want to talk about. We got 2 Benghazi prisoners in U.S. prisons. Ahmed Abu Khattala, convicted of terrorism charges, not murder charges, currently in a Colorado prison. And Mustafa Al-Iman, sentenced to 19 years in prison. Why don't these guys have death penalties? Why don't they have life?
They're not even attackers.
They're just low level?
No, they're not even low level. So Abu Khattala is a little messed up in the head. So Al-Qaeda never shared the attack with Abu Khattala. The U.S. actually lies to everybody. So during the revolution, Khattala had a little militia of all, like, Khattala lived in, like, Compton, okay? Is the best way to put it. Shittiest neighborhood in Benghazi. And so, like, 20 of the guys got together and they had a militia. And it was a pretty good militia, right? Because they are, like, the toughest, roughest guys. After Gaddafi fell, they disbanded the militia. So in 2012, Khattala was not in a terrorist group. And he's a little bit crazy. Some people say it was Gaddafi tortured him, whatever reason. So Al-Qaeda never shared the attack with Khattala.
Okay.
So Khattala is sitting at home drinking tea. He gets a call from Mustafa Al-Imam, who just found out there's an attack, and said, hey, there's an attack going on in the U.S. consulate. Let's meet there. And they went down and met there. The crazy part is Khattala stayed outside the entire attack. So the whole time Al-Qaeda was in, he stayed outside. And then if you understand anything about the timeline, he didn't even go into the compound until after GRS and State Department left. So a whole nother hour. Then he went in the entire compound and did a little looting. So he's a fake mastermind the U.S. lied to so they didn't have to tell you it was Al-Qaeda. The good part is the jury kind of saw through it. And that's why your other part of the question, he didn't get the death penalty because they were like, there seems to be like no evidence that he really was much of an attacker, let alone the mastermind. But yeah, they are low-hanging fruit. Mustafa was basically, I'm assuming, only detained to back up the Katala one because they went to Misrata and got Mustafa. And within a half a mile of Mustafa was at least 3 senior Benghazi attackers. Right where he was.
Man, what? So these guys are just scapegoats.
Yeah, and worse, they have no Al-Qaeda background. So Mustafa al-Imam, he's really weird. Like, his father maybe did a little extremist stuff. Maybe he was in Palestine. Maybe had some sort of relationships with Hamas, but like he wasn't like some known Hamas fighter. And then the family emigrated to Libya, and he got in some sort of trouble, and he got put in Abu Salim prison. That's Gaddafi's big prison. In prison, he makes best friends with Katala. So then they all get broken out during the Libyan revolution, and he moves to Benghazi. So honestly, you know how long it took me to find anyone in Benghazi who knew Mustafa Imam? And then when I did, they're like, that idiot, like he's a nobody. He was like a terrorist for like a few weeks or something. So yes, so I think they captured Mustafa al-Imam to strengthen the Katala piece of their fake narrative.
Oh man, it's just, I mean, I'm going off on a tangent here, but it irks me that people still, I mean, the news, the false narratives, the scapegoats. I mean, the media has really turned into just a state megaphone.
I know. And the part that really frustrates me, though, is they put him on trial knowing, like, Boone refused to testify. He's like, he's not the mastermind. So they knew there was people in Benghazi who knew he wasn't the mastermind, and they still put him on trial. And I feel like that's a real big lack of integrity, too. And remember, we sent a team to go get him. So we risked American lives to pick up, like, some low-hanging fruit that wasn't even an attacker. Like, what if some of them would have got killed?
I wish I could just get through to people, to not buy off on everything they see on the news. And this is another example. I mean, you are the type of person that briefs the White House, and people are still going to go to news. And I don't know how to get through to them.
I know.
But I don't want to beat a dead horse, but how fast do you think these terrorist organizations are going to kind of get back up to what they were before we started taking them out? Like, what is the regeneration process for Al-Qaeda? Is it already back up?
Well, if we just look, I like to compare to Libya because it was a real example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Gaddafi fell the end of October. So beginning of November, Al-Qaeda started setting up a base. They were actually doing a real base in Benghazi, right? They did our attacks in September, and I told you General Haftar had that war against them. Guess how many soldiers they killed from 2014 to 2017?
I have no idea.
8,000. And then you add 20,000 civilians on top of that. That's how powerful Al-Qaeda got from the end of 2011 to basically 2014. So Al-Qaeda is a year away from that in Afghanistan.
Right back up to what it was.
Oh, and 1,000 times bigger. Because remember, Al-Qaeda had like little pockets of training. Obviously, everybody knows about Tarnak Farms down in Kandahar. There was like a Sarobi camp outside of Kabul, etc. Right? They had little pockets in Afghanistan. Now there's a training center in every province being built in Afghanistan. Like the level isn't even, the Al-Qaeda that is coming is so much bigger than the Al-Qaeda on 9/11. Like they're already probably bigger than 9/11.
That's scary.
Yes. So we have no progress on Al Qaeda at this point.
So we have, from a geopolitical standpoint here, we've got Russia, Ukraine going on. We have major beef with China, Taiwan. We've got, and now we have ISIS. We have Al Qaeda, which is just massing incredible amounts of people,
And then
we're enemy number one.
And don't forget, Africa has become coup country. Like every country, coup. Like we're like losing all access in Africa.
Yeah.
And it's all going to China and Russia.
China and Russia are taking it all.
Yeah, they have it all. They're not even taking it at this point.
Do you have any positive news?
Oh, is that what I came here for?
No. I thought
this was a Sean Ryan show.
I try to end every show with something positive, but I'm drawing a blank right now.
I mean, I think the positive is there's a lot of good Americans who've spent 20 years working counterterrorism, who are trying to get the word out, right? Like focus on this threat, make this a priority. And honestly, when they're not getting answers, right? Like they might work in parts of the government, they're going and collecting it themselves. Like they are trying to do something, and it's better than, I feel like after Benghazi, nobody did anything, right? I feel now, I'm hoping now, after Afghanistan, people like, we're not going to let this happen. Like, no, like not on my watch. And that's what we kind of all need to come together.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, I just want to say I really appreciate you coming out and educating me and the audience. And what's happening in your future?
I mean, my future is I want to get the mortar team. So it's a 10-man mortar team that hit the CIA annex. We recently named one, and we got 9 more to go, and that's our near-term focus.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Well, how can people get in touch with you? How can they find you? Where do they get the book?
The book's easy. You can just get it on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. We have like a Instagram page where mostly we make fun of terrorists. So if you don't like humor around terrorism, maybe don't come to it. But otherwise, it's ascarimediagroup.com. I mean, Ascari Media Group. So it's ASKARI Media Group.
Right on.
Can't spell at this point.
We'll link it at the bottom in the description.
Perfect.
And once again, I just want to say best of luck to you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Exposure. Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes, so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.
All right. So, wow. I already watched that. I already watched that. You don't need to replay that. There's a lot of information there. And a lot of pieces of the puzzle of Benghazi are there. All we can wait and see whether Congress actually does anything about this. If they don't, then they need to be held to account. Congress needs to be held to account. This pussyfooting around has got to come to an end. It has to come to an end, and it will come to an end, because if not, we're going to replace every frickin' one of you. Absolutely no doubt in my mind to that. I'm very, very, very prone to say that these guys are pieces of caca. So you can check out the Sean Ryan Show. He's got lots of information there. He had John Lovell on there not too long ago. Tom Satterley with Delta Force was on there. Tim Burchett was on there. Sean Webb talking about CIA funding. Tom Satterley. So there's a lot on there. A lot of information. And the thing is I don't want to bring you clips. I want to bring you the whole interviews. So folks, check him out here on YouTube. Give him a like. Even if you don't like her, it's the fact that he brought her on and was trying to get answers to questions that we all have in regards to Benghazi, and we have to show respect for that. So Sean Ryan Show here on YouTube, and he's got. Let's see if he's got. Let me check his community thing here. He might actually list a couple other things on here. He's got a couple of things on here. He's got, see my exclusive local news Fox 17 segment on at 9 p.m. tonight, discussing the cartels and the fentanyl crisis with Megan O'Halloran and Louis Chaparro. He's trying to do something. You know what I mean? Former Navy SEAL who's still trying to do something, to help all of us. I already subscribed to him. So is there a way to? Yeah, I want to see what else he comes up with, and when he comes up with it. Okay, now back to our regular scheduled programming. Yeah, it was very heavy stuff, Ben. It was, anytime we look at any of this stuff, it's all heavy because of the fact that, we understand that American lives were lost. And when that kind of thing happens, it gives us a different perspective of a lot of things. We just kind of have to, sometimes we have to suck it up and endure. Sometimes, let's say bad actors in their personalities or bad personalities. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad actor, just bad personalities that are delivering the news to us. But the fact of the matter is like I said, anywhere between 60 to 80% of everything that they give you is the truth. The rest of it is filtered with lies and deceit, and we work at it from there. Why am I getting so many texts? Give me 1 second here. Just need starters because I'm out of newspaper now. So I need fire starters. So I got somebody down at the store right now trying to find me some fire starters. Okay. All right. So we're going to jump into the X-22 next. Part A and part B, I'm going to do both of them tonight. I was listening to part A while I was outside trying to get my outdoor kitchen area a little bit covered because I know more rain is coming in, and I want to be able to cook dinner tonight without water pouring into the pot and stopping my water from boiling. So I'm trying to get a couple of things hung up out there in order to have that area taken care of. Yep, this is the new X-22. It just dropped. So we're going to hit the part A right now, and then we'll hit part B immediately afterwards. And then after that, we have the SGT report from today. Who will stop the traitors? Yeah. And we'll just keep going along with this. I hope everybody's having a good night. I hope you got some something to drink and something to snack on or dinner, depending on where you are. And let's get to this. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3205 and today's date is November 6th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Trump Was Right About the Electric Cars. Economic Awakening is Happening. Let's talk about protecting the wealth. Dark clouds are gathering as markets shudder, stocks are sinking, currency stumbling, fear and uncertainty reign. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there in the background. Its enduring value guards against loss. It's like a missile shield. While paper wealth burns, gold persists. Shield your savings against looming threats, war, recession, contagion, and avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. Take control in the chaos. Fortune favors decisive action. Get hold of gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future. As this new storm gathers, panic looms, and some of the places you were thinking for your money, well, they don't look so clever anymore. Secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investment IRA and claim your free bullion coin today. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private Western Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, their entire mission is completely failing. Why do I say this? Well, really think about this. The deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they wanted to keep everyone in the dark. They didn't want anyone to know what the central bank system actually really is and how it operates. Now the people, they're seeing it very, very clearly for the very first time. Yes, we might have had people in the past where they said, you know, there's something wrong with the system, but I just can't put my finger on it right now, but I know there's something wrong. And people are starting to realize what is wrong because now they can't unsee it. You see, the central bank system, they love to drag things out. They do it very, very slowly. They manipulate very, very slowly. They don't want you to see the inflation. And when it comes to the end of their system, they know they need a cover story, because if they don't have the cover story, everyone will see the real system. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We're seeing the real system. The real system is inflation. The real system keeps the people enslaved. The real system is what people are experiencing right now. Trump and the Patriots, they needed everyone to see this. They needed everyone to see it in a very, very short period of time. And that's exactly what is happening, especially the young generation right now. They're starting to realize no matter how much they work, it doesn't make a difference. And think about it. When your wages don't keep up with inflation, you can work harder and harder and harder. It will not make a difference. And you need to remember that this has been happening for a very long time. The only problem is that people really couldn't see it. They realize, oh, you know what? I'm not making enough right now. I really need a cost of living raise. But you have to ask yourself, why do you need a cost of living raise? And as time went on, people said, you know, why do I need a second job here? This is ridiculous. Why do I need a credit card? Why do I need to have all these payments? People just couldn't put their finger on it. But now, since everything's been accelerated, the economic awakening is actually happening. And the people are starting to realize that wages are not keeping up with inflation. The value of the currency is losing value, and the whole thing doesn't make sense. And that's what people are learning right now. That's what the people are understanding. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with the electric vehicle market right now, because Trump, once again, is right. Because in the end, what's going to happen is that all cars are going to be manufactured in China. And Trump has warned about this from the very, very beginning. And we can see right now from Political Pro coming out on X, fear of Chinese dominance looms over Biden's next electric car rule. Now, remember, in this rule, it says that you cannot purchase electric vehicle batteries that contain ingredients from adversaries like China. And this is a key issue for the EV tax breaks in Biden's signature climate law. So the question is, what is Biden going to do? So if Biden is controlled by China, is Biden going to uphold this rule where we're not going to manufacture or accept the ingredients from China? Now, this is going to be very interesting how this all plays out, because you know what they're going to do. They're always going to find a workaround. And actually what will end up happening is we'll actually have the vehicles produced in China instead. And I do believe this is exactly what's going to happen. And this is what Trump has been talking about, because in the end, Does the deep state, the central bank, actually follow any rules whatsoever? No, they don't. They always skirt around them. And you could see with the student loans, you could see with gun control, you could see with everything that they're doing, they do not follow any rules. So I do believe that what's coming up, this is going to be a defining moment in all of this. And Trump has warned us that in the end, the automobile manufacturer, they will cease to exist here in this country. All automobile manufacturing will head off to China. And you could see that this is what will happen if we allow it to happen. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they've been telling everyone this and letting everyone know that this could happen if Biden and the central bank, the World Economic Forum, if they're allowed to move forward with their agenda. But I don't believe their agenda is working right now. I think it's completely and utterly falling apart. Think about it. EV sales are down. People are not purchasing. That's way too expensive. As inflation picks up, people are realizing they can't make ends meet, and it's just getting harder and harder for people. And people aren't going out and saying, hey, you know something, the first thing I want to do is buy an EV. That's not what they're doing. The first thing they're saying is, wow, how are we going to pay our rent? How are we going to pay our mortgage? How are we going to pay our gas bill? How are we going to pay our electric bill? That's their first thing that they're thinking of. And people are seeing the inflation. And that's the whole point of this. The central bank system, their system does not work. Their system, their currency loses value over time. Trump just needed to show the people what this looks like and what it feels like. And that's what people are experiencing right now. They're experiencing what it looks like and what it feels like. When people go to the restaurants, when people go to the supermarkets, when people pay their insurance bills, when people pay their electric bills, they are realizing it. The young generation who've been promised everything under the sun, they're realizing it as they come out of school. Hey, wait a minute. You told us we can get these great jobs, we can make a great living, and we can live an incredible life. And they're realizing no matter how much they work, they can't save, they can't pay for anything. And every day that passes, it gets worse and worse because inflation is going up. Wages are either staying the same or declining right now. Remember, this is not 1971 when we just came off the gold standard where they had to adjust everything. We're at the end of the system. And at the end of the system, it's much easier to show the people the truth about the system. Wall Street Silver put this out and said, $16 for a burger, fries, and soda. McDonald's customers slam franchise, fume. It's no longer affordable. And that's what a lot of people are doing. Remember, this is the cheap food. This is the inexpensive food where people say, you know something, let's not cook tonight. Let's go out and get a cheap meal. It's no longer cheap for the people. It used to be cheap. It's no longer cheap. And when this food is expensive, you know things are getting worse and there are major, major problems in the economy. And that's what people are noticing. And the young generation, they're realizing what enslavement actually looks like, because that's what the central bank does. It enslaves the people. And what does it do? It makes you work and work and work. And in the end, you keep working and you never get ahead. Why? Because your currency is worth less and less every single day. If it's worth less and less every single day, how can you get ahead? You cannot. The only way you can do it is if your salary goes up at the same rate of inflation. But guess what? That isn't happening. So that's how people can see it and see it very clearly. If you go back to Weimar Germany, the value of the currency was declining so rapidly, people would go into a coffee shop and they would buy a cup of coffee. Let's say it's $2. And the next day they would go in and they say, well, now you have to pay $4. Talk about protecting our wealth. Dark clouds are gathering as markets shudder, stocks are sinking, currency stumbling, fear and uncertainty reign. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there in the background. Its enduring value guards against loss. It's like a missile shield. While paper wealth burns, gold persists. Shield your savings against looming threats, war, recession, contagion, and avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. Take control in the chaos. Fortune favors decisive action. Get hold of gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future. As this new storm gathers, panic looms, and some of the places you were thinking for your money, well, they don't look so clever anymore. Secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investment IRA and claim your free bullion coin today. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. The same thing's happening right now, and it's accelerating as time goes on. And you can see the younger generation, they don't know what's happening. but they know there's something wrong. They know that this isn't right and it doesn't make sense. And they're asking the questions. Why are we working so hard? Why are we working? Why do we need a side hustle just to pay our rent, just to pay our car, just to pay for food? It makes no sense. There's something wrong, because as soon as I get into the job or if I have a side hustle, inflation picks up, and that is not enough. And this is going to continue to happen over time. Take a listen to one individual who's talking about why this whole thing doesn't make sense.
I don't want to work anymore. And now everyone who's not going to watch the full video can go comment about how lazy I am, how lazy my generation is, and how we just don't want to work anymore. And now for those that are still here, I will explain what we mean by that. I do want to work. If I didn't work, I think I would honestly probably get so bored that I would just want to off myself. Like, most of us want to work. It helps give you purpose. It helps give you something to do. Hopefully you do something you're passionate about. Luckily for me, I do something I'm passionate about. So I genuinely like my job. But the problem is the purpose of a job is supposed to pay for you to be able to afford to live. And that's just not the case anymore. People in my generation who went to college, who did everything they were supposed to do, worked hard in school, went to a good college, graduated with their degree, yada, yada, got their first job, and they can't afford to live. And we're working 40 to 60 hours a week, like on average, and we cannot afford to live. Like, we just do not make enough to pay rent, to pay for food. Everything is so expensive right now, and wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. So we are working full time, giving up a huge portion of our lives to work, and we can't even afford to live. That is why my generation is frustrated. That is why we don't want to work anymore, because we work really hard and we still can't afford to even get by. So, like, what's the point? We can't afford to save. We can't afford to buy things we want. We can't afford to go out and do fun things. We can barely afford to pay our rent and buy food. A lot of us have like 2 or 3 jobs, or like work a full-time job and have several side hustles. That is the case for me. And then older generations just look at us and they're like, you're not working hard enough. This is your fault. Like, you're not working hard enough. That's why you can't get. The reason we can't get by is because the cost of living since the 90s has gone up 67%, while the wages have only gone up 18%. So wages have not kept up with the cost of living. That is why we can't afford to live. Not because we're lazy, not because we don't work, not because we don't want to work anymore. That is why. That is all. We're also in extreme debt because everything is so much more expensive than it used to be.
And the entire system doesn't make sense. And this is how people are catching on. And Trump, once he has the people where he needs them, where they understand the system, they understand that this system doesn't work and the system's crashing, he's going to have the people behind him, and he needs the people behind him to move us out of the central bank system. The people will accept this in the end. That's what Andrew Jackson did. He went around to the people of the country. He campaigned on getting rid of the central bank. He explained what the central bank was. The people understood it, and he was able to use that against the central bank and remove the country from the grips of the central bank. Now, the central bank has grown a lot larger than anyone could ever imagine. They're in almost every single country. They're interconnected with the IMF, the biz, all the way up to the top, and they control pretty much everything. And the only way to go up against a system like this is to attack them when they're at their weakest. And I don't mean using bullets and missiles and things like that, but you need to make sure that you're able to use a lot of leverage against them, and you need to make sure that they're weak when you use this. And I do believe this is what Trump and the Patriots are waiting for. They're waiting for the central bank to be at their weakest. And when they're at their weakest, they can move in for the kill. Now, what's very interesting about this, over time, you can see the Patriots, they have been bringing in alternative currencies. Gold is an alternative currency. Bitcoin is an alternative currency. And what you need to do is you need to move these currencies in very, very slowly without the central banking reacting too quickly to them. And I do believe this is what Bitcoin has been doing, actually. Bitcoin was established during the Great Recession. It is built up right now. It is now operating. There are many countries that are taking on Bitcoin. You can use Bitcoin to pay for things. And this is something the central bank never, ever wanted. They never wanted the people to see anything but their currency. And the only way to go up against a central bank digital currency is to show people an alternative. And a decentralized platform compared to a centralized platform is an alternative. And what's very interesting is that Friedrich Hayek said something very, very important about currency. Let me just read this to you. I don't believe we shall ever have good money again before we take it out of the hands of government. We can't take it violently. All we can do is by some sly roundabout way introduce something they can't stop. And I do believe what has been introduced is most likely Bitcoin. And this is something they are having a very difficult time stopping. Now, do I think gold is something that's terrible and bad? Absolutely not. Gold has its place. Remember, it's been around for thousands of years. It's a wealth builder. It's a confidence builder. People know what it is. When government holds gold, they know, okay, our system is strong. And people realize this and people understand this. And people should most likely have gold, physical gold on them. I don't mean carrying it around. I mean to have on them to protect them against inflation. And I do believe there is a place for Bitcoin and gold at the same exact time. But I do believe the good guys introduced Bitcoin to go up against the central bank digital currency, to go up against the fiat currency, because they needed something that would be able to be brought in very, very slowly, make sure the central bankers didn't realize what was really going on. And when they started to realize what was going on, it would be too late. And that's exactly what has been happening, because the central bank, they're having a very difficult time convincing the people that the central bank digital currency is the way to go. And when people see Bitcoin, which is a decentralized system, which the government doesn't control, which the central bank doesn't control, people are now looking at this saying, you know something, this is something that we want. Now, gold is also decentralized, actually, if you really think about it. It's mined just like Bitcoin. It's outside of the central bank system. And the only difference here is over time, the central banks learned how to control the gold market. They created the paper market, and they said, okay, we have control of the gold market using the paper market. And what they did was they removed the currency that they created from the gold standard. And this is how they were able to separate it. Bitcoin and gold, that would be a little bit more difficult to do. And I do believe that this is something that has been introduced by the good guys to help separate ourselves from the central bank system. And it was brought in stealthily, so no one really realized what was going on until it was too late. Now, think about it. They've been trying to control this for a very long time. They've been trying to convince the people that only criminals use it. Why do you think the central bank system continually says this? Why do you think the central bank continually tries to push people away, just like they tried to push people away from gold? Because they don't want people looking at alternative currencies. But I do believe in the end, the people are going to see the truth, especially when the fiat currency loses all value. You see, the central bank system, they never wanted the people to be awake. They never wanted people to see what was actually going on. They never wanted the people to understand that their currency was losing value over time. This is why they manipulated the inflation numbers to make you think that, oh, yeah, don't worry. Yeah, you see things going up, but you don't have to worry. It's always 2% inflation. Yeah, I know eggs are a lot more, bread's a lot more, and everything else is a lot more, but we only have 2% inflation. They manipulated the inflation numbers because they made sure that you didn't know what the cumulative number was over time. Because if you knew what the cumulative number was, you would say there's something wrong with the currency. Think about it. Go back in time back to the 1970s. If they told you inflation was 10%, the next year was 25%, the next year after that was 60%, you would say, what's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. Why is inflation continually increasing so rapidly? And then people would start to put two and two together, and they would start to realize, hey, wait a minute, the currency is worth absolutely nothing. This is something they never wanted anyone to see. And this is why they manipulated the numbers from the very, very beginning. And now the people can see this because it's very, very clear. Now, remember, we're at this point that they never wanted anyone to see. Remember, Trump wasn't supposed to win the elections. We were supposed to be in war right now. We were supposed to see death and destruction, either with war or with the pandemic. So you were never supposed to see any of this play out right now. You were never supposed to see the inflation. And if there was inflation, that'd be very easy to explain. Oh, that's because of the pandemic. Oh, that's because of the war. You were never supposed to see any of this. Trump, the Patriots, wanted to make sure that you saw it. And now that you see it, you can't unsee it. And as we go through 2024, you're going to see much more of the central bank system, and you're going to see how it doesn't work. And you're going to see the central bankers blame it on Biden. You're going to see Biden blame it on the central bankers. And at the same time, most likely they'll tell you there's nothing wrong. Everything's going to be okay. And I don't think the people are going to buy this anymore because they're not buying what they're selling right now. The people are rejecting all of this. The young generation are rejecting it. The older generation is rejecting it. And it's all completely and utterly falling apart on them. And in the end, once the system is so weak and the people see the truth, Trump will have no problem saying, you know something, maybe we need to move the system into a people system. Maybe we need to restructure the central bank. Maybe we need to take control over it. Maybe we need to do all of these things. And I think the people are going to say, you know something, if we can have jobs, if we can have sound money, if we can have a people-run economy, we are all for it. And I do believe the people are going to be behind them, and the central bank is going to panic because this is going to spread across the world. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
As usual, I'm going to go ahead and stop that right there and pull up part B right now. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3205 BN. Today's date is November 6th, 2023, and the title of the episode is It's About the Break. Election countermeasures. Those who are blind will soon see the light. Let's talk about our health. The shredded lettuce in a double-double and the fruit filling in a donut are awesome, but they don't count against 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. I won't nag you about your diet. I don't always eat healthy either, but I'll share with you what the Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol. Eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. I don't, and you probably won't. That's why I take Field of Greens. Unlike the others, each fruit and each vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidney, and immune system. Flu season is here, and I trust Field of Greens to help me stay healthy. Field of Greens works fast. You'll feel better with more energy, and you'll notice your skin and hair and nails will look healthier too. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Let me get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code X22. That's promo code X22 at fieldsofgreen.com. That is fieldsofgreen.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, they've been telling the people their entire lives that, yes, we're for the people. Yes, everything that we're doing is for the people. And Trump, he came into office to show the people that these people were never for the people. They were never for this country. They were completely against this country. And every step of the way, the people now can see all of this. They can see the true 16-year plan. They could see it all playing out. And now as we approach war and we approach chaos, people can see the truth. And that's what this is all about, having people see the truth. And how do you get the people to see the truth? Well, you need to show them firsthand. And yes, when people say, well, is this supposed to be this way? I mean, we're going to war. There's chaos. There's people on the street. There are people coming over. Yes, it was supposed to be this way. Because if it wasn't this way, how would you see it? You wouldn't be able to see it. You would see absolutely nothing. It would be business as usual. You'd be doing exactly the same thing as we've been doing this entire time. The only way to break this cycle was to actually show everyone and scare the bejeebies out of everyone, to make them realize, yes, it is a two-tier justice system. Yes, they want to bring everyone into this country. Terrorists, drug traffickers, child traffickers, you name it. Yes, that's what they really want to do. Yes, they really want to bring us to war. Yes, they want chaos. Yes, they want to crash the economy. Yes, they want to brainwash our children. Yes, they want to take away your guns. Yes, they want to imprison a political opponent. Yes, they want to do every single one of these things. That's what the pause or the break was all about, to show you. Everyone thinks that things are getting terrible. They are. It's being done on purpose to wake you up. When you feel doom and gloom, it's because you needed to see it. You needed to understand it. This has been happening for a very long time. The reason why you didn't see it is because you didn't want to see it. They did it very, very slowly behind the scenes. That's why you didn't see it. Trump said, holy crap, we're going to have to show the people. They're going to have to see exactly what's been going on. How are we going to do this? I know. We'll put the resident in place. I'll take a pause. I'll take a break here, and we'll allow them to move their 16-year plan forward so everyone can see it. And the best way to do this is to show them, and then everyone will talk about it. Oh my God, do you see what's happening in the economy? Everything's falling apart. You see what's happening to the country? The border's wide open. Everything looks terrible. Everything's awful. Yes, that's how you show the people. That's how you get people talking. They wake other people up. Now, those people that have been sleeping, that aren't waking up because they're still on the side of the D's, soon, those people who've been blind to all this, they're going to see the light. Now, remember, Trump has always been telling us that this all comes down to the 2024 election. I do believe this is going to be the most important election, just like Trump is saying. And the reason for this is because this is the final battle. So if this is the final battle, he needed the people to make a decision logically with information. Without the information, you wouldn't be able to make the final decision. And this is why Trump took this pause, or as Kavina would say, a break, because I do believe he just sent us a message that it's about the break. And we are in this break, and this break has been very, very important because the people needed to see all of this play out. And yes, it's going to get worse before it gets better, because we could see that people now are taking sides. You could see those people that infiltrated the government with Obama and the rest. You could see what side they are taking. Now the people are going to see very, very clearly that those people that make up the swamp, those people that make up Congress, those people that make up the Biden administration, they are not for this country. And the only way to prove it to the people, and that's really what it is, they needed to be shown all this. So Trump needed to prove it to them that, look, these people are truly not for this country. Can you see it now? I mean, the White House was stormed. They still haven't cleaned up the mess. They haven't repainted yet. And have these people been arrested? Because this was an insurrection, wasn't it? Once again, there are two rules for these players. And you're going to see how those individuals, the Antifa, BLM, the illegals, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And you're going to see Biden administration, those in Congress, the swamp creatures, they're going to do absolutely nothing. Why? Because they want to bring us to war. They want chaos. Now, think about it. Every step of the way, Trump needed to make sure that the elections were protected. And every step of the way, he put certain things into place to make sure. Now, people probably didn't realize what he was doing. A lot of people thought, oh, look, he's angry at Pence for the election. Oh, look, this and that and the other thing. But really, if you start to break it down, I'll give you an example here. Remember when he said, oh, Pence had the ability to send the electors back? And the D's got crazy and said, holy crap, we better change the law. We got to make sure that the vice president doesn't have that ability, even though they said he never had that ability. He kind of tricked them into this because he wanted them to change the law. Why? Well, if he's telling us the 2024 elections is the most important elections, wouldn't you have to protect that? See, he's not planning to lose. He's planning to win. And because he knows he has the people with him, he needs to protect the vote. So I do believe As we approach 2024, the deep state players, they're going to try to postpone the elections. First, they're going to try to cheat, of course. When they realize they won't be able to do this because the poll numbers are not in their favor, and they realize, holy crap, we're going to need so many ballots. This is going to be completely impossible. We're going to have to take a different tactic, and we're going to have to postpone the election. Now, they're going to think that they have the ability to postpone the election, but I do believe Trump has countermeasures in place where all of a sudden they're going to say, hey, no, we don't have to postpone it. We don't need the machines. We can use paper ballots. We can count it on one day. We got everything ready to go. Now, of course, is the deep state going to like this? No, because Trump just countered what they had planned. Now, once the election happens, do you think they're going to accept the results after this? Now, let's say Trump wins, which I do believe he will. Because actually, we'll be talking about this a little bit later, he's already said in 2020, he won all 50 states, which he really did. But again, the whole purpose of everyone coming out in 2020 was to catch the deep state in the act in cheating. Remember, he needed them to cheat on a level that they never cheated before to make it a lot easier to capture everything. Why do you think he has irrefutable proof? Why do you think he wants to present it in court? Now, think about this. Think about what happens in 2024. When we have the paper ballots and the people vote for Trump and Trump wins, the deep state players, what do they want to do? Well, they're going to pretty much say, no, he didn't win. And during the count, when the House of Representatives, when Congress gets together and they count, what ability has been taken away from them? You see, if Trump didn't do anything, if he didn't blame Pence, if he didn't say he had the ability, the D's would never scramble to create a law that took the power away from the VP. So when Trump wins using paper ballots and it goes to Congress and the vice president, doesn't have the ability to reject anymore, they can't stop him. Every step of the way, Trump has set up countermeasures for the election. He needed to protect the election and make sure the vote counted. And I do believe he has done this from the very beginning, and it needed to take a certain amount of time to complete all of this. Just like we're seeing Biden now getting hammered with his taxes and corporations. Remember, they went after Trump. Supreme Court made a ruling, and now the House, they can get everything. They can't even argue about it. The same thing's happening with the election. Trump needed to remove their power to stop him from winning. And that's exactly what he did. Think about it. He set everything up. How do you remove their power in cheating? Well, you need to remove their system. How do you remove their system? Well, you have a war. You have an attack on the U.S. The deep state tries to use the attack to postpone the election, most likely a cyber attack. And Trump says, okay, you know something? We won't use those systems, your systems. We will use my system, which is paper ballots. We'll use my system of voting in one day. We'll use my system of coming in person. We'll be using my system where you have to present some type of ID. So he just bypassed their entire system. Then once all the votes are counted, oh, by the way, now you instituted this law where the vice president doesn't have the ability to turn back the electors. So basically that has been taken away from you. So you can't stop me in Congress. So basically he made sure that the elections were protected. So this way your vote counted. See, the only way to do this is to do it outside of the system. And I do believe that's exactly what he's planning to do. And we'll be talking a little bit about this a little bit later, because actually he does mention this, which is very interesting. And Scavino, I do believe, sent us a message saying that the break was very important. It's all about the break. Now, what's very interesting is that the people are really waking up to what the deep state system is. And the people now, they're starting to realize that everything that the deep state has told them, well, they want the opposite. Remember, the deep state likes using race. They like using emotion. They like using that on the people. But when you're awake, all that doesn't work. because once you're awake, you think logically, and you can see through their use of race, you can see through their use of emotion, you can see through all of that. It doesn't affect you. And what's very interesting, you can see that the people are truly waking up. By a 2-to-1 margin, voters believe controlling the U.S. border is more important than helping Ukraine fight Russia. So this is a Rasmussen report, national telephone, an online survey finds that 60% of likely U.S. voters believe getting the migrant crisis at the U.S. border under control is more important for America's national security. And I do believe once we have something happen on U.S. soil, which I do believe is going to happen, the rest of the country, all of a sudden, they're going to be slapped in the face, and they're going to say, holy crap, open borders, they do not work. Look what just happened. How did this person get in here? And the reports are going to come out saying, oh, well, they came over the border. They were bussed off into this city. And all of a sudden they were, pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine, pro-Muslim. Probably the Muslims didn't even want him. And he went ahead and he orchestrated a terrorist attack on U.S. soil. And the people are going to really wake up to this. And the people are going to start to say, okay, something, the border being open right now is not good. You're going to see the 60% number jump to 80%, maybe even higher. And it's going to get worse and worse for the deep state players. Everything is now crumbling down around them. And if you notice, Trump is continually getting more and more brave in what he says, or actually maybe he's just more direct now in what he says about Biden, about the elections, about everything, because the Patriots are completely in control of this situation. And as people see more and more and people are on his side, he doesn't have to hide it anymore. He can come out and just say it the way it is because the people are going to be with him. It's going to be a lot easier for him to do the things that need to be done because the people aren't going to be questioning him. The people are going to say, do it. We believe you. We know what's happening now. And that's why he's continually coming out now and just saying what everyone is hearing. Oh, the election was stolen. It was rigged. He's making fun of Biden. He's talking about the border. He's talking about the economy. He's talking about how we're going to war. He's talking about all of these things. He's telling the stories that were never told before because the people now are with him. He has the strength behind him now. See, the propaganda outlets, they no longer have the control. They don't have the people hypnotized anymore. Yes, Trump is going to get the rest of the people. Yes, it's going to take time, which is going to be done over this last year. This is the worst part of it as we go through 2024, because this is really going to wake up the rest of the people. And a lot of people are going to wake up. A lot of people are going to be very upset and angry, scared, you name it, because we're heading into a scare event. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, Obama has now advised Joe Biden on AI. And Obama, who's in the basement, is actually taking over. He's quietly advised the White House over the past 5 months on a strategy to address artificial intelligence, engaging behind the scenes with tech companies, and holding Zoom meetings with top West Wing aides at Biden's request. Now, really think about this. Obama has told us from the very, very beginning that he would love to be in the basement and just, talk to people and tell them what to do. That's exactly what he's doing. But Biden, he's in trouble. Actually, now they're pushing to get rid of him right now. Now, I do believe Biden is going to resist all the way. I don't think as the calls come out to say, you know what, you need to drop out of the race, I don't think he's going to do it. And I think the D's are going to have to force him out. And I do believe this is why Trump, when he was down in Texas during the inauguration of the resident, which wasn't really an inauguration, I do believe when Trump said, the 25th Amendment is not going to affect me, it's actually going to affect Joe Biden. I do believe Biden is not going to want to, remove himself from the presidential race. And I do believe they're going to have to force him out. And the only way to really force him out is to actually say that he's too old or he can't function in the White House and take him out with the 25th Amendment. And I do believe that time is actually approaching. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. But first, Elon Musk right now is actually countering the AI chatbot, ChatGPT, and others with his AI chatbot, Grok. So right now we can see he's bringing in another AI And this has nothing to do with emotion. And actually, it's going to counter everything that ChatGPT is saying, because ChatGPT was programmed to be biased. So now we're going to have both sides. And this is what he put out on X. He said, X's AI's Grok system is designed to have a little humor in its responses. Then he said, the AI has real-time access to info via the X platform, which is a massive advantage over other models. It is also based on Love's sarcasm. I have no idea who could have guided it this way. So this AI is going to counter ChatGPT, and I do believe people are going to see both sides right now, which is going to call into question AI. And you can see this is why the World Economic Forum wants to control AI, because they said whoever controls AI, they control the world. And why do you think Obama now is taking the reins and actually creating the regulations for AI? Because again, he's part of the World Economic Forum, and this is what they're trying to do, because they want AI to control everything. But do I think this is going to work in the end? Absolutely not. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Steven Crowder, he actually was able to get the Trans Shooters Manifesto, and it looks like it's been leaked to the public. And what's very interesting about this is that this manifesto was hidden from we the people. And why didn't they want it out in the public realm? Because this individual is radicalized. This individual was brainwashed. This individual was on certain drugs, and they didn't want people to see the truth. So this manifesto of Audrey Hale, she referred her plan as the Death Day Plan, and it has been leaked. The document, filled with malevolent intent and a planned timeline, contains a disturbing insight into Hale's thoughts leading up to the tragic event. Hale's extended into consistently embittered view of societal equity. Demonstrating her deep-seated anger, she wrote, "Wanna kill all you little crackers, bunch of little faggots with your white privileges." Her cold-blooded precision when discussing the execution of her heinous plan is chilling. Hale estimating the entire incident may last as little as 3 to 7 minutes, but no longer than 10. She stolidly wrote, "It might be 10 minutes tops. It might be 3 to 7. It's gonna go quick." So this entire manifesto was hidden from the public because they didn't want the people to see the truth. Now think about it. Expand this to Antifa, because we know Antifa is made up of a lot of trans individuals. Think about these individuals. They're on certain drugs. They've been radicalized. They've been brainwashed. Now you can understand why they're out there, and they're very, very violent, because they don't care about the Black community. They don't care about the white community. They are angry, and they're angry with everyone. And whoever the deep state tells them to be angry with, that's who they're angry with. It reminds me of the brown shirts when you go back in time, because what did they do? They brainwashed the young. These people went into the streets. They were angry. They were violent. Don't you see the similarities here? It's the same exact playbook. Now, what's very interesting, the fake news, the FBI, they're all saying, you know something? We can't confirm that this is real. We can't confirm it. And then all of a sudden, they started to change their story. News Channel 5 put this out on X and says, the Nashville mayor's office has confirmed they are working with Metro Legal to determine how those images were released to anyone. We are working to update the story. Well, before they were saying that this is not real whatsoever. Now they're saying they want to know how these images were released, which means they're real. So it's very interesting where they're saying they were trying to confirm the validity of the manifesto. Now they want to know how it was released, which means it's real, because they wouldn't say that otherwise. And we can see that this is completely falling apart on them. And now the truth is out there, and the people understand what's going on. And the people understand why they didn't want this manifesto out there. Can you imagine if this was reversed and there was a manifesto of a MAGA person, and this MAGA person went ahead and killed people? This manifesto would have been released in maybe a second, and the FBI would be raiding, whoever they needed to raid. It would be completely different. But once again, now people can see the truth, and people are starting to realize, I get Antifa now. I understand who they are. I understand what's going on here. They're a bunch of thugs. They're domestic terrorists. That's exactly what they are. And they've been trained and brainwashed by the deep state players. Now, what's very interesting is we could see the war in Ukraine is pretty much dead here. Ukraine lost, deep state's in trouble. Putin has control. The biolabs, they're demolished. The neo-Nazis, they've been wiped out. Everything that they tried to do is a complete failure, as usual with the deep state players. And Zelensky, he invited Trump to visit Ukraine. Well, Trump declined his offer. Chief Nerd put this out and said Zelensky invited Trump to Ukraine on Sunday to see the scale of the war for himself. But Trump respectively declined in a statement to Newsmax. I have great respect for Zelensky, but think it would be inappropriate to go to Ukraine at this time. The Biden administration is currently dealing with him, and I would not want to create a conflict of interest. And yes, he shouldn't be going out there. There's no reason for him to go out there. Let Biden handle all this. Trump, when he becomes president and the people elect him, then he will deal with it. Remember, he told everyone he sees war coming. He can have peace in 24 hours if he is elected. I do believe he's going to be elected, but he wants the people to make this decision. And once the people make that decision, then he will take care of business. Not before, because he wants the people to see everything play out. And he wants to wake the people up. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see Zelensky, he's holding secret New York City meetings with private equity bosses at JP Morgan, Google, Blackstone to discuss rebuilding war-torn Ukraine. Now, you have to remember, the bankers, this is how they do it. They have the government borrow the money to pay for the war. Then they have the government borrow the money to rebuild after the war. The bankers always make out. It's the people that suffer. But it's very interesting that he's speaking with JP Morgan, Google, Blackstone, and the rest. And that reminds me of post 4959. This is November 6, 2022. It's very interesting. The timing of this post. What groups are financing Ukraine? Why are they financing Ukraine? Why was Hunter in Ukraine? Why did Pop threaten to withhold from Ukraine $1 billion? Who benefits? What did Pop receive in return? Why is Hunter not in jail? Think blackmail, bribes, extortion, threats. How do you control a leader? How do you control a country? Are you ready to take back control? Your vote matters. You have all the tools you need. Absolutely. And we could see that everything is building, and we can see the deep state players, they are now pushing for war. Remember, Trump had peace in the Middle East. He went ahead and he instituted the Abraham Accords. The Middle East was very, very quiet. There was nothing going on. There was no war. And then all of a sudden, Hamas attacked Israel, raped, killed people. And then all of a sudden, all the people that Soros and others brought into all the different countries around the world, all of a sudden they started to protest. And the people started to see of all these different countries, wow, this was a huge mistake allowing all these people in. They're outnumbering us, and they're on the side of terrorists. And you see, it always starts out in the very beginning. Oh, no, we're for the Palestinian people. But what you're going to see in the end, you're going to see how this shifts, because they were never for the Palestinian people. They're actually for the terrorists. And you're going to start to see this shift, and it's going to shift not just here in the United States, but around the world. And people are going to start to realize, holy crap, we let in millions of terrorists who want to do us harm. Because if you're just for the people of Palestine, why are they so violent? Why do they beat up people? Why do they destroy things if they want peace and they're for the people of Palestine? Because they are terrorists themselves. And they're in each one of these countries. But you can see the deep state players, they want this war to go forward. Disclosed TV put this out on X and said, Blinken made an unscheduled stop to Baghdad, expanding U.S. diplomacy in the Middle East, which means, and let's translate this, he went there to kick the war off. That's really what they're doing. Biden right now has deployed over 17,200 military personnel to the Middle East because of rising tensions. And yes, we have the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group out there. We have the USS Ford and many others. Actually, we have the Ohio-class submarine, which is a nuclear submarine, and that is now out in the Middle East. Really think about this. So what is this Ohio-class submarine? Well, it's not just any naval vessel. It is a class of nuclear-powered submarines operated by the United States Navy. The Ohio-class submarines are the largest submarines ever built by the U.S. Navy. They're 556 feet long and 42 feet wide. The Ohio-class submarine has nuclear weapons. The 14 Ohio-class ballistic missile submarines carry about half of the United States' active strategic thermonuclear warheads that are capable of erasing a country from the map, and the submarines are nuclear-powered. So when Trump said he saw nuclear war, he wasn't kidding. And we could see that we're heading in that direction. And Blinken has also sent a message from Iraq. So he was in Iraq. He sent a message from Iraq to Iran. Don't do it. Don't do anything. Don't hit our soldiers or else, which means they're setting up the red lines. This is how they create the war. And this is how they push the war. Because why would they say don't do it? If you really think about it and think about what Trump has done, when he took action, he just took action and showed them. See, when they call this out and they say, hey, we warn you, don't do it, they're actually setting a red line because they want the people to know this, and they want the other country to cross the line because remember, they're funding both sides. They want the war to happen. And right on schedule, we have senators. They're introducing a resolution. So we have Lindsey Graham. We have Senator Richard Blumenthal. They are set to introduce legislation threatening to strike Iran if the country expands the conflict in the Middle East. So they're already setting up legislation to strike Iran. This is very interesting. Now, we have one side getting ready to strike, creating red lines, and we have Trump on the other side saying, we can have peace here, I know the players. We can have peace. We can have it in 24 hours. And now what you're seeing is you're seeing both sides. That narrative is building right now, and it's going to get louder and louder as we go through 2024. You're going to hear one side with the Biden administration, Blinken and the rest. They're going to be calling for war. We're going to have to hit them. Here's another red line. And you're going to see tensions build, and they're going to build over 2024. During the same exact time, you're going to hear Trump, it doesn't have to be this way, people. I can have the war ended. We don't have to go to war. And you're going to see this build throughout time. And the people, well, they're going to wake up during this period of time. They're going to say, okay, I hear one guy talking peace and the other side talking war. And as it becomes a reality, that's when people are going to start to wake up. I do believe the only way that people are going to wake up is not through all this rhetoric and talk and everything, is actually when there is some type of an attack. And I do believe most likely we're going to have something happen in the U.S. We might even have a missile being fired at the U.S., which might be intercepted. And that is going to really wake up the people. And the people are going to say, holy crap, wait a minute. This is now becoming real. It's no longer them just saying words. This is becoming physical. And actually, when we approach the elections and there's a cyber attack, people are really going to wake up and say, holy crap, this is really becoming a war, because now they're seeing physical missiles. They're seeing physical attacks within different countries or maybe even the United States. And there's a physical attack on the cyber level. So people are really going to see all of this play out, and you're going to see forces build up over time. And you're going to see, let's talk about protecting ourselves online. A popular DNA ancestry site is under fire for allegedly not notifying their users in a timely manner of a data breach that stole millions of pieces of personal data. In fact, it wasn't until the hackers advertised the stolen data on forums that the public became aware of the breach, which has since sparked a class action lawsuit. The stolen data was reportedly leaked for political and racially motivated reasons, and it included name, sex, date of birth, geographic location, profile photos, and genetic ancestry results. This is why I protect myself with Virtual Shield 1. Virtual Shield 1 offers an all-in-one digital security suite with its most notable features of being a military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, antivirus, and even the ability to remove my personal information from sites after data breaches like this one. Plus, it comes with a $1 million insurance policy for identity theft protection to secure myself even further. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Virtual Shield 1 is the most effective way to help prevent government, corporate ISP, hacker spying while simultaneously protecting your personal data. But there's more. If you sign up for Virtual Shield 1 now, you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data usage across all devices, access to Virtual Shield 1's 24/7 customer support, and more. Simply go to virtualshield.com/x22 to take advantage of this limited time deal before their free trial offer ends. Iran, China, Russia take a side. You're going to see the U.S., NATO take a side, and you're going to see forces start to build up. And yes, people are going to be afraid. People are going to be scared. And that's what the scare event is. This is going to wake up a lot of people. most people, I would say the majority, even the D's, they're not going to want to go to war. They're going to side with the guy that says peace. And he's going to continually say, we don't have to do this. I know the players. We can have peace. But if you want war, vote for the other side. Now, I think a lot of people, they're going to wake up during this period of time. And since we just talked about maybe a missile flying over the ocean being intercepted, actually, Israel just did that. They intercepted a ballistic missile in space with arrow defense system in the first ever space combat. So the Houthis out in Yemen, they launch, and this is the Iran-backed Houthis, they launched a ballistic missile towards Israel, and Israel took it out with their arrow defense system. So this is becoming very, very interesting as we move forward. But what we see in this country, we can see Antifa, BLM, and the illegals. They're all part of the same group. They're all domestic terrorists, even though the Biden administration calls we the people domestic terrorists. It's actually the opposite way because they always project everything onto we the people. So really, their foot soldiers are the domestic terrorists. Mark Krikorian put this out, and he's referring to the National Immigration Center for Enforcement, and it says, this was spotted in Los Angeles. Are you surprised that terrorist supporters also hate ICE? And it says, abolish ICE, free Palestine. They're the same cause. It's the same people. And you can see how the fake news, how they take the sides of the terrorists very differently than they take the sides of we the people. Mary Bruce put this out and says, the White House gates this morning after a passionate protest over the weekend. So the news is calling what happened on the weekend passionate. Can you imagine if this was MAGA and they were shaking the gates, they were flying the MAGA flags, they were painting and graffitiing all the statues and everything else and destroying the statues? You think they call it passionate? Remember, during January 6th, the people were walking through the Capitol, taking pictures. They were walking through the red ropes, and they were very, very peaceful. The people that were angry and pissed off, that was Antifa. That was the left. They're the ones who did the damage. But Molly responded to this and said, if you are trained to notice subtleties, you can detect an ever so slight difference in how corporate media talk about left-wing protests versus right-wing protests, and you can see it as clear as day. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the Iran foreign minister is urging BRICS intervention to stop Israel's war crimes in Gaza. Now, these are not war crimes in Gaza. They're going after the terrorists. But GBPH put this out on X and says, Iran has called upon the BRICS community to intervene in the Israel-Hamas conflict using its clout and economic influence. This is a major development, as it is the first indication we've seen that Iran does not really desire military intervention escalation. Remember, Iran allegedly possesses hypersonic missiles that are capable of easily penetrating the Iron Dome. Using conventional warheads, they could level Tel Aviv tonight if they really wanted to. Has Iran been neutered? Well, a certain Anon did say that North Korea would be first, Iran second, and Israel last. Time will tell. And this is going to be very interesting, and we'll have to see how this all plays out. But we can see that Antifa right now and the pro-Palestinian activists, which are the illegals in this country, they have joined forces. Of course they have. Katie Daviscourt put this out and said, Antifa and pro-Palestinian activists are blocking a U.S. military ship from loading weapons and supplies being sent to Israel. This is at Port Tacoma in Washington. Authorities were warned about this ahead of time. Targeting U.S. military operations on U.S. soil is an illegal act classified under domestic terrorism. And should these people be arrested? Yes, they should. Are they domestic terrorists? Yes, they are. But what are they doing? Pretty much nothing. And I do believe the deep state players, they're going to allow these people to have free reign. And I think Trump and the Patriots, they know this because they know the people in government, they were brought in, they infiltrated our government, and they are not for the U.S. They're completely against the U.S. So why would they stop these people? They're going to allow these people to do whatever they want. Just like you saw back in 2020, they allowed Antifa and BLM to do whatever they want. They were not stopped. And I think everyone was shocked during this period of time because they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The police were doing nothing, and they allowed the people to destroy people's businesses, burn down buildings, and kill people. And this was allowed to happen. So why would they stop these people from doing the same exact thing or even worse? They won't. But the difference here is that these people are made up of illegals. They entered this country illegally. These are domestic or foreign terrorists mixed in with domestic terrorists. And I think the people are going to see this, especially when they storm the White House again. You think this is the only time they're going to do this? No, they're going to get angrier and angrier and angrier. Remember, the deep state players, they don't care about this country. They want this country demolished. They want the White House demolished. They want it burned down. They want the statues removed. And they don't care who's in there. They want it gone. And I do believe they're going to make an attempt to destroy as much as they possibly can. And you're going to see the Biden administration do absolutely nothing. Even if he calls out the National Guard, actually the National Guard will probably be told to stand down in certain areas. So nothing most likely will be done. Just like when you look at the White House right now, there's graffiti, there's paint everywhere. And it's been 2 days after they did this. How come they haven't cleaned this up? I mean, this is our nation's capital. Why would they leave it there? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Now, think about what's been happening this entire time. Trump needs to show the people that cheating in the election has consequences. Open borders is a consequence. A crashing economy is a consequence. War, people dying is a consequence. So when you overthrow a government like the United States and you overthrow the duly elected president, people die. You go to war. And it never had to be this way. Why is he building up this narrative? Because he wants the people to know that they did cheat. And because they cheated, you're seeing all of this. And if the people would believe him that the elections were rigged, none of this would have been happening. Take a listen to what he says here.
And when you think of it, how important elections are, you'd have millions of people alive right now if the election wasn't rigged. They'd be alive. Ukraine, Israel, the attack would have never been made. All these people would be alive. The cities would be thriving. To every American who is petrified that Joe Biden's catastrophic weakness will bring our country to ruin, which he has a great chance of doing, it's close to that anyway, close to economic ruin. I make you this promise as your president, and nobody else can say it. I will restore peace through strength. And yes, I am the only one that will prevent World War III, because we are very close to World War III. And I know all the players. I know them all. I know them all, every one of them. We will prevent. And this won't be.
Now, think about this. Everything now points to Biden, soon to Obama. Remember, the investigation is showing everyone that Biden has 20 shell companies. He laundered money. He lied to the American people. Foreign countries control him, like China, like Russia, like Ukraine, like Iran. And look what's happening now to the country. We're heading towards war now. And this is getting worse and worse as time goes on. And as the investigation continues on into Biden and people are waking up to all of this, and they realize that we're heading towards war and everything's breaking down, they're going to try to make a move to get rid of Biden. Now, they're looking at the polls right now, and they're realizing, holy crap, Biden is losing in the polls. They can manipulate it so far, and they're saying, okay, we need to change things up. We can't allow this to happen, because if he keeps going on like this and they keep bringing out his crimes, this is just going to get worse and worse as time goes on, because as everything breaks down and his crimes come out, people are going to say, okay, we've had it with this guy. So I think in the end, what's going to happen is Biden's going to fight all the way to the end, and they're going to be forced to remove him because the D's won't be able to take it anymore. Patriots Are in Control put this out on X and says, the fake news is sounding the alarm on Biden campaign, conceding that Trump is beating Biden in key swing states. Even the leftist toilet paper like Vanity Fair and Daily Beast are jumping on this poll. Why would they admit this if they can just steal it like they did in 2020? Seems like they know it's not even remotely believable to sell a Biden win this time around. No amount of late night fraud can flip it for him. Trump won handily in 2020, and his support has been steadily increasing with each passing day of this disastrous Biden circus. I'm starting to think there's no way Biden makes it to 2024. We can finally be getting close to a change of batter. And yes, this is exactly what's happening. Because think about it. They know they can't win with Biden cheating. Actually, COVID, they couldn't push this off the ground. They don't have the paper ballots. They don't have the mail-in ballot. They don't have any of these things. So they're going to have a very difficult time. But they know with Biden, there's no way they can do it. They can't cheat with him. And it's getting worse and worse as every day that passes. So they know they're going to have to bring in someone where at least it gives them a fighting chance where they don't have to make up such a huge difference of all the ballots. Remember, they're not getting votes. They're getting ballots. So they're going to have to bring in someone that's pretty unpopular. Now, I know a lot of people are saying Newsom's coming in. Yes, I do believe he's going to be throwing his hat into the ring. Yes, you're going to see a lot of people throw their hat in the ring. But once again, you're going to need someone that is popular. You're going to need someone that is clean. And yes, these people can come into the race, but are they going to win over the people? Are they going to be able to use them to go up against Trump? Are they going to say, okay, Newsom, this is the guy we want. He definitely can go up against Trump. Or you think Trump is not going to bring up California? You don't think Trump is going to bring up everything about everything that he did in California and how he lost all business, how people have been moving out? I mean, this is just easy statistical data. And people are going to see this, and Newsom will be destroyed. I don't think Newsom is going to be the guy. Now, yes, he's going to throw his hat in the ring, but I do believe they're going to need someone that has a lot more power than that. And what I mean by power, popularity. Now, once again, I do believe they need someone that's pretty clean, that really hasn't been in politics. And I still think it's going to be Michelle Obama, because Obama needs to control the situation. Because if anyone else comes in, I think he's not going to have control. And I think he wants to control the situation because of everything that is happening right now. And we can see already that they're already making this move. David Axelrod is sending a message suggesting that Joe Biden drop out of the race. So this is a former Obama henchman. And he's saying it's time to get rid of Joe Biden. Now, I don't think Joe Biden's just going to remove himself. I think that Joe Biden is going to stay in the race. And I do believe the D's then are going to have to try to force him out. And the only way to force him out is most likely using the 25th Amendment, because I don't think they want him impeached by the Republicans. And they're going to try to have Joe say, I'm not running. But I think Joe is going to be stubborn and he's going to stay in the race, and they're going to have to eventually take him out. So this is what David Axelrod put out on X. It's very late to change horses. A lot will happen in the next year that no one can predict. And Biden's team says his resolve to run is firm. He's defied CW before, but this will send tremors of doubt through the party, not bedwetting, but legitimate concern. The POTUS is justly proud of his accomplishments. Trump is a dangerous, unhinged demagogue whose brazen disdain for the rules, norms, laws, and institutions or democracy should be disqualifying. But the stakes of miscalculation here are too dramatic to ignore. Only Joe Biden can make this decision. If he continues to run, he will be the nominee of the Democratic Party. What he needs to decide is whether that is wise, whether it's in his best interest or the country's. So they're already telling him, you need to drop out and you need to look at the situation and you need to make this decision, or we're going to take you out. Now, you could see that the fake news, they are now trying to explain away why Trump is leading against Biden, and their poll numbers don't even make sense anymore. Patriots Are in Control put this out and said, new ABC News polling hilariously claims Trump has a higher unfavorable view percent than Joe Biden, while the very same polling says 76% believe the country is headed in the wrong direction, while Joe Biden is president. Somebody please make it make sense. And it doesn't make sense. This is absolutely ridiculous. But you can see right now that everything that they tried to get the people away from Trump, it has not worked. With all the indictments in the courts and everything else like this, more and more people are siding with Trump. They see him as the victim. They see these people as desperate, and they see the deep state very, very clearly. And now the people can see who the real racists really are. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the racist New York State AG, Letitia James, said the following: too male, too pale, and too stale. Racist. And remember, she campaigned on removing Trump. Remember, she was promised to be governor, but she didn't follow through in what she promised to do because she couldn't find anything on him. So now she decided to use this for election interference. And Trump, he put out another truth that says election interference. And she is lying to the American people, saying that she never campaigned on removing Trump. Take a listen to what Trump put out here.
The United States has complained that I'm engaging in some sort of political witch hunt, that I've got some personal vendetta against him, that I campaigned against him. That is not true.
This illegitimate president who sits in the White House. That president, because he's not my president, he's an illegitimate president. His days are numbered. His days are numbered. We've got to get ready to mobilize, and we've got to get ready to agitate and irritate until victory is won, but more importantly, until Trump is defeated. We will all rise up and resist this man, and ultimately we'll bring him down. This illegitimate president, I'm going to give you the same level of respect that you gave to President Obama, and that is absolutely no respect at all. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! And the days of Donald Trump are numbered. Lock him up! Lock him up! Lock him up! Lock him up! Lock him up!
That is not true.
Now everyone can see that this is a complete and utter lie. And what's very interesting is we know who's driving all this: George Soros. And yes, we found out that Letitia James, she's being backed by Soros. Actually, if you look at all these individuals, they're all being backed by Soros because, again, all the illegals coming into this country and around the world, Soros. All the prosecutors, AGs that were put into place, allowing the criminals out, Soros. It always goes back to Soros. Why? Because their entire plan was to destroy all countries, get rid of their identities, blend the countries, and have them taken over. So this way they can set up their new system. But it's not working. The people are waking up, and the people are going to fight back. But this is what Trump put out. He says, wow, just found out that the corrupt and racist Attorney General Letitia James of New York State is financially backed by George Soros. No wonder this Trump case being presided over by a highly partisan and out-of-control judge who found me guilty before the trial even started, wouldn't allow a jury, and said Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, was worth only $18 million, when it is worth 50 to 100 times that amount, has become an embarrassment to the New York judiciary. No new businesses want any part of this charade, witch hunt. And he's absolutely right. Now, what's very interesting, during the trial, it looks like the judge did not want to hear from Trump or Alina Habba. Now, again, there is no jury, and that's what this is all about. Trump is allowed to actually tell his side of the story because the judge should want to listen to his side of the story. But again, the judge doesn't care about his side of the story. Hugo Lowell put this out and says, Justice Engoron is clearly very frustrated with Trump, tells his lawyer, Chris Keese, to control his client as he testifies. I beseech you to control him if you can. If you can't, I will. I will excuse him and draw every negative inference that I can. Trump lawyer Alina Habba tells the judge that NYAG prosecutors should ask better questions if he wants more specific answers. Judge shouts at Habba to sit down. Trump rails, very, very unfair trial, and I hope the public is watching. But again, the judge should allow Trump to tell his side of the story and answer the questions. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, and this is a picture of Judge Engoron. It says, "No, I'm not here to hear what President Trump has to say." Judge Arthur Engoron. So the whole thing is fixed, which we all know. The people are watching this play out. The people are seeing the two-tier justice system, and they're seeing election interference. And once again, people see the difference. They see that all they're trying to do is go after Trump. Now, is this going to work? Absolutely not. It's actually backfiring on them. And remember, with everything that they're trying to do with Trump and his businesses, they don't have anything. No one was hurt. There's no victims. There's absolutely nothing. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to rule against Trump. Trump is going to appeal. And the other judge, the appeals court, is going to look at this and go, this is a garbage case. I reverse everything. They didn't follow the rule of law. It's almost like Jack Smith. When his case went up to the Supreme Court, there was a unanimous ruling against Jack Smith, everything that he did. Everyone is going to see this, and people are going to go, holy crap. This was one gigantic show just to get Trump, just to get him and have this public trial. This is election interference. But think about what has been happening right now. From the very beginning, Trump has been saying the elections have been rigged, and they've been calling it the big lie, conspiracy theory. But in 1 year, what have we seen? We've seen Democrats being busted in 4 different voter fraud schemes, and elections had to be redone. Think about this for a second. Trump, he put this out on Truth and said the following, and he's referring to the Connecticut judge who ordered a new election because of ballot stuffing. He says, this is just a tiny part of what's happening in our country with voting. It's all a giant scam. Congratulations to those that caught these criminals in action for having the courage to pursue it. So he's letting everyone know that, yeah, it's a lot worse. Now think about it. Think about all these indictments. What happens if they prove that the elections were rigged and Trump won? What happens to all these indictments? Well, don't they go away? Well, it seems that, yeah, that's exactly what happens. Liz Harrington put this out and said, what happens, and this is a lawyer speaking right now, what happens if we show that Trump won? There are no false statements. The indictment goes away. And I wonder why the Secretary of State doesn't want to turn anything over. Yes, once he shows the proof that they rigged the election, what happens to all these indictments? What happens to everything that they're doing? They completely disappear. And you know what people see? Election interference. They see it all. Now, Trump, he is now confirming, and he's not holding back anymore because he knows the truth. He's known everything because they've captured everything. Remember, this is the biggest sting operation the world has ever seen. And Trump, when he was giving a speech in Kissimmee, Florida, he said that he won all 50 states. Take a listen.
We won in the last time 50 states. Think of it. 50 states. We won every state. We then did great in the election. We got 12 million more votes or so, 12 million more votes than we got the first time.
Now, Trump is letting everyone know that he is actually the winner, because what I think is happening right now, and he's building the narrative up, that when he releases the information, it's going to show that, yeah, he truly did win the election, that they cheated in the election. And remember, when people see this, people are going to come out and vote for Trump, which means if you have all these people voting for Trump, because remember, we're going to war, the economy's crashing, they're seeing the cheating. If he has all the people on his side, 90%, let's say, of people on his side voting for him, you think the deep state can make up the numbers? No, I don't think they can. I don't think they'll be able to cheat. Even if they bring in Michelle Obama, I don't think it's going to happen, because now the entire D party, well, they're corrupt. Even when they bring out Michelle Obama, because they know it's attached to Obama. This whole thing is dirty. And Trump, he needed to make sure that they couldn't reverse anything. Because if we use paper ballots and we have voting in one day, there is only one way they would be able to reverse it or shut it down. The vice president can return the electors' back to the states, right? So what did Trump have to do? He needed to make sure that this couldn't be done. He blocked them because he knew exactly what was going to happen. He put this out on Truth. 60 Minutes. So if the vice president didn't have the power to act, sending votes back to the legislatures for rechecking and rapid approval, unless they found fraud or something wrong with the vote counting, why did the rhinos and Democrats get together and change the law so that a vice president in the future wouldn't do what these people said he couldn't do? If he couldn't do it, they would not have changed the law. Those same people would have told you, but only after the election, that a VP had the right to send them back to the states for recertification. And they didn't like that. So they changed the law, taking away the right. I disagree, because if fraud is found, fix it. Last year, Democrats and Republicans passed an electoral count law. It now clarifies a vice president role is to read, not judge, the votes. The fact that they had to clarify the law means that there was uncertainty, which means that it was open to interpretation. It could have been done. You think he played them? You think he forced them into doing this, saying that he didn't like this, that you shouldn't be, he had the right, Pence had the right? I do believe he set them up, because he knew, as we approach the 2024 elections, he knew that we were going to have the majority vote for Trump. He was going to show the deep state that the people want him. It was going to be a landslide vote. And the only thing they could do at this time was to have the VP send it back to the legislatures. They don't have that power. So I wonder if this was all a setup. Starting to seem that way, isn't it? Because now, as we approach the elections, it's starting to become clearer and clearer of what's really going on here. And once again, Trump has told us we needed to have this pause because he needed the people. He couldn't do it alone. If he came in with the military, it would look like a military coup. He needed to follow the Constitution. He needed the people to take back the country. And he even told everyone out in Kissimmee, Florida, that we're going to do this together. Take a listen.
The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, we're doing it together. The forgotten man and woman will not be forgotten any longer. They will not be forgotten any longer. They've been forgotten. They weren't forgotten for 4 years. They will not be forgotten any longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you, Florida.
And that reminds me of Post 2450, November 7th, 2018. We're going to show you a new world. Those who are blind will soon see the light. A beautiful, brave new world lies ahead. We take this journey together, one step at a time. Where we go one, we go all. And it seems like Dan Scavino, he's actually confirming that we needed this break so the people could see exactly what's going on. And this is what he put out on True Social. 2021 appliances, and there's an asterisk next to break within 2 years. 1980 refrigerator, I will outlive you and everyone you love. I am eternal. I am time itself. So it's very interesting that there's an asterisk next to break. And if you go to Post 314, it says it's about the break. And I do believe it's about the break. It's about the pause. This is where the people are waking up. And this is where the people take back control, because they see very clearly the deep state players, their system, and they see Trump, who wants peace, who wants America to be great. And now the people can see very, very clearly. Now, Calvin Coolidge, he said something very, very interesting. And I think this goes with everything that we're witnessing and everything that we're seeing. And this is what he says: unless the people, through unified action, arise and take charge of their government, they will find that their government has taken charge of them. Independence and liberty will be gone, and the general public will find itself in a condition of servitude to an aggregation of organized and selfish interests. And that's exactly right. And what's very interesting is that Trump was asked if he would do this all over again. I mean, think about what his family has been put through. Think about the indictments, all the slings and arrows he had to take. And they asked him, would you do this again? You know what his answer was? Well, take a listen.
You know, somebody asked me the other day, you've gone through so much. If you had it to do again, you had the greatest life in the world. The greatest. I mean, you couldn't have had better. But I love our country. Our country wasn't having such a great life. But they said to me, if you had it to do again, would you do it again? I said, without question. I answered that question because we have to save our country. We have to save our country, and we will save our.
And you heard him. He would do it all over again to save this country. He is in control. The Patriots are in control. He's waiting for the people. That's what this was all about. He had the control. He made sure he had the control. He wants the people to get to the same level he is at. He wants the people to have the information to make that decision in the end. And the people, they're getting that information. The people are waking up. The people are going to say, we're taking back the country. We've had enough. We're done with them. I see the system. I see the matrix. Trump, do it. Go after them. We give you permission. That's what the people are going to say in the end. And Trump is going to do it. He's going to go after every single one of them and actually make America great again. The Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was Dave with the X22, part A and part B, today's podcast. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I like seeing it broke down like that and quick and easy for people to be able to jump right into it and go, go, go. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get into our last. Unless something drops in the meantime, this will be the last one. SGT, we will stop these traitors. Let's do it.
We don't even have current serving flag officers in the military with the cojones to address the treason and honor their oath. They're too worried about their job and their pension. So they sit back, totally flaccid response. So what happened to our military leadership? They're all silent. They're writing policy papers and they're sending out missives about how bad it is, but nobody is doing anything to call for a currently serving flag officer to convene military tribunals and start the process of holding accountable those who are engaging in treason.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. Thank you so very much for tuning in. That was Dr. Lee Vliet. She and attorney Todd Callender are back to take the traitors to task in this must-hear interview. Thank you so much for being here. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor.
Dark clouds are gathering as markets shudder. Currencies like the Turkish lira are crumbling. Fear and uncertainty are here. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the U.S. national debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there. Its enduring value guards against loss, like a missile shield against incoming weapons. While paper wealth burns, gold exists and persists. Noble Gold can help you shield your wealth against these looming threats. War, recession, contagion, take control amidst the chaos. Get your hands on gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future as the storm clouds gather. Always do your own due diligence because there are no guarantees in this world, but secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today and claim your free bullion coin right now. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com, or better yet, call for their expert advice at 877-646-5347 and tell them SGT Report sent you. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very, very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. We missed the last one, so it's been a full month since our last discussion. Boy, not much has changed in the world in a month, huh? We've got new wars breaking out all over the place, including the one on the home front. I have a dire warning to play for you guys from Tim Kennedy on the Joe Rogan broadcast, and Mike Johnson destroying Mayorkas. And of course, then there's the Rockefeller Foundation's resilience centers. Do you know about those? Friends, it's all part of UN Agenda 2030. More on that in this conversation with Dr. Liev Lee. Welcome back, my dear. How are you?
Thank you, Sean. Great to be back with you and Todd.
Good to see you. And Attorney Todd Callender, as always, a pleasure. How are you, sir?
It's always my pleasure. Yeah, thanks for having me. Good to see you, Dr. Bleet.
Good to see you.
So much to talk about today, guys. And today we're going to focus on the home front, on the domestic United States, which is being gutted and destroyed by the puppet in chief. I call him Banana Joe in our Banana Republic. Guys, should we start with that clip from Mike Johnson destroying Mayorkas? Maybe we should play the whole 4 or 5 minutes, and let's just talk about it as we go. What do you think? Lee, should we do that?
Beautiful.
I think that's great. And let's call him Crooked Joe instead of Banana Joe. He's a crime syndicate.
You know, I did make this observation recently. The mafia, the traditional mafia, you know, the guys that we see movies being made about, The Godfather, etc., the guys in New York City, the mafia, they have more integrity than Joe Biden and his administration. They don't go after people's kids. What's Joe doing? He's literally allowing the cartel to target children on the border, more than 80,000 missing children. All right, so here's Mayorkas being destroyed by Mike Johnson. You guys interrupt at any time.
Nation in July of last year and explained then that it had already become crystal clear that you were either unable or unwilling to do your job. But as has been said here today now, based upon the facts and the evidence, we've concluded you're doing this intentionally. On the website of DHS, it describes the mission. It says the Department of Homeland Security secures the nation's air, land, and sea borders to prevent illegal activity and is focused on securing our borders and keeping our communities safe. Sir, you're the 7th Secretary of Homeland Security in charge of the 3rd largest federal department in the United States and the largest immigration system in the world. You are given immense power and an absolutely critical responsibility. Of all of our federal agencies, sir, I think yours is the one that has the smallest margin of error. Because if the Secretary of Homeland Security is unable or unwilling to give these answers, to perform his duties and accomplish his mission, crime surges, chaos ensues, and innocent people die.
Let me just pause it there. Todd, do you have any comment on the federal? This federal government is actually removing barbed wire fencing from Texas to allow immigrants in. So not only are they not upholding the laws of the land,
yes,
they're actively tearing those laws down.
Precisely. This is what we've been saying for some time. And I want people to remember, Mayorkas was one of the people in the cabinet who didn't bother to do his oath of office. Right? Who is he serving if he's not taking an oath of office to the Constitution of our country? I'm sitting there listening to that thinking, this is the guy that welded the gates open. Do you know why? Because it was a plan. And if you go back, I think I sent this to you. It's the Communist Manifesto read into the congressional record January 10, 1963, item number 45 of which is to abdicate judicial oversight to the world courts. Meaning, look, they have to do away with the borders. And who was it? I'm sorry, January 10 of this year, 60 years to the day later, Biden makes the Declaration of North America, which has the legal effect of dissolving our country. That's exactly what we're seeing here. They are dissolving our country in front of our faces, and then they laugh about it. And he doesn't have an oath of office. So you know what? You can't prosecute him for treason.
I don't understand why there wasn't more outrage and outcry on January 10th when Biden suddenly signed the North American Declaration document that just totally gave away the United States of America.
People didn't understand it, Doctor, and you and I and Sean Fingery screaming from the rooftops. They just dissolved our nation, and people just don't care. They don't want to know. I don't know what it is, Doctor, but it drives me nuts.
Drives me nuts. It's terrifying that those in power who could do something are doing nothing. Now, even more outrage. Let me add an additional point that you may not know. Local law enforcement in Cochise County, Sheriff Daniels called together a fusion task force of sheriffs and law enforcement from other counties in southern Arizona to enforce the laws on our border and stop the illegal activity. And do you know, within 2 days of his action to protect America, as he took an oath to do, the White House sent people down to Arizona to stop him.
Yeah, I did see that.
I mean, we were just livid. And of course, our stolen election in 2022 in Arizona means that we have a Democrat installed governor in a stolen election who is doing nothing to enforce our border. And there are massive caravans assaulting our border every day. And our retired military intelligence people that have formed their own volunteer task force have been documenting the heavy military weapons that were sent to Ukraine that are sitting in the hands of the drug cartels on the southern side of the Arizona US-Mexico border.
I have heard this.
Very chilling, and America is totally asleep at the switch.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Doctor, but I saw some video just on the other side of the border. The guys were carrying around light anti-tank weapons. Those are effectively bazookas. So they have,
they have
armament.
RPG weapons, the state-of-the-art RPG, rocket-propelled, shoulder-fired missiles. The cartels have AT-4s, which is an even more devastating weapon. Military people here that have been working on this to expose it, to try and get our elected representatives to do something about it, and they're ignoring it, have said that one of those AT-4s could vaporize a SWAT armored vehicle and vaporize the SWAT team in it. And that's in the hands of cartels at the allowance of our government.
I was going to say to you, my recollection also is that your governor remains accused of taking money from the cartels.
Yes.
And nobody's investigating. What happens to the sheriff there who gets assaulted by the White House for doing his job? Why are they not investigating the governor? I mean, who's got the authority?
Why are they allowing the stolen election to stand? The fraud
exactly.
Arizona's ballot initiative, the volunteer voters, there were several thousand volunteer voters from Arizona who examined every ballot cast in 2022. We're the only state in the union that had the ability to do that audit by hand on every ballot cast. The results of their report are truly staggering, and yet nothing is done. It is a deliberate destruction of this country.
Well, you know what, guys? I saw a line item recently. I'm going off memory here. It was either in a county in California or the totality of California. I don't recall which, but they want to ban hand counting votes in a recount. They just want to ban that altogether. So trust them. But we'll go back to this clip of Mike Johnson destroying Mayorkas, because innocent people are going to die because of this intentional open border.
And accomplish his mission, crime surges, chaos ensues, and innocent people die.
Innocent people are going to die. I made that point in the tweet you guys are about to see. Innocent people who are alive right now, Americans who are alive and well as we're recording this call, will be dead one day, probably soon, because of the militants, the military-aged men pouring over the border. More on that in 1 second.
That's a plan. That
is the plan. That's right.
That is exactly what is happening on your watch. All of us have been down the border. We've seen this with our own eyes, and we are outraged. And so are our constituents and all law-abiding citizens in this country. They're outraged because of your deliberate and defiant policies. These are the documented facts. We have a literal invasion of lawless masses flooding over our border from more than 160 countries. The safety and security of the American people are being directly threatened, and innocent children, sir, are being abducted, assaulted, raped, and murdered by human traffickers. Countless numbers of known terrorists and vicious gang members are clearly coming across our border and making their way into our communities all over the country. The precious treasure of American taxpayers is being used to incentivize and reward all this because illegals are given food, clothing, health care, cell phones, welfare benefits, and we also, the taxpayers, pay for ghost flights and bus tickets so they can send them around and secretly transfer these folks into all of our communities across the country. It is your policies, and because of them, that our entire country is becoming a crime scene. And we are dealing with a humanitarian disaster that would have been unimaginable just 3 or 4 years ago. Because of your policies, the drug cartels are making billions of dollars and building their empires, and they are drowning our streets in fentanyl and other deadly substances. And that has made drug overdoses, as you know now, the #1 cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45. Our brave Border Patrol and law enforcement agencies and officers are completely overwhelmed, and they are personally endangered. And the rule of law is being trampled underfoot. And the stability and the very sovereignty of our nation is being threatened like never before.
I'm waiting for him to use the word treason. Should we keep playing this, or do you guys want to hear the more terrifying clip, the warning from Tim Kennedy on Joe Rogan?
To lead into the other clip.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Let's finish Speaker Johnson's message.
Let's finish. You know, I'd really like to hear Mayorkas defend himself. Does he invoke the Holocaust?
I have a long list of questions I was anxious to ask you today, but I've been watching you. You know, you've been on Capitol Hill for 3 days now. You've been in 3 committees. You're very, you have an extraordinary talent, I think, for evading questions, and you've provided answers that are not accurate, and that's documented. You're insulting the intelligence of the American people, and you're subjecting them to extraordinary danger. This is not a game. It's been detailed over and over this week, and here again today. You have presided over the greatest immigration catastrophe in American history, and it's an objective truth that you have helped design and implement this system. You took your oath of office in February last year, and by the end of the first year—
Oh, did he though? Todd, did he take his oath of office?
Is there one on the record? Okay. Exactly right.
ICE recorded the highest number of border crossings and the lowest number of deportations in history. Fact. You have stated publicly in direct defiance of our laws that, quote, being here illegally by itself is not enough to be removed, unquote. If DHS does not deport illegals, that is, apprehend and quickly remove people who cross into our country illegally, then we have no border security at all. We all know that after Title 42 is repealed, 18,000 immigrants a day are going to result coming over that border. It's going to be a total collapse of operational control. If people are allowed to simply walk in here and live and work and collect taxpayer-funded benefits and assistance for years upon years and maybe permanently, then in a very short period of time, we'll be totally overwhelmed. We'll be crushed by the sheer numbers and the weight of illegal immigration. And there will no longer be order, any security here, any sovereignty at all. We want
no sovereignty at all. Just like Switzerland, look what they've done to the EU. Look what they've done to Paris. Look what they're doing. This is all by design, Todd. You're absolutely right. Lee, what were you going to say?
So make the point that this is the exact Cloward-Piven strategy taught at Columbia to collapse the system with the flood of the masses from around the world. That was a strategy. It's a communist Marxist takeover strategy taught by professors Cloward and Piven at Columbia from the 60s onward. And that is the indoctrination, of course, that Barack Obama, if he actually showed up at Columbia, and Hillary Clinton had as part of their education. So it is planned, and it was taught as a technique to take over America.
It's right here, 45 items. It's right here. It's in our congressional record. And I would also say to you, Sean, you have a studious audience, and a lot of them will look it up. And I beg you, look up universal basic income, and you will find that there are programs that are already done. The beta tests are done in all 50 states. Frankly, most all of the world has done them, because that's what's happening. These people are coming across the border. They get free money, universal basic income. And when the robots are replacing humans' jobs, what happens? These people get the UBI. These are unfunded liabilities, by the way. And so doesn't it make perfect sense when you need to get rid of that liability? What do? oh, you can give them a COVID shot. They'll die. Give them 6 months, 2 years. They'll be off your balance sheet.
Well, there's about 40 seconds left of this clip. Let's just let it play out. Again, I'd love to hear Mayorkas defend himself, but then we'll play the warning from Tim Kennedy.
We won't have a country. I called for your resignation in July of last year and explained then that it had already become crystal clear that you were either unable or unwilling to do your job. But as has been said here today now, based upon the facts and the evidence, we've concluded you're doing this intentionally. It is despicable. I believe these are impeachable offenses. And Mr. Secretary, my advice to you is to begin your search for a different career field very soon, because there will be an election and the American people will let their voices be heard on this, and we will be taking the majority. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 133 members of Congress to the Secretary expressing our concern that his actions in opening our border and inaction in enforcing our laws are endangering American lives.
All right.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't want us to have borders, but I can guarantee you when the masses arise, he will be flying off to some country that doesn't have an extradition treaty, and he'll be really certain that they have borders.
Well, here's Tim Kennedy on Joe Rogan warning of an imminent terror attack in the United States, and he explains why.
Once people are here and they cross over, there's not a real screening process in terms of like who's a criminal, what your history is in your country of origin.
Yeah, you want to get a weird Google thing. Google how many known people on the terror watch list have made it across, and it'll scare the crap out of you. So Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have these gigantic lists of people that are on terror watch lists, criminal watch lists, and the number of those that we have captured at the border obviously is just going to be a drop in a bucket of those that have made it across. And, it is in light of what just happened in Israel, where, they flew paragliders over borders, over walls, and they crashed through walls, and then they were able to kill 1,400 people in one day. And then you look at the number, and that was 1,000 insurgents total. And then you look at the number of people that have been coming over the border for the past 3 years that we know are radicalized, that we know are on watch lists. It should scare the pants, like to scare you to death. The position that we're at, we're going to have a real bad year.
God damn it.
Yeah. Department of Homeland Security and the FBI yesterday, they talked about a bunch of known terrorist cells that are currently not operating. They are operating, but they are looking for opportunities, targets of opportunity to conduct terrorist activities here in the United States. Department of State just released an entire worldwide warning to all Americans traveling abroad, saying that it is dangerous for any American to be traveling anywhere in the world right now with the amount of terrorist cells that have now been activated.
You're safer outside the United States. You're giving all the bad guys are inside the wire.
And actually, we should call it the Department of Homeland Invasion.
That's right, it is. Homeland subversion, because that's what that is.
Homeland subversion, that's exactly right. Really, people need to start using the terms that describe what is really happening, because all of these terms created by the left are the opposite of what they do. Department of Homeland Security is no longer securing America. And it hasn't been since Obama's administration, especially, but now on steroids. And I mean, they're just blatantly facilitating subversion and invasion now. Look at the heavy equipment bulldozers in Texas that were deliberately defying the judge's order to stop interfering with the barbed wire fencing that Texas put in to protect its state borders, which they have the right to do under the Constitution. So the Department of Homeland Subversion comes in, hires the equipment, and gets rid of that triple barbed wire, spiral barbed wire fence, and lifts it up for the illegals to come under. And it was photographed. And Border Patrol agents in uniform are facilitating it.
Yes, I saw that.
So either they are subversive or they are yes men following commands that are subversive.
Well, that's the point, Doctor. Listen, everybody has it in their own power, their own hands. If it's an illegal order and all of the orders coming from Mayorkas are illegal, don't do it. If he says clip the wire, don't do it. Go, take a powder, take the day off. Whatever the case is, it's in our personal hands. We don't have to comply.
You know what's weird? Here's the problem too, guys. This level of treason is so difficult to digest because it would seem to the average thinking person that this level of treason ought to be met immediately with indictments and arrests. And we're not seeing it.
There's the problem.
So anything goes in Joe's Banana Republic, Lee.
You're right. And we don't even have current serving flag officers in the military with the cojones to address the treason and honor their oath. They're too worried about their job and their pension. So they sit back, totally flaccid response to, and I use that word deliberately, to indicate that they are complicit. So what happened to our military leadership? We don't even have retired generals who are calling for action to set up military tribunals. They're all silent. They're writing policy papers and they're sending out missives about how bad it is, but nobody is doing anything to call for a currently serving flag officer to convene military tribunals and start the process of holding accountable those who are engaging in treason.
Well, I will say this though. Sorry, 1 second, Doctor. Just in response to that, people in Costa Rica are, and I'm in touch with them, and Dr. Michalska is actually testifying there. This is a real court in Costa Rica, and the reason that's important is because notions of comity apply. Costa Rica is part of the UN. Other member nations have to recognize what's happening there. So here it is, a nation without a military is now leading the world in trying to hold people responsible for the genocide in progress.
Yes, Dr. Mike Eden has been working with that team for over a year, preparing them with the information that he has been bringing out since the fall of 2020, and he is testifying in the Costa Rican court as
Fantastic.
well.
Fantastic. God love them.
Let me show you guys this, the U.S. debt clock, all right? We spend a lot of time showing the U.S. debt clock on this channel. Why? Because this is a pit from which we cannot escape. And so those who are willing to wait for their pensions and take their paychecks when they could be standing in front of the treason trying to stop it, they're very deluded. This system upon which they rely is in the process of crumbling. And I just saw a figure the other day that said it's something like 700 billion to get through the end of this year, and then like another 900 billion in borrowing to get us to March or April. I mean, it's lunacy. The debt is spiraling out of control exponentially on purpose because the looting is on. So anybody who thinks they can just hide and wait for their pensions and live out a happy 20-year retirement is completely deluded as their country falls. And by the way, I've said this so many times, Todd, all this government, all Banana Joe and his administration has left to sell the American people is gaslighting. So from Zero Hedge, this is insane. Never before have U.S. job numbers been manipulated to this extent. Below, you can see a more honest chart graph. The much more accurate and less manipulated household survey shows employment collapsed by 348,000, the biggest drop since the COVID shutdown. It's almost certain the U.S. is already in recession. But don't worry, we have trillions, we have hundreds of billions we can send to Israel and Ukraine, but nothing for you, Surf. So keep paying your taxes to the U.S. Federal Banana Republic.
Well, imagine how much your pension is going to be worth, because it's not, the cost of living adjustment isn't 24% per year. It might be basis points, not even full percentage points. So by the time you get your pension, even if that's next year, the value of those dollars you're getting is depreciated significantly, not less than 24% per year for the last couple of years. And as this spending increases, the value of those dollars continues to decrease. I keep saying to people, maybe you've got these pieces of paper in your pocket. They're actually promissory notes. Look at the credit worthiness of the issuer of those notes. We are so bankrupt, hopelessly bankrupt. It's like a gambling addict, right? Let him borrow more money to go to the casino. There is no way out of this, Sean.
Well, we talk about it a lot. And again, when we think about the gaslighting that comes from government at this point, the Fed is threatening to sue Bitcoin Magazine. Now, I think this is really funny. And the response from the editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine is even more amusing than the threat coming from the Federal Reserve. So the U.S. Federal Reserve is taking legal action against Bitcoin Magazine in the attempt to silence criticism of its recently launched FedNow interbank clearing and settlement service. Now, there are some holes, there's some issues, not the least of which is a central bank digital currency. Somewhere down the line, that's what they'd like to introduce. But the Central Bank of the U.S. is claiming that Bitcoin Magazine merchandise that parodies its services are not protected speech. So they threatened Bitcoin Magazine. And Bitcoin Magazine took this position, which I just love. I won't read the whole thing, but dear Thaddeus Murphy, on behalf of the entire team at Bitcoin Magazine, I wanted to take the time to thank you for your thoughtful inquiry. After having browsed our online store, Bitcoin Magazine offers to send them some merchandise for Christmas, and then they refuse to comply, citing their First Amendment rights, Todd, to exercise speech on the issue. And to that end, we will be defending our right to sell merchandise that makes buyers aware through fair use imagery, our position that the system is a threat to civil liberties. And I love this part.
God love them.
Quote, the Federal Reserve has extensively used and promoted the FedNow mark and has built up substantial goodwill. This is what the Fed says. Bitcoin Magazine says, an interesting point for starters. What goodwill has the Fed built up? Goes on to destroy the Fed for destroying our economy, destroying the dollar, and raising rates at the fastest rate since the Great Depression, when the Federal Reserve had previously lowered rates to near zero and said there would be no tightening anytime soon. They've destroyed our economy on purpose, but that's what the Fed does, Todd. That's what the out of control private central bank Fed does. It's what they've done.
Private.
I mean, that's why our dollar doesn't buy anything anymore. Some of these young people, I guess more than 50% are living back at home with their parents because they can't afford to make ends meet, even those who have gotten a college degree, as they try to pay off their student loans. I don't know, Todd, how does this all end?
Yeah, well, it ends with the dissolution of our country. It's precisely what's happening in front of us. So it ends in one of two ways. We either restore our republic, or it gets blown to the wind, and all of the people in all the states become part of this North American area. It's a trading bloc that was envisioned, believe it or not, by Hitler in World War II. That was his plan. All of Europe would be the European Union, and North America would be the North American Union. It's all part of the plan. It's been in progress for a long time.
Well, and quite frankly, Todd, many of the people alive today won't live to survive the North American Union, because the invasion is designed to replace Christians, Jews, Caucasians, Asians, and anyone that the global predators think is going to question their agenda.
That's right. And by the way, those are the ones that didn't take the shots. How about that, right? We destroy our military, destroy America, and with the shots, and these guys come across the border, bring all their communicable diseases, and they didn't take the kill shots. Replacement migration is what that is.
And that was by design as well, because
Absolutely.
beginning under Obama, the normal medical screenings for immigrants, illegals coming across the border, they just don't do any. So it's only the legal immigrants who go through years of process under the law that get the medical screenings. All of these people flooding our borders. I mean, we have had 2.5 million this year alone. On average, just looking at 1.5 million gotaways who we have no information on, aren't processed. Those who got away crossing the border, estimated 1.5 million. You divide that by 50 states, that's 30,000 unknown military-age males dispersed among the states. 30,000 per state at a minimum, not counting the ones we see and know are coming across the border. That's enough to overwhelm the state National Guards and the law agencies.
This is my question, Doctor. I'm glad you said that. First and foremost, I think it was one of your staff that drove across the border from Mexico to the U.S. and there was nobody there at the border. It said closed, station closed. You just drive on in, no problem. Here's my concern: how do we identify the quote unquote enemy? The people coming across. How are we going to know what they look like? How is America going to form a response with a sick and injured, dying military and people who don't know who the enemy is? What do they look like? This is like the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. That's the predicate. That's the setup.
No, you're exactly right. And in fact, one of our staff who lives down near the border and goes back and forth to Mexico on business often, said that what he's noticed on the roads in southern Arizona, on the highways, there will be these piles of camo clothing. So in other words, and he said what's unusual about it is that most Americans know that you can go to Target and Walmart and Army Navy surplus store and lots of stores and buy camo clothing. People buy it for all sorts of reasons. But each store that manufactures the product has a different design on the camo.
That's right.
Well, what Josh has noticed is that all of the camouflage clothing, and he said there'll be piles of several dozen uniforms, and they're stacked up on the highway, almost as if they're bragging about the fact that it's there.
Or caches.
Or well, no. His observation is that these are discarded camo uniforms that they were provided all alike, all the same design by some common source on the other side of the border, Central America, Darien Gap, wherever it's happening. And then they get in the US, drop it along the highway, and disperse in normal civilian clothing. So there is no way to identify them. This is Arizona. This is what's happening here. I guarantee you it's also happening in Texas, which you've been discussing with Doc Chambers every week.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I mean, I find that disturbing by itself. A uniformed enemy. This is, enemy occupation. It's the Fourth Hague Convention that talks about that when substantial government functions are assumed by an enemy occupier, your government exists no more. Are we there now? You can look at Mr. Mayorkas, right? Who's looked into his background? Is he an enemy agent? I mean, we can look at Mr. Biden. There's certainly good questions there. Where's his foreign agent registration statement? He must have one. I guarantee he doesn't. Same could go for any of these members of our government. Those with dual nationality have to register as foreign agents. Have they done that? I doubt it. So, I mean, it's really concerning that those battle dress uniforms you talk about being discarded is evidence that this is an invasion by a uniformed and organized army. This is the real deal, Doctor.
Some of whom are UN troops, too, by the way. Did you guys see that clip? It was in a Greg Reese report recently. It was an Uber driver who had given a ride to one of these illegals, and the illegal was a nice enough guy to say, yeah, here's my ID. It was given to me by the UN. They're paying me $2,200 a month. We're just awaiting orders. So, I mean, literally, the invasion of UN troops that we've always feared is probably in process. They're just not wearing uniforms yet.
Yeah. Jade Helm. Does anybody remember that? Operation Jade Helm? Why is it there? Sorry, Doctor?
Refresh the memory for people who don't remember.
Yeah, so it was an exercise under Obama, if memory serves, where our military were tasked with infiltrating small towns around the United States to see if they could incorporate themselves into the community without anybody noticing. And sure enough, that happened all over the United States. Nobody had a clue. And these people just showed up and integrated. There's Billy Bob down the street there. And so that was obviously for this purpose. Why else would you be teaching this, by the way, in the School of Americas, where our military trains foreign soldiers, foreign militaries, in all of these tactics, including that?
Well, I think you're right, because the other question is, what is left in our military now, after they purged the Christians, the people of faith, and who stood for the oath to the Constitution, what is left are people who are serving the globalist agenda, including those at the top in the Pentagon and Department of Defense,
especially
where all of that salad of metals, and yet doing nothing to protect America now.
Yeah, that's right. They are especially globalists because they bring in critical race theory and sustainability, the SDG, the Agenda 2030 bits, sustainable development goals, Agenda 2030. They are globalists. I mean, that's exactly the point. And I guess what makes me really sick about it is that they no longer have an oath to our country. They now have an oath to a non-governmental entity. Right? That's the scary part. That is the destruction of our sovereignty.
That's right. And without sovereignty, we have no country. Without liberty, we're not free. And Thomas Jefferson warned the only reason we resort to government at all is to protect our liberty. That's it. And what are they doing? They're actively destroying everything, including our borders. And by the way, before we part ways, we should round out the conversation and remind people about what's been happening for the last couple of years. Isn't this a beautiful girl? Just a beautiful, vibrant, wonderful girl. I don't know her, but her name evidently was Julie Black. She was 16, and she just died suddenly. Yes, Lakeland students promote Heart Walk after sudden death of 16-year-old volleyball standout. Now, if that doesn't give you goosebumps, if that doesn't piss you off, then you may not even have a heartbeat, because this girl was killed by the jab, as have so many other people, young people.
Millions.
And we have to keep sounding the alarm. I want perp walks for the people responsible for this. I want Fauci behind bars. I want Rochelle Walensky behind bars. I want Albert Bourla behind bars. I want the president, the CEO of Moderna behind bars. But you know what? It ain't going to happen because we live in a banana republic.
I wonder, and this is a question for Dr. Vliet, as part of what was delivered in these shots, what is it that has caused these people not to care about anything? They're so apathetic. They're doubly or triply apathetic to how people were even 3 years ago.
Todd, that's an excellent question. And there are several mechanisms medically for exactly what you described. First of all, the COVID shots, lipid nanoparticles, damage the gonadal reproductive hormone producing organs, testicles in men and ovaries in women. When you damage those hormone pathways, you are damaging the production of estradiol and testosterone, which are present in both men and women, obviously different balances. But those are metabolic hormones that provide our drive, our energy, our zest, and govern our cognitive, analytic thinking pathways. The brain is rich in both estradiol and testosterone receptors that are needed for cognitive processing, attention, focus, concentration, memory, mood regulation, and all of that, along with other functions. So first of all, the metabolic fuel that gives us our energy and zest is critically damaged with the destruction of the hormone producing factories in the testicles for men and ovaries for women. The other side of the damage comes from the lipid nanoparticle and spike protein being driven across the blood-brain barrier to affect the brain itself and cause diffuse brain inflammation and micro blood clots and oxidative stress damage to the brain itself. That leads to particularly damage to the frontal lobe and the limbic system of the brain, which in turn regulate mood, energy, drive, cognitive function. So you've got combined assaults on brain function, both the endocrine damage that's causing brain damage and the direct inflammatory damage of the lipid nanoparticle and spike protein that is damaging the brain's ability to function. That's why people appear almost in a daze, like they can't think straight. And you see drivers that are driving like they're impaired. Well, they are. The brain inflammation is very real, and not much is being done about that in the medical community, because if an MRI is even done, which often it isn't, all that's going to show is whether somebody had a stroke. But the diffuse inflammation has to be looked at from different kinds of imaging studies and different metabolic studies and behavioral evaluations. None of that's being done.
None of it. And I know you're treating a lot of people for that. So thank you, doctor. And for all your guides, this is my spot for Dr. Vliet. If you haven't done it, go to Truth for Health, please. We talk about it all the time. She's got all the guides to help people through all this and understand it. And God love you, doctor. You do all this on your own dime. It's not for free. It's out of your pocket to make that happen. And you are such a sweetheart. Thank you for serving humanity.
Yeah.
Well,
God bless you, Doc. God bless you, Doc. We're going to show your website before we part ways here, but let me show you guys one last thing. Again, Biden department's fake data doing its thing. August jobs revised down. It just doesn't matter. We know all they do is lie to us. Now, I did notice that Bank of America is trending on Twitter, and I'll show you why. Bank of America, Chase, U.S. Bank, and Wells Fargo are experiencing widespread outages and disruptions. Some people reporting they're not able to get their money. They're not able to access their money. Guys, we've seen these types of things happen, but they're happening more and more often lately. And sooner or later, usually on a Friday, probably if I had to guess, on a Friday, there will be a bank holiday. And on Monday, you will wake up with a hugely devalued currency. You might have $10 in your account. Well, the new money will have $1 worth of purchasing power. That's just a guess, Todd. That's one way this whole thing might end.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's two things to note here, and maybe that has something to do with it. Number one, you might note that the Morgan Stanley has dropped, if memory serves, it's 23 or 25% from last year in its value. People are withdrawing their deposits and they're going somewhere else. And the other part of that is that gold continues to be something bought by nations and states. That's the part that I find actually quite thrilling. We've got friends in the business, and meaning that they are the refiners and hallmarkers of gold. And what you're finding is states and cantons, provinces are buying gold. They are abandoning the federal apparatus who reserves onto themselves the treasury function. They're taking matters into their own hand. And a number of states in the United States have made gold and silver a specifically mentioned legal tender to replace the dollar. So they're gearing up for this.
Meanwhile, you have demon creatures like Elizabeth Warren continuing to be very hostile toward Bitcoin, which has already been ruled, right, deemed to be property. It's not a security. Okay, the SEC's already thrown in the towel on that as it relates to Bitcoin. Say what you want about all the other cryptocurrencies, many of which are called shit coins, okay? All of which I guess are referred to at this point as shit coins. I might argue that Solana and Ethereum have some value, but Bitcoin is property. It's deemed to be property by the Chinese government, by the Russian government, and by the U.S. government. So why is Elizabeth Warren going so hard in the paint against crypto and Bitcoin? Well, because she carries the bag. She carries the water. She's the water boy for the big banks, Todd.
Well, that, and they can't roll in a central bank digital currency if you have options, if you have choices. You'll just use the other choice if you don't want to be captured by their net.
No, I think that's true. And Todd, one of the things that we have added to the website is our financial health section. And the programs that we have and the resources we have are just amazing in terms of all the information that Tori Aguila of McIlvaney Precious Metals has offered to our constituents. And our Truth Health store is now open. And I want to point out something unique. Our products are all manufactured in a certified GMP compliant facility. That means good manufacturing practices, which is a manufacturing plant that is inspected by the FDA with a more stringent inspection than has been done for the COVID shots. And that is probably less than 1% of the supplement manufacturers in the United States have any regulatory oversight. Everything we have brought to market is manufactured in the US in a certified GMP compliant facility with regulatory approval, and all of our product data sheets describe the ingredients and the unique bioavailability and bioabsorption characteristics, as well as that is subject to regulatory approval. And we had to go through regulatory approval for all of our labeling. There is none of our labels that has not been supported by the data and regulatory approval. So when we're bringing resources to the public, we are doing our due diligence to vet them very carefully. And one of the things that Tori Aguila and I are creating is a program to expose the scams in the financial markets, and particularly precious metals markets.
Oh, good for you. I got a call the other day from some poor lady. Yes, thank you for doing that.
Because it fits our mission. We've been exposing the scams in all of these areas: the COVID shots, the COVID pandemic, the medical incentives paid to doctors and hospitals for killing people in the hospital. So we haven't pulled any punches on exposing all of that. And I realized years ago I was doing programs on financial health in the years of Obamacare passage, and the fact that people needed to get very serious about their financial health to plan for their physical health maintenance, because the government was going to be rationing medical care, which we've seen. And so I realized I needed to bring that back into our work now. And when Tori presented a program for our Faith Over Fear, talking about the scams in the precious metals market, and this woman that had been charged a 98% premium, and he went through the calculations on how they had scammed her and what he had done to help her get her money back, I realized we have to expose this. So he and I are launching a campaign to do that, and we want you to be part of it. But there are other financial tools that you know. So you and your group will be part of our financial health section in our mission.
I'm honored to do it, Doctor. Thank you. It'll be a joy.
Oh, that's another new initiative that we've just launched. And as you could see from the homepage, Josh has just put up those new sections. And we have threats to freedom and emergency preparedness.
Fabulous.
So,
yeah, let me just show folks something, just real briefly. The precious metals industry is something I've been following and reporting about for a very long time, having interviewed people like the CEO of First Majestic, Keith Neumeyer, and others over the years. So the precious metal space is manipulated. And yes, there's gouging that happens with some of these companies that prey on little old ladies and little old men who maybe don't know better and sell them vastly overvalued numismatic or semi-numismatic coins. So buyer beware. What I'm showing you on screen right now is one of our supporters of SGT Report, SD Bullion. And what y'all do need to understand is there are honest vendors out there, AppMax being one, SD Bullion being another, where you can just buy the coins directly from these vendors at a very low premium over spot. So, for instance, there is a 1 ounce Canadian silver maple leaf for $27. What's silver trading at today? Let's see, $23.40. So we're about $3-4 over spot on that coin. Guys, you just have to educate yourself. Don't let yourself be taken advantage by unscrupulous dealers or brokers who want to manipulate you into helping them get rich. By the way, the other manipulation of the precious metals market, and I can't say it more loudly, is by the big banks, is by JP Morgan, is by HSBC, is by Deutsche Bank, who collude to suppress the prices of silver via the paper markets, via the COMEX, via the derivatives market. Did you know, Doc, on some days in this country, more than all of the silver that's mined in a year trade in the paper markets, sometimes double. Some days in the derivative markets, they'll trade more than 1 billion ounces of paper silver. So
I do know that, Sean, because actually I've followed this for a lot of years, going back to 1988, but not doing interviews on it the way you have. But it's something that it's been something I've tried to understand better over time and look into gradually in small amounts. And I realized that we needed to do so in a more organized way, as you have done on your platform, because it is tied to our physical health. If you are under financial stress, anxiety, and worry about your finances, which the majority of Americans are right now, that in itself suppresses your immune system and disrupts sleep, which suppresses your immune system. And if you already have medical conditions, if you've gotten the shot, if you've gotten the boosters, then you're already vulnerable. Adding financial stress to that compromises your physical, emotional, and mental health. And again, it goes to Todd's point about why are people so passive? They are literally overwhelmed with stress. They're paralyzed like deer in headlights. So when I realized that we were missing that additional piece of the puzzle that I've done over the years in other ways, I said, we really have to bring this into our discussions now, because it does have a direct effect on our physical, emotional, and spiritual health.
Yeah.
And fundamentally, all of it is a major spiritual battle between the forces of good and evil, as we have said all along. And finally, a few other people are beginning to call that out. But all of us have been talking about that problem for years. So we need to look at it from the big picture and connect the dots.
Yeah. Well, let me just say, they're targeting our purchasing power through inflation. They're targeting our children in the schools with trans insanity. They're targeting our bodies and our minds with a bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. And they're targeting our very security with open borders. So it's a multifaceted attack. And don't get me started on GMOs and chemtrails, weather weapons, directed energy weapons. I mean, honestly.
Be here for years.
My recent guest, Nathan Reynolds, who escaped the Reynolds Illuminati family, says that there is a radical, intelligent evil behind all of this. And at the end of the day, we can all agree there's an element to all of this that is rooted in spiritual warfare. So they're targeting people spiritually as well, Lee.
No, I've been saying that for years. I'm right there with you. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I can't thank you both enough for your time today. It's so great to catch up after a month off. Yeah. So we have truthforhealth.org, which we showed when Lee was speaking. Todd, how do we support and follow you? You're a busy guy.
We were missing you, Sean. So thank you for having us back.
Thanks for coming back.
Times to be with you. Clout Hub. Follow me on Clout Hub. That's where I'm spending a lot of time these days. I appreciate anybody and everybody that comes. We're blowing out Truth Hub, which of course is our video conferencing with language support. You can communicate in any language, any spoken language on the planet for that matter. And we're just trying to build it out where anonymity plus privacy equal freedom. So our whole focus is on bringing privacy and anonymity to our users so that they were uninhibited in their ability to communicate with each other, just like we did here today. And we just want a whole world of people to do that. So please come and visit us at Clout Hub.
Well, thanks so much for all you do, brother. We appreciate you. Thanks for your time today, Todd.
Oh, man, it's my pleasure. I promise you, it's my pleasure. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Sean.
Okay. Doc, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Sean. It really is wonderful to get this dialogue going with all of us.
Yeah. Well, the good news is more and more people from all walks of life are starting to have similar conversations. I mean, the Great Awakening is real. That's why these people are pushing so hard with just absolute out of control treason. So we'll wonder how this thing ends, and we'll be here to document all of it. We pray for divine intervention and a happy ending. Things might get worse before they get better, though. I'll remind everybody, for real news every single day, check us out for free at sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those CNN, CIA, Mockingbird, mainstream media lies. May God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
God bless.
We're supposed to watch exactly like Jesus preached. Beware of every word that comes out of your mouth, because it either reflects the love in your heart or the evil that dwells therein. So where are we when we see these insane lunatics, these criminal psychopaths, killing, maiming children and all, and giving you, again, the whole story that you're now fed up with in the news? You're seeing that every day. Think about this for a second. I have to conclude, I have to presume, based on the facts, that Gaza is being wiped out in favor of what the globalists want, which is a smart city.
Okay. So it just ended over on Facebook. I just re-upped it. Hopefully they'll tune back in. I do have one more. I was debating on whether I wanted to play it or not. And I decided that I'm going to. When you guys see the title of it, you'll be like, okay, yeah. Okay, maybe this is a good one. Let's check this out. Let's see, where are you? Come on, I know you're here. Here we go. Yeah, let's bury ourselves in the plot against God for a little bit. Here we go. And remote, you know what, brother? You have access to our kind of medicine up there. Look up that movie, Run from the Cure. Gives instructions on how to make it. Makes the Phoenix tears, brother. Make the RSO. Get on it now. And kick the poop out of it now. Yeah. Yep. RSO. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. He shows you exactly how to make it. So, yep. Make it at home. You don't even mess around with it. Just get right on it and kick the living poop out of it. Like I said. Oh, you have some already. Right on. Okay. Just remember, start off with a small dosage and work your way up. You want the equivalent to a gram a day. Okay. Which is basically the size of 2 grains of rice. Okay. And that'll bring you up to a gram a day, and kick some booty. Okay. Kick some booty. Don't even mess around. All right. Let's get into this Bredion broadcast news. The Luciferian plot to destroy Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Here we go.
All right, welcome to Brighttown Broadcast News, Monday, November 6, 2023. Thank you for joining me, Mike Adams here. The working title for today's show, although this could change, is that War in the Middle East is a Luciferian plot to destroy Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. I mean, today we're going to look at the big picture. How is Lucifer, i.e. Satan, using this, or how has this been engineered in order to destroy all faith, or to get one faith to destroy another? You see, you know how this works on earth. I mean, not even in the spiritual realm, just in the political realm, right? It's divide and conquer. It's the globalists pitting blacks against whites, or it's maybe, pitting Islam against Christians, or pitting men against women, which is part of the transgender movement. But at an even bigger level of this, the spiritual level, there is a plot to pit the major world religions against each other, have them destroy each other, and cause humanity to lose all faith in all renditions of God, whatever they may be in specific, religions or practices, and then to get people to turn to Lucifer as their savior. I mean, this is the big picture. We're going to get into that today, and it involves a shocking piece of history with a letter written by a man named Albert Pike. We'll get to that in just a minute. I want to thank also Brad Cummings. He's the publisher of the Patriots Bible and he has been helping me try to understand scripture a lot more and try to decode some of what is written and some of what it might mean. We'll get to some of that as well. You know, you can spend a lifetime studying the Bible and still not know what it means. I mean, there are lots of people who spend lifetime studying it and they will argue with each other. So, it's a tough one. But let's start out with something which is, I want to restate my purpose in bringing you this Brighteon broadcast news each day. My purpose is to help you navigate what's happening. First, to understand it, which is part of then being able to navigate it. And by navigate it, I mean, I want to help you survive it, which means you need to be able to prepare for it, which means we need to be able to have a sense of what's coming. And so my job here is to bring you information that you're not going to see in mainstream media, but then to also connect the dots in a way that you normally don't see in conventional media either. My goal is for all of humanity to achieve peace, prosperity, joy, and to be able to live in peace with one another, and to have freedom and liberty, and freedom from government totalitarianism, freedom to speak, all these things, freedom to grow your own food. This is what I believe in. This is what drives me. And I want to reiterate my position in three ways. Number one, as an American. Number two, as a Christian. And number three, as a humanitarian. Because I know that my broadcasts can often seem like they're filled with criticism. And they are. I'm very critical of the current so-called leaders of America. Why? Because as an American, I love my country. I love what America was founded on and what it stands for. And I want to defend it. I am trying to defend America. I'm trying to restore America. If I didn't care about America, I wouldn't criticize it. It's like, hey, the government of Nigeria is probably corrupt. I don't criticize Nigeria because I'm not Nigerian, and that's just not on my radar. I'm an American. I care about America. And so, yeah, I'm going to call out rigged elections. I'm going to call out, broken leadership and racist, intolerant leaders like we have in the State Department, incompetent leaders and so on. So, yeah, there's going to be heavy criticism, but I want you to understand that comes from a place of actually being a patriot, loving my country, loving the promise of America, and hoping to restore that. Secondly, as a Christian, I will often criticize Christians, and I will criticize pastors and churches, and lately I will absolutely criticize Christian Zionists, which is a whole different podcast. But understand, same thing as me being an American, I criticize what I think is wrong in Christianity because I love being a Christian, and I love my relationship with Jesus Christ and with God. And I experience the Creator in my day-to-day life, especially in walks in nature and even working in my science lab, which is kind of unraveling the great cosmic rules of the universe that God engineered and so on. I see God everywhere. I see God's hand in everything around us, in nutrition and healing medicine and photosynthesis, in the way water flows. I mean, I see God everywhere. And that's even for me to say, oh, I believe in God, that it's almost irrelevant. I experience God every single day, everywhere I look. I experience God directly. I don't have to believe in it. I don't have to have faith in it. I'm seeing it. So I love being a Christian, but I see so many wrong things in Christianity, like churches, dumbing people down or refusing to teach the book of Revelation, or refusing to be honest with people about what God wants us to do with our lives. I see churches pushing vaccines, for example, like transhumanism jabs, and then they're doing it in the name of God. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to call that out, because that's insane. So just like I'm an American, and I've got some strong words for those who are destroying America, I'm a Christian, and I have strong words for those who I see as destroying or harming Christianity or teaching principles that stand in contradiction to Christianity. And I don't claim to be perfect. I don't claim to have perfect knowledge or a perfect interpretation, but I have principles, and I am consistent in applying those principles. In fact, before I get to the third point here, I do want to mention I've come to realize that in my own personal discernment of watching how people react to this situation in the Middle East, Israel versus Palestine, it's not, in my mind, if I'm going to judge people, and yes, I'll use that word. If I judge people, I'm actually not judging them based on which side they're on. It's not about, oh, are you with Israel or are you with Palestine? I'm actually exercising discernment on people based on whether they cite consistent principles in making their decision on who they side with. That's the issue. I mean, for example, I've seen, LGBT groups marching for Palestine, apparently having no knowledge that if they took their children into Palestine and started promoting transgenderism mutilation, the Palestinian Muslims would probably behead the parents. You know what I mean? It's like, how can you push transgenderism of children and think that you are with the Muslims in Palestine? They would murder you. Probably. And it makes me realize that there are a lot of people supporting Palestine who really have no underlying consistent principle that's driving their support. They're just doing so out of a reaction against maybe Netanyahu, who is a very far-right figure in Israel, or maybe as a reaction against organized religion, or maybe as a reaction, they're doing it as a reaction against Jews or Judaism or Zionism or what have you. I have no respect for people who side with Palestine but don't have a principle that they can elucidate that is consistent. And at the same time, I have no respect for people who side with Israel and also cannot elucidate core principles of why. Why have you chosen to side with Israel? What's driving you? What are your principles? And please don't tell me that God told you you were the chosen ones and you have the right to kill everybody else, because I don't accept that either. So core principles are what matter. And our principles don't necessarily have to agree with each other. But if we are to coexist in a civilized society, we have to be consistent in the way we apply those principles, which brings me to my point number 3, reiterating my position. And the third one is as a humanitarian. So I am pro-human, and you know this if you've heard my podcast for very long. I've often said I'm on team humanity. So I help educate and protect people from transhumanism technologies like mRNA, bioweapons injections. And I also speak out against those who are slaughtering innocent human beings, innocent civilians, especially women and children and so on. And that's exactly what's happening in Gaza right now. And that is why I am very, very critical of Israel's actions and the IDF and the bombings of the residential buildings. And oh, by the way, there was another university that was bombed. We'll get to that in a minute. But it's not based on a knee-jerk reaction against Israel or in favor of Palestine. It's the principle that it's always wrong to murder women and children or to bomb innocent civilians. And I know that some people on the Israel side will say, well, they're not innocent. They supported Hamas. Oh, give me a break. Israel bombed a hospital full of cancer patients. You can't tell me that cancer patients are, supporting Hamas. What are you going to do? Here, tumors for the cause. I mean, come on. It's not, you can't tell me. I mean, almost half the casualties in Gaza are children, under 18 years old. You can't tell me that these children are all terrorists. I mean, give me a break. This idea of collective punishment, it doesn't fly. And I would say the same exact thing. I would have the same answer take your choice. If America were bombing Mexicans, because, there people like Lindsey Graham have said, I'm pretty sure he said this, that we should deploy the military to go after the drug cartels and just start bombing Mexico. I'm like, what, are you crazy? Because you'd be killing innocent civilians, and that's wrong. No matter who you're talking about bombing, if you're bombing women and children and indiscriminate bombing, you're bombing hospitals, you're bombing residential buildings, it's always wrong. Because again, I am a humanitarian. And as a humanitarian, I defend humanity. I defend life. That's why I'm also opposed to abortion. By the way, it is a very consistent position with being opposed to the indiscriminate bombing of Gaza. I oppose the transhumanism vaccine injections. I oppose euthanasia. And I've come to find that I actually oppose the death penalty. And that's not something that it's a position that I've elucidated. And I actually, previously, years ago, I think I supported the death penalty, although I didn't really focus on it. But now I realize that the state is so corrupt that trusting the state to determine who is so guilty that they should be put to death, trusting that state is insane, because the whole system of so-called justice is completely corrupt. And also, as someone who runs a mass spec laboratory, and I've become aware of some of the shenanigans in the industry, including among crime labs and police labs, and I've come to know that FBI, the labs that the FBI uses and the labs that police departments use, they are so filled with total fraud, including PCR genetic fraud, not to mention drug testing fraud, and used to be hair analysis fraud, and so many other things, that I can't trust states' evidence that's based on laboratory testing, because I know that much of that is absolutely faked. And so when the state wants to put somebody to death, all they have to do is fabricate the evidence. So that's why I now oppose the death penalty, because of all the corruption. I'm not saying that there aren't people who don't deserve the death penalty. Clearly there are. Clearly there are, murderers, people who have tortured other people, people who have kidnapped and raped and murdered. Clearly they are deserving of death, but we cannot trust our current corrupt system of law enforcement and law enforcement investigations and the corrupt court system to make an accurate decision or to even have accurate evidence. And thus, our system is killing innocent people by putting them to death. And as you know, one of my foundational beliefs is that it's wrong to kill innocent people. So there you go. Now, see, when I was a child, I always recited the Pledge of Allegiance in school. We all did. And of course, as a child, I was naive enough to believe that they meant it. That whoever wrote the Pledge of Allegiance, whoever was enforcing the Pledge of Allegiance, the adults in society, they meant it. Even though we didn't even know the words. We're like, one nation under God, invisible, with freedom and justice for all. I mean, we didn't even get half the words right. It was like, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Like, kids don't even know what they're saying. Only later can you go back and parse the words and say, whoa, wait a second. That was pretty profound stuff that we were just mindlessly repeating. And then you come to find that nobody means it. Like, one nation under God, indivisible, right? It means we're all together. It means also we cannot be divided by race or social standing or financial status, right? We cannot be divided by religion or skin color. One nation under God, indivisible, with freedom and justice for all. Ask Donald Trump if he's being served freedom and justice for all, because he's not. He's being selectively targeted. Ask Owen Schroyer, who's currently in jail in DC, and they put him in solitary confinement too. There is not freedom and justice for all. And of course, we are no longer a nation under God. We are a nation that has been infiltrated by satanic influences. And that's going to bring me to back to the main topic here today, that war in the Middle East is a Luciferian plot. And it's designed to destroy all faith on our planet and to pit the world religions against each other and get them to destroy each other in order to destroy humanity's faith in what the Bible says, or what the Quran says, or what the Talmud says, or any of the religious texts, to get people to say that, wow, based on what's happening in the world, God can't be real. Therefore, they would be more susceptible to turn to the Antichrist, which is, a generic label. It could mean lots of things. The Antichrist could be a person, could also be an AI system pretending to be a person, by the way. Have you thought about that? One world government AI that is said to possess supernatural powers of omniscience and omnipotence, right? Global AI that tells you how to live your life, that decides all court cases, that decides what speech you're allowed. It's the Antichrist, or it could be the Antichrist. And then people will worship it after they have been disillusioned by Christianity and Judaism and Islam, after having seen the failure of those religions and the total destruction through World War III that is underway right now. We're going to get to that. This is the big, big picture of what is actually happening. We'll get to that in a second. I want to remind you that tomorrow I'm hosting the Alex Jones Show, the second and third hour. So that's 12 noon Central for 2 hours. And I have two guests. First hour, I have Jeffrey Prather. And the second hour, I have Scott Ritter, former UN weapons inspector. And those 2 hours are going to fly by, let me tell you. Plus, I've got some hard-hitting interviews that I've already completed with Ann Vandersteel and another one with Michael Jaco. And I've also got some microscopy video work that I've done in the studio that I would like to show you, which is pretty mind-blowing. And a lot more coming up. So this is going to be an interesting week. Be sure to stay tuned. I want to read for you part of a message that I tweeted out. I think I tweeted this on Friday. That I felt so ashamed as an American, even though, again, as I just explained, I love America. I love the concept of America. I want to restore America. I want to defend America against those who are destroying it. But I am ashamed of the actions of those who are currently in charge of the American government or the United States government. I'm ashamed of them. And in the interest of peace, I want Palestinian people all over the world to know that as an American, I do not condone what my government is doing and how my government is complicit in Israel's bombing of civilians in Gaza. And this is all in the interest of peace. I think it's really critical for Palestinian people everywhere or Muslims everywhere to understand that, like all wars, this is not a war of people versus people. This is a war of governments versus people. This is a government waging this war outside of our control, the governments of Israel and the United States. So here's my message. It says, a message to all Palestinians. As an American, I am ashamed of what my government is doing to your people. The Biden administration and its war-hungry State Department officials have green-lighted genocide carried out by Israel against your families, elderly, women, and children. U.S. weapons are used by the IDF on U.S.-made fighter jets to drop bombs on refugee camps, hospitals, mosques, and residential buildings. These are atrocities, war crimes, knowingly committed in violation of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Convention. If the world were truly just, then Netanyahu, Blinken, Nuland, Biden, and other top officials would be indicted by the International Criminal Court, the ICC, for crimes against humanity, and both the United States and Israel would be stripped of UN recognition and declared terror states, for that is what they have both become. I pray for peace, humanitarian assistance, and a true accounting for those who are complicit in these atrocious crimes against humanity, and we shall not be intimidated into silence by Zionists whose entire philosophical foundation is based on racial supremacy and genocidal violence against others. May God protect the innocent and reveal the guilty for all the world to see. Please translate and share this message in the interests of peace, and know that many Americans, including many Christians, are absolutely appalled at what is taking place in Gaza. So that's what I sent out there. I'm sure it may have ruffled a few feathers. Doesn't matter. More of us have to get out messages like this to say, our governments have gone mad. Our governments have abandoned humanitarian principles, but it doesn't mean that we, the people, support what they are doing. We, the people, like people everywhere, mostly just want to live in peace. But of course, when I said, what am I saying there, that Zionists, their philosophical foundation is based on racial supremacy, it is. They believe they are chosen by God and that they stand above all other human beings, that all others, including, by the way, American Christians, are less than the Zionists. They think they are the supreme race. And when I say they want to carry out genocidal violence against others, that is admitted by them. And here's another example from the Israeli government. You know how we've seen Netanyahu saying all these crazy things? Well, check this out. Over the weekend, Israeli Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu suggested that Israel could launch a nuclear strike on Gaza. He says it's a possibility, that it's one of the possibilities to nuke Gaza. Now, this happened during an interview with Radio Kol Barama. This guy's a member of the Otzma Yehudit party. He was asked if Israel could drop an atomic bomb on Gaza, and he replied, well, this is one of the possibilities. And he said there should be no humanitarian aid because he says, quote, we wouldn't hand the Nazis humanitarian aid. And he also says there's no such thing as uninvolved civilians in Gaza. So he's saying that pregnant women are terrorists too. Cancer patients are terrorists too. University professors are all terrorists in Gaza, he says. And so are the 5-year-olds, by the way, the children. They're all terrorists, he says. And he thinks that perhaps they should just drop a nuke on Gaza. So obviously, a nuclear weapon would be an indiscriminate mass bombing, a weapon of mass destruction, a complete violation of the rules of war, the Geneva Convention, international humanitarian law, and so on. And by the way, the total power of the bombs that the IDF has so far dropped on Gaza have already exceeded the atomic bomb that the U.S. dropped on Hiroshima. I don't know if you knew that, but that was, I think, 16 kilotons, Hiroshima. What Israel has dropped on Gaza is more than 16 kilotons at this point and rising by the day. We are rapidly approaching 10,000 civilian casualties in Gaza. But again, this guy, the Israeli Heritage Minister, says there are no civilians. He says they're all combatants. Well, how convenient. If you want to carry out genocide, you just declare the entire race of Palestinians to be enemy combatants. That's essentially what he has done. And I think that Gallant, the head of the defense minister of Israel, I think he agrees with that. And many, many Zionists agree with this. We've heard many of them. I've quoted many of them over the last couple of weeks. Well, these remarks about nuking Gaza were, of course, quite controversial. It resulted in a lot of outrage over the weekend. And to his credit, Benjamin Netanyahu suspended Eliyahu, suspended him. Like, you went too far, dude, to say, nuking Gaza. Apparently that crosses a red line. But then Netanyahu's office said they had to suspend Eliyahu because the IDF is, quote, operating in accordance with the highest standards of international law to avoid harming innocents, which is, of course, sheer delusion because they're bombing ambulances. They're bombing people standing in bread lines. They're bombing hospitals and universities and refugee camps and residential buildings. They're not avoiding harming innocents. They are harming innocents. It's just that, this guy, what's his name again? Eliyahu, he's very open about it. It's like, yeah, we just want to commit genocide and murder all Palestinians, whereas Netanyahu is pretending like they're not. That's the only difference between these two. Actually, Netanyahu probably agrees with this guy. He probably agrees, yeah, let's nuke it, except it would make it hard for Israel to colonize Gaza and take it over if there's too much, nuclear fallout. That's probably the only reason why they're not nuking it. Now, in my assessment, the reason Netanyahu doesn't want anybody within the Israeli government to talk about nuking Gaza is not because he doesn't really want to nuke Gaza. It's because he doesn't want to give other countries a warning that Israel may be about to use nukes on other countries. See, I don't think Israel would nuke Gaza because Israel wants to control Gaza, but would Israel nuke Iran? Oh, without question, they would. And it's widely believed that Israel has about 90 nuclear warheads. Now, hopefully they work better than the Iron Dome, because I've got some videos for you here of Iron Dome missiles failing and actually striking back on the ground in Israel. You're going to see some of those videos. But Israel would no doubt nuke Lebanon. Israel would nuke Syria. Israel would nuke Egypt. Israel would nuke Turkey. Israel would nuke Iraq, Iran, who knows? Yemen, obviously. So there's a lot of countries Israel would nuke, but I don't think they're going to nuke Gaza. They don't want to give anybody a heads up that they might be planning on using nukes, because there are a lot of nukes out there. Iran, we believe, has nukes. We know that Pakistan has nukes. We know that Pakistan is willing to give nukes to Turkey. We know that Turkey has all this military technology and they can deploy nukes. And we know, of course, that Russia has nukes on hypersonic missiles. And China obviously has nukes. So there are lots and lots of nukes. If somebody wants to start lighting these things off, it's going to go badly very quickly. All right, I want to show you a video of the Iron Dome missiles malfunctioning and returning to the ground and striking Israel. You know, the Iron Dome missiles are supposed to be Israel's defensive missiles that take out the incoming rockets from Hamas or from Hezbollah. And in the following video, which is quite short, you're going to see all at once, three Iron Dome missiles appearing to malfunction and come back and strike the ground in Israel. I'll play it for you twice because it's tricky to see, but check this out.
הם נפלו פה. כנס, כנס. הם נפלו פה בתוך השטח. כנס.
All right, did you see that? I mean, it was easy to see the one big missile going in a circle and coming back and crashing down, but then over the house in the distance, there are two more Iron Dome missiles that look like they're failing also. Let me play it for you one more time in case you missed it. I want you to see this.
הם נפלו פה. כנס, כנס. הם נפלו פה בתוך השטח. כנס.
All right, that was one video. I want you to see another totally different video that is, what, about 18 seconds in duration, I think. Yeah, 19 seconds. This one is a little scary because you think you're watching this one missile shooting away from you, and then there's an incoming missile that's another Iron Dome. Check this one out. This is scary. It would be scary to be standing there when this thing comes at you. Yeah, that's kind of freaky, right? So much for defensive Iron Dome missiles. Are these programmed by the engineers that think 2 + 2 = 5? I don't think these missiles can do math. Let's take another look at that one again, the incoming one. All right, well, the Iron Dome is, maybe it should be called the Iron Dumb. It's not very smart, is it? All kinds of things can go wrong. Okay, next I want to play for you. Well, let me say this. IDF forces are taking some significant casualties. Their tanks are getting blown up. Their infantry fighting vehicles are getting blown up. Their soldiers are getting shot. Now, granted, Hamas is also getting killed. And I don't know how many fighters Hamas has, maybe 50,000, who knows. They're getting killed big time. But IDF has taken some losses. They may say publicly, oh, we've only lost 19 soldiers. Yeah, give me a break. They've probably lost, 300 or 400 at this point. It won't be long before it's 1,000. And these IDF soldiers, they're afraid to come out of their vehicles. They're afraid to come out of the infantry fighting vehicles. And so they're just cruising around inside the armor, which makes them sitting ducks for RPGs, by the way. I mean, you got to use infantry and armor together. I mean, everybody that's been in the military knows that. You can't just roll around in armor all day. Your visibility is nothing. People are going to sneak up on you, which is exactly what I want to show you here. So the following video is, I want to show you a Hamas fighter running up. I mean, this is really something. Running up to a tank, an Israeli tank, and placing an explosive device on it to knock out the tank's anti-RPG defense system. And then they hit the tank with an RPG. Now, this is wild. And look, no matter what you think about Hamas, these people are not cowards, man. It takes some serious cojones to do this. Check this out.
من بينهم مصدق ومن خلفهم مصدق فأغشيناهم فهم لا يبصرون.
Tell you what, 70% of the U.S. Army is obese or overweight. Like I said before, these Hamas fighters, because they've all been partially starved to death by Israel, these dudes are lean, they're fast, quick on their feet, and they're not carrying around heavy gear. I mean, they are nimble little dudes. I mean, again, I'm not picking sides in this scene. I'm just saying that IDF is losing armor, losing men, and Hamas is putting up a fight because, they're fighting for their very survival here. And they have tactics that are, in fact, working. In fact, I want to play one more video for you that shows, I want you to see what this warfare looks like in the urban setting of Gaza on the streets with these Hamas fighters, basically with RPGs. And I don't know, whatever explosive devices they have, but very poorly equipped, actually. And yet they are taking out Israeli armor with shocking effectiveness. And they're filming it all with, I guess, GoPro cameras or some other kind of cameras. But check out this video. It's pretty darn shocking.
الله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر ولله الحمد. ولعت ولعت. اضرب اضرب هاي البالة. الله اكبر ولله الحمد. الله اكبر ولله الحمد.
All right, did you see that last one? It was almost point blank range. I mean, couldn't have been more than like 15 yards away or something from that armored vehicle. And notice there were no Israeli soldiers on foot around it. I mean, nobody's looking. They're just holed up in their armor driving around, and Hamas just walks right up with an RPG and takes it out. So look, I'm not saying that Hamas is going to defeat the IDF in this battle. They're not. I mean, the IDF has a lot more men, a lot more tanks, plus all the bombs and so on. But the IDF is learning this is not a cakewalk. They're going to take some serious casualties, and Hamas is putting up a lot of resistance here. And these Hamas tactics, asymmetrical warfare, RPGs versus tanks in an urban environment. I mean, it's a classic asymmetrical situation where for very few dollars in terms of what the RPGs cost, Hamas is taking out, in many cases, many millions of dollars worth of armor that has now become like paperweights all over Gaza. All right, now we're going to shift gears to the Albert Pike letter, which I kind of mentioned up front. This is a letter that Albert Pike, who was a big-time Freemason guy, we'll talk about that. He wrote this letter in 1871. He wrote it to Giuseppe Mazzini, who was the Italian revolutionary leader, and he was also the director of the Illuminati. Now, this letter, again, was written on August 15th, 1871, and it's been titled, after the fact, it's been titled The Illuminati Plan for 3 World Wars. And there's actually an article about it in the UK Daily Mail, which was written in 2016. So if you want to look this up, go to the Daily Mail, and here's a headline: Letter written by U.S. Confederate officer 150 years ago predicted first 2 world wars and said the third would be between Islamic leaders and the West. That's the headline. And then it asks, but is it just a hoax? Now, that was written in 2016. And this letter, it's been controversial over the years because it predicted a third world war. But let me first read the predictions of the first 2 world wars. And remember that, World War I was right around, 1917. But this letter was written in 1871. So long before World War I. But Albert Pike, he was a 33-degree Mason. He was an occultist. He was a Grand Master, I'm not sure of what, and a creator of the Southern jurisdiction of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. I don't know. That's a mouthful. How do you get all that together? What do the Scots have to do with this? I don't know. It's a Grand Master of what? Is the KKK involved in this? Who knows? Anyway, according to this letter, quote, the First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the czars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergence is caused by the agents of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. Now, understand, by the way, this is all under the umbrella of Lucifer. How does Lucifer rid the world of faith and destroy everybody's faith in all the world religions? Okay, so communism was a key element in this, and World War I was designed to strengthen communism in especially what became the Soviet Union. And he specifically mentions that this will be waged between the British and Germanic empires. Now, I don't know why he doesn't mention the French in this, but you know, clearly he's got it right on Britain and Germany. And then the Second World War, from the letter, must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. Again, this was written in 1871. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that the political Zionism be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. Whoa, which is what happened in 1948 after basically Europe felt really guilty because of the persecution of the Jews. Anyway, the letter goes on. During the Second World War, international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would then be restrained and held in check until the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. Got it? So communism and the rise of the Soviet Union was designed to hold Christianity in check. And if you know the work of Yuri Bezmenov, the former Soviet dissident, he laid out the plan that the Soviet Union had for America, which is to infiltrate and then demoralize, right? And cause a loss of cohesion and a cultural revolution inside America, which is partially designed to destroy Christianity. So that's all of that is actually taking place, and it has been for decades. All right, now here's where this gets interesting. The Third World War, from the letter, must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agents of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war, and by the way, isn't that exactly what's happening right now since October 7th in the Middle East, right? This is the Illuminati moving the pieces on the global chessboard to create war between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The letter continues, the war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, quote, mutually destroy each other. Got it? This is designed for them to mutually destroy each other. Where Israel nukes the Arab nations and maybe Iran, Persia, and then also Iran nukes Israel and Israel is destroyed as well. The letter continues. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, again, because this is very polarizing, what's happening in the Middle East, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. Does that sound right? It sounds like exactly what's happening. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, he says, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Now, listen up, what this is all about. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, And when they say true light, they mean, illumination, Illuminati, Lucifer. Lucy means light, right? Comma, brought finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. Wow. Holy wow. Again, written by Albert Pike in 1871. So this Third World War, I mean, even if you read this article in the UK Daily Mail, which was written in 2016, that article is like, well, this third World War prediction it's not coming true. Maybe this letter's a hoax, who knows? Now the third thing is coming true. And if you look at what it says, understand that the Third World War is designed to cause Christians to lose faith in Christ, to cause Zionists to lose faith in Judaism, and to cause Islam to lose their faith as well, and to line up everybody behind the, quote, pure doctrine of Lucifer. That's what the Illuminati have been working towards this entire time. This was all a long-term game, a long-term plan to put Lucifer in charge of the world and to get people to adore Lucifer as a reaction against the loss of faith in God or Allah or Christ. I mean, and if you think about it, I know a lot of Christian Zionists right now. You can hear them, you can see their tweets and so on that are saying, it doesn't matter what we do, God's going to intervene and save Israel. They believe that because they say it is written, God will save Israel. You might believe that too, listening to this. Maybe that's what you've been taught. How quickly would people lose their faith if Israel is destroyed? People would question everything they've been taught. Wait a second, Israel just got destroyed. Well, that must mean my faith is wrong because my faith told me that Israel would be saved. Where has God gone? See, that will be the question. That's what this letter is pointing out, that people will reject. They will become, quote, disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction. Right? That's what they're saying, that everybody they won't know where to turn. Who do I listen to? Which religious leaders can I now trust? I mean, the ones that told me Israel would be saved, obviously they lied to me, right? This is the chaos plan by the Illuminati to try to bring people to Lucifer. Now, there's a key here. I want to go back to one sentence here that I think is absolutely key. Because remember, the Illuminati, these are the puppet masters that pull the strings behind the globalists. You're not even supposed to talk about the Illuminati. I even had a guy, by the way, a pretty prominent guy in alt media a couple years ago. I was about to do an interview with him, and he told me, he said, yeah, I'm happy to do an interview with you, but there's one word I cannot say during the interview. I'm like, what's that? He says, Illuminati. I'm like, really? You can't say Illuminati? Why is that? And he said, because they'll kill me. Like, are you serious? It's like, yep, I've been told if I mention Illuminati one more time, they will kill me. So I did the interview with him, and he did not mention Illuminati. We talked about all kinds of stuff, but never mentioned Illuminati. So he was convinced that this is a very powerful group that can, I guess, make credible threats to silence people. And this is a group that likes to work in the shadows, kind of behind the scenes, in the dark, even though they're trying to bring people to the, quote, light of Lucifer, the true light, right? But think about this sentence. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and political Zionism mutually destroy each other. How would you do that? How would you mutually destroy Islam and the state of Israel? So Islam is, predominantly in, well, I mean, it's not just the Middle East, it's also Southeast Asia. Indonesia, for example, has, I think, a very high concentration of Muslims. Turkey is like 96% Muslim, right? A lot of Muslims in the Western world, in Western Europe and North America and so on. I mean, Muslims live everywhere around the world. Now, the state of Israel is obviously only in one place, but then again, there are Israeli, advocates and family and so on all over the world. So how big would the world war have to be to destroy all of Islam and all of Zionism? And the answer is it would have to be a war much bigger than just the Middle East. Maybe it starts in the Middle East. Maybe it starts with nuking Gaza, and then Iran nukes Tel Aviv, and then Israel nukes half the Arab nations, and then Russia nukes Israel, and then America nukes. You know what I mean? This thing could start small and it could escalate to a global war, to the point where much of the Islam world actually is, destroyed or severely damaged or set back. And also Zionism and Judaism suffers a similar fate. And you could see that if the Illuminati can make this thing big enough and bad enough, well, and maybe they already did that with World War II, but now we have nukes, so things can get far worse now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention in World War I, that's also 1917 was the year of the Russian Revolution, which had that was a revolution that led to the creation of the Soviet Empire, rooted in communism, right? So the prediction of the First World War was right on. The prediction of the Second World War was exactly right on. I mean, that Nazism is destroyed and that political Zionism is strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel and Palestine. How could you have known that in 1871, right? And then the Third World War looks like now, just in the last month, we have learned that this is shaping up to almost match it word for word. There's another line here that I already read, but remember it says, meanwhile, other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. Now, don't you get the feeling that that's happening in America? Economic exhaustion, all the money printing. Oh, we have to print more money. We have to send more money to Ukraine, and now we have to send money to Israel. Now we have to somehow build more munitions. And moral exhaustion, I think that's an accurate description of what America is suffering from. Spiritual exhaustion. Don't you feel a sense of exhaustion in this fight for humanity, even just since COVID? And I've been fighting for truth, for 20 plus years and getting censored for 7 or 8 years. And, the physical exhaustion that's affecting so many people in all of this, especially during COVID and the lockdowns and the masks and the jabs and everything. This sounds very accurate. The complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. And then it says, we shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists. Now, isn't that what we see with Antifa? Doesn't Antifa remind you, don't they look like kind of like a satanic group, the nihilists and the atheists? Antifa does not believe in God. They are the atheists. And they're also the nihilists. And these contrived movements that are, funded by globalists, they seem to be following exactly the path of this to, quote, provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which will show to the nations the effects of absolute atheism, the origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. So I see that as chaos in the streets, desperate people killing each other, fighting each other for food, for prescription medications, for anything. And all of this rings true to me in terms of what's happening right now in the world. And remember that this is all designed as a great Luciferian deceit to try to convince you that God isn't real. That's the thing, is to try to convince you that God has abandoned you, that God has let you down. Now, think about that. Think about that. This is This is all very important information. And by the way, I also again want to thank Brad Cummings for sending me the link to a website called godskingdom.org. And if you go to godskingdom.org and you go to the category of prophetic, which is on the left, there's a recent entry there called Sliding Toward World War III and What You Need to Know. And this mentions the letter of Albert Pike, the 1871 letter. And it gives some additional analysis of this. So let me read that for you. It says, both Islam and Judaism are to be destroyed, according to the plan, and Christianity itself, by identifying with the Israelis through Christian Zionism, has also fallen into the war trap. How far will God allow this to go? Now, listen to this, because the writer from godskingdom.org, here's what he writes. In my view, the conflict will continue to escalate until Jerusalem is destroyed, as foretold in Jeremiah 19, chapter 19, verse 10 and 11, and in Isaiah chapter 29, verses 1 through 6. Evangelical and Pentecostal Christianity will then be in a state of shock, and many will become disillusioned, thinking that the promises of God have failed. Right? That's so that's kind of what I was describing earlier, that people will say, well, wait a minute, why didn't God protect Israel? Why didn't God save Israel? How could Jerusalem be destroyed? And probably with a nuclear weapon. So we should be looking at whether Iran will nuke Jerusalem. I mean, that becomes a very real possibility in this, probably in retaliation for Israel nuking somebody else first, maybe Damascus, who knows? But again, as this author writes, Christianity will then be in a state of shock. Many will become disillusioned, thinking that the promises of God have failed. Now, this story also says, as General Wesley Clark has told us, the U.S. government set forth a plan in September 2001 to destabilize the Middle East by overthrowing 7 countries in 5 years. This has been the final strategy of the Pike Plan for World War III. The plan was to cause such disruption in Muslim countries that it would result in a huge influx of immigrants fleeing to Europe and America. The Illuminati planners knew that this would result in conflict. And by the way, that's why our borders are wide open. And that's also why they're pushing Muslim refugees all into Western Europe. This is all on purpose. They knew this would set the stage for conflict. Continuing, quote, and they plan to implement as many false flag incidents as possible to stir up the anger on both sides. Yes, exactly. So this is all part of a plan to deceive Christians and to destroy Jerusalem, to destroy Israel, and to cause the world to lose faith, including the Islam world, to lose faith in Allah. Right. Think about this. This is the destruction of all faith. Now, there's something else. The rapture. I've been digging into the rapture, and this is going to trigger some people. But I was asking people I know, said, because I don't recall reading the rapture anywhere in any scripture. And it's like, is the rapture even mentioned in the Bible? And it's not. It's not. There are a couple of passages in scripture where it talks about, people being like meeting God in the clouds or something, that kind of very loosely interpreted. They might mean something related to the rapture. And if you really want to maybe parse all of those, the passages and the history and the autumn feasts and everything and the timing of all this, go to that website, godskingdom.org. They have a 2-part article called What is the Rapture? Part 1 and Part 2 by Dr. Stephen E. Jones. It's good reading, but I have to admit, it's way beyond what I could parse. I cannot make sense of it because I don't know I don't have enough background as as a biblical scholar to piece all this together. I do see there's like Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17. We who are alive and remain will be caught up to meet the Lord in the air and in the clouds. Like but then you have to understand, what are the clouds? And it's not literal. And one of the key statements in this article that I think we have to remember is that, quote, heaven is a spiritual dimension and does not have a physical location as so many think. And a lot of Christians think that the rapture means they're going to be physically lifted up, they're going to rise into the air, fly into the air and into the clouds, and they're going to meet the Lord there in the clouds. I'm like, well, why not in the outer atmosphere? Why not in the stratosphere? Why not in the ionosphere, the magnetosphere? I mean, can we go into outer space? Can we meet God in orbit? I mean, why does it have to be in the clouds? Because it's not a real physical thing. These are metaphors, because it's a spiritual realm. You're going to be lifted out of this meat space, as we sometimes call it, the three-dimensional kinetic meat space. You're going to be lifted out of that into a higher dimension of existence, of communion with God that transcends your physical body. But, it's hard to explain that to a lot of Christians even. And, pastors want to explain things to people in terms they can understand. And a lot of people don't believe in supernatural things, which is funny because they believe in God, and that's pretty supernatural. It's the ultimate supernatural power, who created everything and who is omniscient and omnipotent, right? That's pretty supernatural and can perform miracles, i.e. bend the laws of physics. That's supernatural. But then a lot of Christians don't want to believe in anything supernatural. It's like, oh, we can't talk about, a spiritual world or other dimensions or anything. And so they tell those people, oh, you're just going to be lifted up into the clouds. And then the people, oh, okay, we're going to go up into the clouds. Okay. That's kind of a simple-minded explanation. It's kind of translated into meat space, but it's a metaphor. But when it comes to the rapture, you hear a lot of debates about, pre-trib, mid-trib, and post-trib. And the pre-trib rapture, people believe that they're going to be taken out of here, lifted away to go join God before the tribulation. And this belief system, which is very popular, by the way, this belief system is used by some people, not all, but some people, as a crutch to dismiss responsibility for anything that happens next in the world, or any kind of preparedness or anything. And the way the logic goes is, I don't care what happens in the Middle East. I'm going to be, raptured out of here before anything bad happens. You hear people say that. Or, I don't have to prepare. I don't need preparedness supplies. I don't need ammo. I'm going to be raptured out of here. They think they're going to be lifted into the clouds before anything bad happens. So, but the Bible does not say this. It absolutely does not say this. And it turns out that the entire origin of this rapture theory was created by a guy named John Nelson Darby, who was a 19th century theologian. And before his time, which is about let's say the 1850s, before that, no Christians talked about the rapture. The concept didn't even exist in Christianity, at least not in a popular way. But because of John Nelson Darby, he began to interpret Scripture in a certain way to talk about this rapture of being lifted up to meet God in the clouds and so on. And it caught on. It became what is today a very common understanding among Christians, even though, again, it's not described in Scripture. I mean, not in any concrete way at all. I mean, I suppose you could interpret, some passages, but this whole idea of the rapture was created by a man, not by God. Understand? And so imagine when nukes start going off in the Middle East, which is probably where this is headed, And a lot of Christians who have been pre-trib rapture people, a lot of those people are like, hey, wait a second. I'm supposed to be out of here by now. How come I didn't get lifted up? And what's going to happen is a lot of those people are going to start losing faith in God because, well, as society collapses around them, the money supply collapses, the food supply collapses, all the things we talked about. And again, that's part of the Illuminati plan, which is to cause people to lose faith. As the world is falling apart, their God never saved them. Their God never lifted them. They never got raptured. They didn't meet anybody in the clouds. And they find themselves waking up and living in despair with starvation, death, and suffering all around them. And they will say, oh my God, we've been lied to this whole time. There was never a rapture. There was never God. This is the plan. And in that moment, again, Lucifer or his representatives come along and say, hey, we're the world leaders, join us and we'll bring you, we are the ones with rationality and reason and freedom, because Lucifer's always promoted with the idea of freedom. Like, you can be free from the confines of Scripture. You can be free, that kind of thing. Seriously, all the Satanists, they market themselves with freedom, freedom from morality. That's one of their key tenets. Right? You can be free to be, a horrible person. You don't have to confine yourself to rules of ethics and so on. And that's going to be very compelling to a lot of people who will be disillusioned about Christianity at that point. Oh, by the way, forgot to tell you that Albert Pike, he served in the Confederate Army. I mean, gosh, this guy has a pretty wild resume. He was elected the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Scottish Rite Southern Jurisdiction, and he remained a Grand Commander of Freemasonry for the rest of his life. He is the only Confederate military officer with an outdoor statue currently in Washington, D.C. Yeah. I mean, think about that. Wow. I mean, he was a lawyer. He passed the bar exam. At one point, he was accepted into Harvard, but he didn't attend Harvard. Just a wild resume. And if this letter is legit, which now it sounds like it with the Third World War taking shape here, exactly as it was foretold, then this is something we should all take seriously, that it appears that the Illuminati are maneuvering the world into this space for the final attempt at a Luciferian takeover. And that in order to do that, they've got to get Israel and Islam to destroy each other. And nuclear weapons are exactly what can make that happen. And now it all makes sense why Israel is intentionally slaughtering civilians and why they're bombing refugee camps. I said it last week. I said this is designed to provoke a response from the Islamic world. It's designed to do that. And the latest example of that is Israel blowing up the Al-Azhar University in Gaza. They blew up a whole university. I actually have a video of that. Let's play that.
مجدنا وعهدنا واجب من الوفاء يهزنا
So why would you bomb a university? You bomb a university. I mean, this is classic Zionism. They bomb a university and then they claim that the people they're bombing are uneducated. They're so stupid, they say. This is such low IQ, and then they bomb all the schools and universities. It's unreal. Israel's also bombed Gaza University and the Islamic University of Gaza and the Al-Aqsa University. Now, why would you bomb universities? It's designed to enrage the world of Islam. That's what this is designed to do. Why would you bomb refugee camps? Why would you bomb hospitals with refugees in the courtyard? You would do this to provoke a reaction, understand that the casualties of the dead women and children in Gaza, these are all designed. This is probably an Illuminati plot to invoke a response from the Muslim world. And so far, Hezbollah has not yet taken the bait. Hezbollah, its leader, gave a speech on Friday, and he kind of took a middle path. He did not declare war, as we were afraid he might. He did not declare war, but he said that, time is running out and, this cannot be allowed to continue. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he didn't declare war yet. Turkey has not yet declared war, although Erdogan appears to be closer to that each day. Iran has, they've had a lot of tough talk, especially from the Iranian defense minister. That dude has a sharp tongue. But so far, nothing in the real world, nothing. They haven't launched missiles, for example. And that the U.S., which, let's face it, is run by Luciferians. The U.S., the government, they can't wait for Iran to retaliate. This is the plan. They need Iran to retaliate with ballistic missiles so that they can just go full force and just launch everything against not just Persia, but also, other Islamic areas of the Middle East and who knows where else. But so far, Iran has not launched. And you notice in the Ukraine war, they try to provoke Russia in many different ways to get Russia to launch, nuclear weapons or more aggressive weapons. And they couldn't. They couldn't get Russia to do it. They're trying it now in the Middle East. So the question is, will the Islamic nations have the same discipline that Putin had to not launch nukes? And I think the answer is no. I think that the amount of rage in the Islamic world right now is much, much stronger. And that the numbers of people we're talking about here, like in Turkey, 1 million people show up for a protest. Or even in the UK, 100,000 people show up to protest in London. But imagine the real protests in Iran or Syria or Lebanon. These protests are going to grow and grow and grow as there are more atrocities deliberately carried out in Gaza. And what you and I need to understand is the bigger Illuminati picture behind this. We can't just be focused on, how many people died today, although, it is an atrocity every day. But we can't lose our big picture and just think, this is about Israel versus Hamas. No, it's not. This is about Lucifer versus creation, man. That's what this is about. And everybody's being maneuvered into a set of circumstances that if the Illuminati get what they want, it will destroy much of Islam and destroy much of Christianity and destroy much of Judaism at the same time, as most of the world lives in despair and mass famine and poverty and fallout. Think about what that's going to do to the food crops once they start launching nukes. You're not going to have food growing for 2 years. And even if you get food, it's going to be, cesium-137 variety of potatoes and milk. If you wonder about the Deagle numbers, how did the United States, according to Deagle.com, at least it used to say this, how did we end up with a population of less than 100 million people by the end of 2025? Well, World War III, mass starvation, crop failures, nuclear weapons, it's not hard to see how that happens. So just remember this every day as you're inundated with the news about Gaza or Israel or the latest, hospital to be bombed, the latest church to be bombed. Just understand that this is all a grand cosmic manipulation. And there is some real craziness afoot. There was a U.S. lawmaker, I don't have the link, but there was a U.S. lawmaker who proposed a law. It's a Republican, proposed a law to ban Palestinians from becoming citizens. That is, I think it would deport all Palestinian, non-citizen visa holders, as I understand it. you know, because you could have work visas and student visas and, you know, all kinds of things, artist visas. And I guess this GOP guy wants to run around the country and round up Palestinians and deport them all. I mean, and this is the same guy who probably won't fund building the wall. You know, I mean, I've never had an issue with legal immigration. I've always had an issue with illegal immigration and wide open borders and all the, you know, the weapons trafficking and child trafficking and drug trafficking that takes place across that border. But are you really going to turn the United States of America, the continental United States, into a bounty hunter, you know, Palestine hunting police state? Well, what are you going to have, like bounty hunter rewards, like find these Palestinians, you know, bring them to justice? You're going to run around the country hunting Palestinians? Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how destabilizing that would be to our country? I mean, they would never do that to, I mean, just as a thought experiment, imagine if they wanted to hunt, you know, black people and send them, you know, to Africa or whatever. I mean, it's crazy. It's insane. You can't hunt down. I mean, what if they want to hunt down all the Mexicans and try to kick all the Mexicans out of the country? I mean, there's probably 20 million illegals in this country right now. And I oppose illegal immigration, as you know, but you're going to round up the legal immigrants, but not the illegal immigrants. I mean, what on earth are these people talking about? They want to turn America into Gaza, basically. They want to have a battleground in America where they radicalize every young Palestinian male who might be on a student visa now. But then if the GOP gets their way, then they're going to turn these students into like RPG-toting domestic terrorists, which I'm sure the FBI would love that. I'm like, no, let's not radicalize everybody. Let's not have, you know, war on the streets of America. For God's sake, I mean, build the wall, stop the illegal immigration. Yes, get the drug dealers out of here, get the child traffickers. I mean, use the rule of law. But you can't go hunting down people that already have valid, you know, green cards or student visas or F1 visas or work visas or whatever. You can't hunt those people down. But that's what's being proposed. Again, these are signs of insanity. None of us would be safe. None of us would be safe. They would have like checkpoints on all the roads. Are you Palestinian? You look Palestinian. Prove that you're not Palestinian. Are you Palestinian? Now, can you imagine? Show me your papers, right? Show me you're not Palestinian. Prove it. How do you prove you're not Palestinian? It's like, you wave an American flag, you praise Jesus. I mean, what do? You're running around. How do you prove you're not Palestinian? I don't know. But this is insane. But Israel is clearly trying to provoke. In fact, the IDF just bombed the car of a journalist in Lebanon. Killed his entire family. A journalist. Yeah, that's all over Al Jazeera and a bunch of other sites if you want to check that out. There's also, by the way, if you want to follow a channel on Twitter, there's one called My Lord Bebo, B-E-B-O. That's pretty good. There's also, My Lord Bebo. There's also one called JD Sharp. That's pretty good as well. There's a ton of stuff, obviously, on Twitter. But the IDF, what they're doing doesn't make sense until you understand this is a plan to provoke. If they get the provocation, they can get Islam all involved in the war, and then the Illuminati are really happy. Yay, we got Christians and Muslims to kill each other, and maybe they can destroy all of it. So be careful. If you're out there calling for more bombing and calling for more escalation, like go in and kill them all, just kill them all, you are following the plan of the Illuminati. If you call for peace, you are disrupting the plan of the Illuminati. Understand? And that's why I keep calling for peace. It's not about Israel versus Hamas. This is about Satan versus God. I mean, really, that's what this is. If you're on the side of war, you're on the side of Lucifer. If you're on the side of peace, you're on the side of God. It really is that simple. I mean, I know people can make it all complicated. Oh, here's like 50 scriptural verses. try to sort this out. You know what? It's actually simpler than that. It's like, stop murdering people, protect life. And that's consistent with the teachings of Christ, by the way. I mean, I don't need scripture to tell me that. I don't need scripture to tell me all human beings are created as children of God, and God hates it when people murder each other. I mean, simple. I don't even have to quote verse. That's what it is. But just remember, all the influencers that you see out there calling for war, they're actually doing the bidding of the Illuminati. Very simple. And that's one silver lining in all of this. This is a moment of great clarity, kind of sorting out those who are with evil versus those who are not, those who reject it. So given the duration of today's episode here, I'm actually not going to put an interview on it. I have quite a few, so we'll start combining interviews tomorrow. But a couple things I want to remind you of: our Black Friday sale event, which is our biggest event of the year at the Health Ranger store, begins this Thursday. Yeah, I know, it's coming right up. This Thursday, the 9th, I think it begins at noon Central, but I'm not exactly sure. And we have huge sales, some of the biggest specials of the year, and we're giving away the Pine Needle nasal spray, which is not for sale. And that's the one that, because we only have limited quantities. I mean, I personally harvested the loblolly pine needles that are very high in shikimic acid. So I oversaw the harvesting, the washing, the drying, the grinding, and then the ultrasonic extraction of the shikimic acid. And it's a very unique nasal spray that nobody else has this in the world. And you can't even buy it. You can only get it by shopping with us at healthrangerstore.com beginning this Thursday. And we have a lot of new products, including the heavy cream powder, all certified organic, lab tested. We've got the white cheddar cheese powder. We also have a new trail mix that's super delicious. I've been chowing down on that. I actually still have some of a bag left right here. It's awesome. Loving it. We have a lot of new products, a lot of solutions. Biggest sale of the year, the best savings of the year. So get ready to shop beginning this Thursday at healthrangerstore.com. I will post today, though, by the way, my interview with James Martinez from last week. He's a survivor of the Acapulco storm. And man, does he have a story to tell, not just about Acapulco and storms, but about the globalist control of cities, geoengineering, weather control, weaponization. I'm going to post that separately. So look for that interview today on my channel on brighteon.com. And then also don't forget, tomorrow I'm hosting Alex Jones beginning at noon Central. I've got 2 hours of his show, and I am currently planning to interview Jeffrey Prather and then Scott Ritter. Again, those plans are subject to change. It kind of depends on Alex and what's going on in his life and, world events. I mean, anything can interrupt. Who knows? But that's the current plan, always subject to change. In any case, if I don't get a chance to interview Scott Ritter soon on the Alex Jones show, I will be interviewing him myself on my show. So we will get a chance to talk to Scott Ritter again here very soon. All right, that's the show for today. Thank you for listening. Thank you for thinking about all of this. Thank you for understanding the big, big picture in all of this. It's so much bigger than what most people think. And it's easy to get caught up in the details of, which hospital got bombed today and what are the casualties on either side. It's a much bigger picture of what's going on. So don't lose sight of that bigger picture. Thank you for listening. Be safe, everybody. God bless you all. I'll be back with you tomorrow with another episode and another interview. Until then, be safe and get prepared. Take care. Thank you for supporting us here at brighteon.com. And one way you can also help support us is by shopping at healthrangerstore.com. And we've got some really exciting new products to share with you here today. I've got samples on my desk, and there's 3 things to mention here. The one on the left, it's called
Yeah, no. We're gonna cut him off from his advertisement there. But we got the gist of what he was talking about, right? It's the idea of understanding that the principalities that we're fighting are not are not what we believe them to be, with just our gang politicians. It is so much more and so much deeper. And the spiritual side of this is extremely heavy for a lot of people. And, you kind of understand why, right? With all this going on, it's kind of hard to, it's hard to miss it. It really, really is. So it's up to us on a daily basis to make sure that we live up to our potential, that we do everything that we can, and that we pray as often as and as much as we possibly can, unceasingly, I guess is the way to put it. And I like while we was talking about the rapture, because the one thing that people didn't, a lot of people take into account is, or don't take into account, I should say, is that he's, when they're talking about the rapture, that's in the spiritual sense, not in the physical sense. So don't expect your body to go floating up in the sky like you're Superman and floating around in the clouds. Okay. It's the physical, it's the spiritual sense, not the physical. We'll leave the physical behind and ascend into that heavenly place. But we also have to remember that he promised that heaven was going to come to earth and that it would be here for 1,000 years. So we have to think on that level as well, so there are many different aspects of this that we don't often get to discuss too much, because everybody is so set in their ways, or so set in this book, or so set in that book. And I get it. I really do. I do get it, but it's a pain in the ass. It really is that people are it's the idea that, my book is right and yours is wrong, kind of thing. It's all got to stop. It's all got to stop, because all it does is create a division. My 1860s Geneva Bible has things in it that none of your King James or anything has. It's got the Book of Enoch in there. It's got the almost all of the minor prophets are in there. They've been deleted, and it says, he who takes away from this book, shall pay a very very heavy price. That's exactly what the other Bibles did, was they took a lot of things away. And the Schofield Bible is the one that perpetuated that in the learning, both in the United States and in Canada. And it basically altered the mode of Christianity and placed us in the position where, we think that we can just do whatever we want and that we'll be saved anyways. And that's not the case. That's not the case at all. We'll find out later on, that wasn't the case. And I don't ever want to see anybody in that position where you have to stand before the Lord and take a hit. That just wouldn't be cool. Just would not be cool at all. So you've had me for almost 9.5 hours. Well, actually, it's been 9.5 hours. And with that, I'm going to go out and get some more wood chopped up for tonight, and get the generator filled up and prepped for the night. And then I'm going to get a good night's sleep. And I think you guys should do the same thing. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. And we will catch you again. I might be back tomorrow, but more than likely it'll be Wednesday. Peace.